his game for anything, I think it's probably fair to say.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence out. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Saints Hawks on a Thursday night, the on-ramp to round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. It's a new day. Yes, it is for the Hawthorn Football Club with Will Day playing just his sixth game in the last 2 years. Arguably their best midfielder when he's up and going. He's back tonight along with Jack Gunston, the man who's coming second in the goal kicking in the competition. Big ins for the Hawks up against the Saints, who are still without a couple of their stars. Their form line very much as it reads. 5 wins, 6 losses. They've only beaten sides below them. They've only lost to sides above them. They get a chance to try and change that tonight up against the team shooting for a top 4 spot in the Hawks. Corbin Middlemass with you at Docklands after what has been an absurd week in the AFL world. Brad Scott sacked. Already James Hird, his spectre looming over the Essendon Football Club, the presumptive favourite for the vacant coaching gig. All of that we'll get to. St Kilda and Hawthorn, our game on deck. Matt Clinch is here as always on a Thursday night to call it with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Corby, great to be back amongst your company. We missed you last Thursday night in Chile Launceston, but Murph and Lids, we made our trek down there, and in the end we saw Hawthorn get back on the winners list. So just trying to pose the question as to whether they are a top 4 side. You look at their run, 16 wins plus percentage got you there last year. With 7 wins, 3 losses and a draw, they'd have to win 9 of the next 12. So as they get Will Day back in, Jack Gunston returns, Tom Barras is a couple of weeks away. feels like the upswing for the Hawks is the next phase to try and prove they are a top 4 contender. Well, for the Saints, it's hard to work out whether they are a contender or not. They struggle to beat sides like Hawthorn, and these are the occasions where Ross Lyon desperately wants to get his side back into finals calculation. So we'll find out tonight as to the marker. Can they do it against the top 8 side?
Another prove-it game for St Kilda. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774. We do have one change to our Thursday night crew. Ben Cameron's out. In comes Ray Chamberlain, so the near 400-game AFL umpire will be with us on the boundary tonight. Of course, he officiated just about the whole of both of your careers, our number one picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. First of all, the dual All-Australian, former Richmond champion, GWS footballer Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Clinchy and Murph, good to be here. You work out whether you're a man or a mouse. I'm here under duress, bit of a flu and whatever else, but Benny, he's tapped out. He's left us in the trenches. I'm here, mate. I'll soldier on. And I went down to Launceston. Probably picked it up down there, to be honest. It was that cold. Felt like we'd stepped off the mountain of Bulla when we stepped out of the box. But, geez, it was fresh down there. But this is an exciting game tonight. I know Hawthorn, really trying to make their mark a little bit, but then the Saints, can they win one? Who knows?
Oh, I'm a germaphobe at the best of times, so I'm like a Labrador trying to hang my head out the window at the moment, just try and keep those germs away. But Mark Murphy's here, the man who the coaches voted as the best player in football back in 2011, 300-gamer, former Carlton captain. Hello, Murph.
Boys, good to be here. Hopefully you can get a few words in tonight with Razor down there at the on the boundary. He doesn't mind a chat, Razor, which we do love.
Yep.
And I'll be steering well clear of Lids as well. I know I'm about 1.5 metres away from him. But
any Razor run-ins in your career?
No, I was actually quite good with Razor.
Yep.
He might tell me otherwise. He might tell us all otherwise. I'm not too sure. But no, I actually enjoyed Razor. I didn't mind his sort of attitude and good character in the game.
He is.
What about you, Lids? You were lippy on the field?
Yeah, no doubt I would have given him some feedback. But
no doubt.
He was one of the many men in green. So I don't remember whether it was him or someone else. It could have been. I know I got fined a couple of times for some feedback towards the bench.
He didn't discriminate. Let's put it that way.
I didn't. Everyone was equal. And one thing I do in love about Razor, and hopefully he's listening on the way in, but
he's not here yet.
No,
okay. He's on the way.
He's on the way. But he got upset when the umpire made a mistake, and it's the first time I've ever seen someone get really upset when an umpire didn't quite get the call right. I was like, that's so interesting. I was talking about it at half time, but. Looking forward to his insights. He'll certainly give us plenty of lip throughout the night. That'll be great.
First of the footy, last to leave here on ABC Sport. We're even too early for the teams. We'll bring you those as they drop. Inside the Hawthorn camp in just a moment with Rob McCartney, their head of footy. This conversation, I'm sure, will wrap around it. The events at Essendon this week. So Brad Scott sacked. Dean Solomon instilled as the interim coach. Andrew Welsh and Tim Roberts, the president and the CEO at Essendon, front a press conference. They say, we're not ruling anyone in, we're not ruling anyone out. James Hird that night on Channel 9 declares his hand. First time, I must admit, I've seen him or heard him take that much responsibility for what happened at Essendon during the drug saga. He said he wants to be part of the process. He wants to win that process. He just doesn't want to be given the job hands down. And yet it felt like the field shrunk overnight. So but we woke up in the morning. We didn't know whether we thought Brad Scott was still the coach of Essendon. Mitch Cleary broke the story. He's out. By the time we went to bed that night, it felt like a boat race and that James Hird was the prohibitive favourite to return to Essendon. Despite the gap in his coaching resume, it's been an incredible week. Hird leading the front page of the papers the next day, and the Brad Scott era at Essendon feels long forgotten, even though he was the coach when we went to bed on Monday night. What do you make of it all, Lids, as a big, broad question to start?
Well, you feel for the person who has been let go, I think. But performances in the industry that we're in, one win in 25 games doesn't stack up, does it? So you can understand why that decision was made. This rhetoric around James Hird becoming the next coach, oh my God, I can't get my head around that. It's just like, seriously, that'd be the most Essendon thing ever. You got to move on, cut ties, clean, bring in the new people. You can't keep going back to the well, because the history says that's what's going to galvanise us and bring us all back together. I'm interested in your thoughts as an Essendon supporter, but and this is not against James Hird. He was a kid. As a kid, I admired him as a player and wanted to be just like him, wearing the long sleeves and whatever else. But you cannot be out of the game for 11 years and not even be involved as a senior assistant across the AFL, and then expect that you can come in and coach a senior team. Well, what does that say for everyone else that's doing their tenure, everywhere else across the competition? I just don't get it.
Mark Murphy, you worked with him so closely last year at Port Melbourne. I talked about the gap in his resume, certainly at AFL level. The last 10 years since he was the senior coach at Essendon in 2015, he had about a 10-week run to Mark McVeigh when he was the interim to Leon Cameron at the Giants, and that's it, basically, in an AFL program. Does his work at Port Melbourne bridge that gap? Is that enough to put him straight back in as the senior coach of an AFL team?
Oh, when you put it down probably like that, it probably doesn't add up to much, does it? But he has been there and done that. He's not just a random bloke off the public to come in and want to coach. So he's been there and done that. He's played at the highest level, obviously being a superstar of his footy club. Whether or not passion and all that comes into it, it probably doesn't. I think he's put his hand up first and foremost. So, well, I want to go through a process, and now we're hearing that other coaches who would want to go through that process don't want to be a part of it if he's going to be involved in that capacity. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out over the coming weeks. From what he has done in Port Melbourne, he's been there 3 years and basically been director of coaching down there at Port Melbourne and worked hand in glove with Brendan McCartney, his senior coach down there. Sorry, excuse me, I got something in my throat. Might give me a cold from lids.
That was quick.
But it's, that's probably not enough to warrant getting another crack at it straight away, is it? But Essendon Football Club, they'll make a call on that pretty soon. They're going to have to, otherwise there's not going to be many coaches putting their hand up to want to go and run through the process, are they?
Is it fair to James Hird, though? Like, as the counterpoint, is it fair that he gets ruled out because the other coaches are spooked by what happens?
That's not fair. No, I agree with that sentiment. That's not fair. But remove your relationship and your respect for him. Is this the best way for Essendon to go forward? As a football watcher, follower, do you think that is the best decision that they could make by employing someone who's already been there before?
Well, the best decision for them is to put together a panel to then go through the process and then...
Well, they've done that before.
And work out who's the best coach and person to take that football club forward and where they're going to get to next. So that's what they need to do.
I'm asking you, what's your thoughts on it?
Well, I'm not a part of that panel.
No, I know you're not, but as a football watcher, you're respected with what your opinion is.
Yeah.
Do you think that would be the best thing, removing your respect and relationship with James?
No, look, it'd be a surprising call if they were to name him as coach.
Yeah.
Just to put that bluntly, because, as you said, he's done what he's done in the game. We all understand that. We know how that all finished. He took time away from the game to go work on himself, which he's done, and it's great to see him back involved in football in some capacity. He talks terrifically about football on various programs, so he's obviously got a great footy mind. It's whether or not he's up for the challenge and is ready to go. He hasn't been involved in the AFL system for quite some time, so maybe read into that.
Can we get your thoughts as an Essendon supporter?
He wouldn't be my pick. But James Hird's the reason why I barracked for Essendon. I loved James Hird as a kid. He won the Brownlow when I was 5. They were a really good team. They played in the prelim in 99. They won it the year after and played in the grand final the year after that. So he was... If you grew up in that era, in the 90s and the early 2000s, you were either a Lloyd guy or a Hird guy.
Yeah.
You went down to an Essendon clinic. There are only 2 numbers on people's backs. And the other guys... So I
Might be Siri B. Stiff, probably.
but I have so much respect for James Hird, the player, and... obviously it didn't end the way that we wanted it to when obviously he was at Essendon. But I just think... To think that you got to go back and have this redemptive arc and that Hird doesn't want to coach any other club and he just wants to make the rights for the wrongs at Essendon, I don't think you can live in that space. And that's not what elite football looks like. And for the club to keep saying, hey, we're on this strategy, and Brad and Tim Roberts and Andrew Welsh, that the strategy's going forward. The strategy's trying to do it how the great clubs have done it. Go back to the draft, rebuild, less of this old world stuff. To think now that you would then go back and turn the clock back with this revanchist, populist politic type approach to think, we're going to get James Hird because the fans want him and the chorus of old Essendon people are behind him. I feel like that would be a step back. The other thing is, I think Andrew Welsh, I think his presidency so far has been so underwhelming. And I can understand why other coaches out there would be feeling like, I'm not sure about this, about entering this process in good faith. When you think about... He came into a board that was all about new Essendon, and yet every decision he's made so far points to the fact that he's actually old Essendon. The CEO of the club's off the board, so a former board member is a mate of his that's now the CEO of the footy club. The other former board member is coaching the team this weekend in Dean Solomon, who's completed the move from the boardroom to now coaching the football club. And 6 weeks ago, he basically said, Brad Scott's going to be our next premiership coach. And then they've completely moved away from that strategy seemingly overnight. It's been an incredible change of heart where you think all these decisions that have been made, and this is just my opinion from afar as to the way I've observed what's going on, but I can understand if you're another coach out there that's in the marketplace where you'd be approaching this with extreme caution. We'll talk more about it as we work our way through. It's Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Ray Chamberlain to join us throughout, and our number one picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you. Let's go inside the Hawks camp. Rob McCartney's their GM of footy, and he joins us on the program. Rob, appreciate your time.
No worries at all.
You've got a lot of very talented senior assistants that are there supporting Sam Mitchell at the moment. If one of them came to you and said, hey, I'm thinking about going through the process for this Essendon job, what would you tell them?
Oh, I think that you'd unpack all of that. I heard what you were talking about in terms of obviously the reference to James putting his hand up. But, if they felt really strongly about wanting to pursue it and give themselves the chance to win it, then they've got to put their hat in the ring, don't they? So, I just sit down with them and work their way through it. It's obviously got to be their decision and what they want to do. I wouldn't try and talk them out of that, but I'd give them a space where they could probably air what they were thinking.
Rob, sorry, mate. It's Lids here. Good to catch up with you again briefly last week down at Lonnie. I just want to ask about Josh Weddle, mate. Where's his best position in your opinion? I know he's been wing, he's been a little bit forward and probably down back is where I think his best footy is as a watcher of footy. What's your thoughts on that and where will we see him tonight?
Oh, it's probably not what my thoughts are. It's obviously a coaching team decision, but I think you're right. Lids, I think his best footy so far has been in our back end, and I still think he'll evolve as a player over time. But if you went on evidence, I think you'd have to say he plays his best footy as a back.
Yeah, I agree with that, mate. I think another one, swingman you've got is probably Blake Hardwick. He's so good last week, up forward, kicking 4 goals, and with Gunston back in the side, he probably goes back down the other end tonight.
Yeah, look, he's been amazing for us over a long period of time. Probably doesn't get the recognition as a defender that he should. When he does pop forward, I think he did a bit of a job one day at Adelaide Oval where he kicked 4 or 5, and then obviously the game last weekend where if he doesn't kick his 4, we don't win. He's an exceptional competitor, a person who you probably want to see in the one-on-one when your life depends on it, whether it's at the front end of the ground or the back end.
Rob, Mark Murphy here. Just obviously Will Day coming back into the side tonight. Just the next 12 weeks and what that looks like, does that, his ability to be out there week to week, does that alter your ability to search for another midfielder from elsewhere about trying to bring them in, or is it we still want to try and bring in these A-graders from other clubs?
Yeah, look, I think Murph, realistically, Will Day was looking like he was going to be fit and healthy when we were pursuing those types of players at the end of last year. So nothing changes for us. We still feel that we've got to evolve and get better in the area of that part of the ground, and we'll still be active in our pursuit of that. I don't think we're any different though. No, our story gets told a lot, but I think every club's trying to get better, and they identify the area of the ground that they want to get better in, and then they go and pursue it.
Rob McCarthy with us from the Hawks. Rob, we stitched up Murph last week. We asked him how many games for Will Day in the VFL. He said maybe 3 or 4. He played 1. What do you expect from him tonight, and what position of the ground will we see him in?
Oh, look, in terms of that, our medical team and our high performance team have been tracking Will for months. So we were always really prepared for where we are right now. So he was always going to play the game against Williamstown. They'd reassess how he was at the end of that game and make a decision for this week. Now, the one thing that he has in his favour at the moment is, he's coming off a shoulder injury, so he's been able to get a lot of load in, which he hadn't been able to do last year with obviously the navicular. So he's got a lot of miles in the tank, and he's ready to play some good footy for us, and he'll play as a mid tonight.
Ooh. In the midfield, righto. So that's where we'll see Will Day. I guess Jack Gunston's the other one who you've been managing as he makes his return. As Lids alluded to, Blake Hardwick did a pretty good role in the Jack Gunston role tonight. So how do you try and manage him throughout the second half of the season?
I think Jack's sort of shown over the last couple of years that he understands his body really well. He'll tell us if there's a need for him to have a rest in the second half of the year, but he'll also tell us whether he feels like he's going well and doesn't need it. He's been pretty durable apart from these last couple of weeks in the last 2 years, so we'd expect Jack to play the majority of the season in the back half, and let's hope he can, just pick up from where he left off.
Apologies if it's not your sort of question or answer, Rob, but Daniel Jean Syracuse has moved out of a line coach position. He's now head of development. Does he harbour ambitions to be a senior coach?
Oh, look, I think most of the coaches that we've got in our group have got some aspiration in that space. I think G has obviously shown that he's put his hand up before. He's been outstanding for our club over these last sort of 6 months. I think it's been a really good move that he's decided to go into that development space. I think it's a very similar move that Sam made 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I think it's the last little part of his jigsaw that he needs to tick, and I think we're seeing how important the senior coach having an eye for development is across the competition. So what I see is that this fellow is going to be a very, very good senior coach when his time comes.
Rob, have you just reminded Will the red and blue before he runs out there tonight?
Sorry, what was that?
Have you just reminded Will with the red and blue brain tonight just to look after himself tonight?
Yes, you're remembering a conversation that we had in your offices, yes. He's definitely been reminded about the red and blue.
Very good, mate, very good. Just make sure he protects himself.
And then just lastly, Rob, Blake Hardwick, forward or back?
I reckon we should get two of them and have one at each end.
You give us any insight as to where he starts?
I reckon we should get two of him and get one at each end.
Good on you, Rob. Appreciate your time.
Good on you, boys.
Thanks, Rob. Blake Hardwick there. It'll be interesting to see where he does start.
I'd take that as back. I think two of them, Gunston forward, Hardwick back.
It'd be interesting to see what they do with him tonight after his 4-goal performance last week with Gunston returning. Give us an insight, the red and the blue.
It's just about him. Will's a natural ball winner, an attacker, and it's just about making sure that he assesses his options before coming into those contests and doesn't just throw himself straight at it. And being, I think it's a very tricky one, though, for ball winners and ball players, is that you take away their strength and you potentially could lose a little edge. But I think Will's becoming far more mature in how he manages all of that. It was just... I was hoping Rob would pick up on what I was putting down there, but he did.
I was getting nervous for you.
Yeah, I was right. I'm expecting a call later to say, mate, hey, he's in the office, stays in the office.
There is a late change, by the way. So Flynn Perez comes into the Hawthorn team. Out goes Connor Nash with neck soreness. So no Nash tonight. He's a laid out. In comes Perez. Means there's 3 changes in total with Gunston and Day also returning. Bodie Ryan lost his place, as did Finn McGuinness, and Connor Nash also the laid out. So they're the 3 that miss out for the Hawks. No late change for the Sainters. So Taru's back. Little weird one there. So
I agree.
So he had a 2-game suspension, which was an early plea. A lot of people got to keep in mind. So basically, he's got given 3 games, and they in the VFL after he whacked some bloke when he was lying on the ground.
2 different incidents as well.
Yep.
So got 1 down to a fine.
Yes.
3 down to 2.
3 down to 2. So 3 down to 2 for his episode on that Sunday in the VFL. He served 1 game, and he's back tonight at AFL level. And the reason for that is the VFL had a bye last week, but because the AFL played, they said that counted as part of his suspension. So really, he's missed 1 game of football that he was eligible to play in, essentially.
And the report that he did was blatant. It
was pretty ordinary.
Yeah.
And so he should consider himself pretty lucky. He comes straight back in and he's in the team tonight, having missed effectively 1 game of footy. Taru's in, as is Isaac Keeler. So we get to see Keeler for the second time. The only other game he played was round 1 against the D's. Stock is out-managed and Howard is out-hurt. Off the SMS, JP from Karen Downs says, Corbin, I'm with you. You can tell why I've read this one immediately off the top. Heard as coach would be very divisive. He had his turn. That went very badly. We need to move on. My choice would be Mark Thompson. He has a proven record. You've lost me, JP.
We're going to move on, but we're going to go back to a previous generation.
If Hurd is appointed, I'll not be buying a membership next year from JP. But we started off on the aligned and we're differing again.
Corbin, how many Essendon supporters do you reckon to be in the camp of a pro Hurd or against him? I mean, so do you think that the fans would flock back to the football?
They're definitely the noisier ones, the Herd supporters, no doubt.
So what, if you were to give a percentage, what percentage would you think of the Essendon fans want James Hurd back?
70.
This is... I I'm not sure it's that high, but I think that I think it's 50-50 swing in the middle.
Really? I saw a poll on.
Yeah.
I would say the loudest would be the ones against him. That's what I would think.
Oh, I'd think the opposite.
No, I think the opposite.
Yeah.
Which is why my observation is it becomes almost a soap drama, because Brad Scott comes out and says, I was happy to let Zach Merritt walk at the end of the season, but the club didn't want to go down that path. They appointed Brad Scott, and Kevin Sheedy said, no, I didn't vote for him. It wasn't unanimous. So anyone who's thinking, OK, let's see Essendon go through a process, must have questions about, well, how valid is that process going to be? So do we just say, righto, Dean Solomon, Andrew Welsh, James Hird, here's your last chance. Run the story to completion and work out whether we can unite this club once more. Because anyone who wants to validly go through a process has got to have question marks about what has happened in the past. And yet, you look in the world of high performance, there's not a lot of room for sentiment.
Especially, you're going to have questions about the way in which the board have gone over the past 6 weeks when they come out and endorse Brad Scott and say he's our next premiership coach. And then 6 weeks later, he's sacked.
Oh, it's
like that looks a bit silly to me.
And that's why I feel like if they're the same people, they're going to be trying to appoint the new coach.
Well, they would be.
God help us. But I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't have a lot of faith in the way that panned out. I actually think that the Herd's going to get a pretty fair hearing. I thought he handled himself well the other night in what he said.
Yep.
I actually think a lot of the cases that are so-called against James Hird returning as coach almost don't even include the drug saga. Like, you can almost rule a line from 2015 onwards and make the case pro or against, or certainly against Hird.
It's time out of the game.
You can basically say, hey, without even considering this catastrophic episode that happened in the history of the game, let's just pretend that never happened. He doesn't have enough body of work behind him in 10 years in the AFL system to think that he'd be the right guy for this job. Not when the other options are John Longmire, incredible winning record, Adam Simpson, premiership coach, Ken Hinckley, multiple prelims, 13-year tenure, Nathan Buckley, took his team to a grand finals, gone back, got that Geelong IP, had a year as an assistant coach. Where the obvious questions and the counterpoints would be, well, why didn't James do that? Why didn't he go and become a senior assistant somewhere, learn somewhere else? So I don't know. I almost feel like the footy world is quite a forgiving place, and they're almost separating, I think, what happened, the deep, dark days of the supplement scandal, and I feel like that's long, ancient history. I don't know. I feel like that the counterpoints against him are more around his lack of involvement, I think, over the last 10 years.
The other big question I have, you guys played at Carlton and Richmond. If you're one of the big Melbourne clubs and you're a player in this environment, are you thinking I'm going to stay loyal, or are you thinking I might see what else is out there?
If you're a young player, you want to be paid well while you're dealing with this. If you're a top, like a Nate Caddy, bit of hurt money for your time to see how it plays out. If you're a senior player, you want to get some pretty big reassurance from the coach and your head of football. And
if both of you were senior guys, would you be unsettled by what's taking place?
Well, right now, I think I'd want to know the clear path. If I was a player out of contract, which I was when Dimmer first came in, I hadn't recommitted to the club 2009. It starts in 2010. It's where you want to know what's going on and his path as to what he's going to then deliver. And I'd be the same. I wouldn't be committing until further down the track to know exactly what's entailed. And then I'd want to have buy-in from not just me, but my teammates and that around me as to say, well, are we sticking this out here, or are we just going to explore our options?
I've got a feeling there's going to be not a mass exodus because you can't have so many leave, but there's going to be a lot of senior players, I think, asking questions of their managers at this point in time. What else is out there, and how's my ability to try and get there? What's it look like?
And that's pretty common, isn't it?
But how many of those players are actually, legitimately can go to another club? We know one who tried to go last year.
Jordan Ridley's the other one for about 3 reasons.
But he's injured. That's what I'm saying. But then the rest of them are all young blokes, so they're like, well, this is an opportunity for me here. This is perfect. There's a new coach I've got to impress. Get rid of the older guys who are taking large portions of the money. Maybe now I can, forward to myself and become a regular star.
Let's just throw darts at the dartboard. Round 1, 2027. Who's coaching Essendon?
I think they need to go. In my opinion,
Who is it? Who's in the coach's box?
I don't know. I think Gia maybe.
Wow. See, that's the last. I think it's either John Longmire or it's James Hird. I think that they almost have to go and hand somebody the job now, because otherwise the Hird supports.
They did that with Brad Scott.
I think James Hird will be coach.
You couldn't even guess. It's like next episode of Netflix. Yep, let's sit by and watch what happens.
Give me a name.
Hird.
Yeah. Amazing.
Oh, my God.
Amazing. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The interim coach is Dean Solomon. I wonder what role he'll play in all of it. We'll get to what he had to say earlier today. We'll play that for you coming up next. There is a late change here. Flynn Perez comes in for Connor Nash. More of the preview next on ABC Sport.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are set to light up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
When ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Every game live and uninterrupted. Direct from England and Wales.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
It all starts Saturday, June 13 on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, the on-ramp to round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. Ross Lyon, the genius really in the coach's box of the previous era, up against the modern-day genius in Sam Mitchell. The one thing they have in common, neither of them yet to stand on the dais at the end of the last Saturday in September with the Premiership Cup. The mission continues tonight. The Saints in that mid-table treadmill hoping to claim a scalp against the side above them, while for the Hawks, they broke through back into the winners list last week for the first time in a month. There is a late change. The teams are out here doing their preliminary warm-up. Flynn Perez comes into the Hawthorn team. Connor Nash is out with neck soreness. And Will Day makes his return for just his 6th game in the last 2 years. And Jack Gunston also is back for the Hawks. Meanwhile, for the Saints, there's no late change there. Taru and Keeler amongst the ins. They're still missing a bunch, though. There's no Max King. There's no Jack Higgins in their forward line. Liam Ryan also absent. And their best player in Nasiah Wanganeen Millera is still laid up. Great to have you with us, wherever you may be joining us across the country. The big footy news of the day sent us around the Essendon Football Club. They've dominated the week after Brad Scott was sacked on Tuesday. James Hird put up his hand on Tuesday night, and it's carried the press since. Well, the guy who's going to coach Essendon this weekend is one of James Hird's premiership teammates in Dean Solomon. And he was asked earlier today about whether he was going to go for the job full-time after his caretaker stint finishes.
I won't even consider that. I won't even consider while I'm doing this job. I think it's really the wrong thing to do for me to even entertain any thoughts in around that. I've got to knuckle down. My last 48 hours has been chaos, and I actually don't have the capacity to take that type of thought on at the moment. So that's where I sit with it, and that's where I'll sit with it for the rest of the season.
Why do you say that, Dean, in terms of you not being able to hear it before?
Just with the responsibility I've got right now, the workload. My heart is with these players and these staff members. If I'm thinking about something else that's about me, potentially about me, it's just the wrong thing to do. And I just won't entertain that.
Dean Solomon earlier today. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy are number one picks on ABC Sport. So the right way to handle it? Did he do a good job today, Dean Solomon?
Yeah, I think so. I think what you are there to do at this point in time as the interim coach is to, keep trying to develop these younger players and steer the boys and guide them through what is a pretty topsy-turvy, next 10 to 12 weeks or whatever we've got left in the season. That's the thing, because the emotions of these boys is going to go up and down. There's going to be splinters here, there and everywhere. To be able to try and drive standards, and I read something that he invited everyone in to have a breakfast together and or a coffee, just to try and bring the club back together again, which is... that's just a people person, isn't it? And I think that's what Solly is.
Yeah, and he needs to draw upon the leaders of that football club to make sure they're all on the same page and they're all speaking from the same tune. So I think that's the one thing that he would definitely be doing, and getting that support of the senior guys to really drive the standards, and him being there as that caretaker. I think he's learned from what Josh Fraser's done at Carlton, said on the front foot, well, I'm not here to coach this football club going forward, but I'll give my best over the next 12 weeks.
You lived through the Teague train. Can he build a little bit of steam, Dean Solomon, and win the job full time?
Well, I don't think so, no.
Right.
I don't think they'll fall into that trap.
He is a competitive guy, so it'll be interesting to see how they go first up against West Coast. So they get any spike in improvement? Can he defensively improve in the areas where Brad Scott has failed? But feels like it's an almighty task at the moment just to unite the club, as you said.
Did he want to come into that senior assistant role off the board, or was he asked to come in and fill that spot?
Another unknown.
Well, we don't know. Right. That's why I say, and that'll be a question that needs to be answered as to whether he wants to...
Yeah, Brad Scott said in his interview on Channel 7 the other night, when he obviously was sacked earlier that morning, or late the night before, that essentially it was suggested to him that Dean Solomon joins his coaching panel, and he said he didn't object to it. And so that's how it came about. But it is very unusual that someone goes... I say unusual in footy. It's actually very common that people are coming off the board into senior roles. We saw Peter Bell come off the board and become the footy boss at Fremantle. There are a whole lot of examples, and at Essendon now.
But that's a bit more business side of things versus it is, hands-on with the playing group.
This is more unusual, isn't it?
He was at the Gold Coast for a number of years, wasn't he?
But then he come back here, started up a gym, and then he went onto the board, but then comes down to be a backline coach.
Imagine if I said to you right now, this time next year, someone who's essentially on a board is going to coach the football club.
Yeah, look, it's a tough watch if you're a non-Essendon supporter.
So there's board members everywhere going, this is amazing, I could be coaching a footy team in 12 months' time. That's what Dean Solomon's going to do this weekend. Off the SMS, Eric, who's a 30-year member of the Essendon Football Club, says, I think we need a complete and clean break from Essendon's past in choosing our next coach. Hopefully all potential applicants are welcome to apply for the position. Personally, I hope that John Longmire applies for the position, but that's just my preference. From Eric. Thanks, Eric. Nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774. Jeff from the East Kimberley says, do you think the Bombers will look at Ken Hinkley as the senior coach?
Oh, they'll look at him, I think, yeah. But I think I heard him on the radio the other day, and he wants to know what's going on with all this other...
They would have a short list of some targets they want to speak to. The interesting thing, Corbin, isn't it, whether or not everyone who's going to be an option to be a coach is going to say, well, I'm not putting my hand up until you tell me whether or not James Hird's in or out.
Yeah, you don't want to be involved in a farce. And that's the problem here, that all these other well-credentialed coaches are like, well, mate, I'm not being involved and being dragged through.
Well, what they're doing, they're putting the pressure on, aren't they, to get them to make a decision on it straight away.
They need to make a call first on whether they want experienced or inexperienced or untried. Do they need to make that call first and foremost?
I think those senior coaches are saying we want to know if Hird's going to be involved in the process. If he is, then we're not.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't necessarily be involved in a process. Like, you can imagine Ken Hinkley or John Longmire saying, well, I'm not going to go through an interview process like Ross Lyon did at Carlton. If you want to give me the job, give me the job.
Yeah.
And then would you be feeling confident enough that you back one of those two in to take over what has become a bit of a basket case?
I'm not an Essendon supporter, so I'm not as invested.
Simon Goodwin's name not being thrown up for Essendon or Carlton. Is he ready to return? From Dom in Faulkner. So that's off the SMS 0437 774 774. It's interesting. His name feels like it hasn't been in the mix as much, and yet he's doing a great job seemingly at Sydney. The players are giving him a lot of credit for what's happening there. But again, he's got premiership equity in a way that two other guys whose names have been thrown up, they haven't got that as a senior coach. And Brett from Canberra says, good calling. Hi, Corby. James Hird will be the Bombers coach next year. It certainly feels like it's the prevailing view at this particular stage. James Hird, of course, who's dominated headlines this week. I mentioned Dean Solomon and his relationship with Brad Scott. It was almost the same time that Scott was sacked on Monday night that Tom Morris was on the agenda setters reporting that there was tension between the pair and that Solomon felt like he wasn't heard enough, and Scott was going in other areas in a way to run the football club rather than deferring to his senior assistant in Dean Solomon. That was put to Essendon's now caretaker coach earlier today. This is what Solomon had to say.
Not at all. Not at all. Not one bit. Brad and I got on really, really well. I respect Brad. I've respected Brad as a player and as a coach. What he's able to achieve. What I've learnt from him in the last 8 months. Him embracing me as an assistant coach to support him. There's not one part of me that felt there was any bitterness between Brad and I.
So there you go. That's what Dean Solomon had to say earlier today on that particular report. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Just repeating, there is a late change. Flynn Perez comes in for Connor Nash. Nash out with neck soreness. They do get Gunston and Day back. There's no late change for the Saints. Just before we drill down on tonight's game and all the key threads that are involved, the rest of the round, so round 12 teams. First of the bye rounds, 4 teams have the weekend off. North Melbourne, I'm going to try and remember off the top of my head here. The 2 teams in South Australia, Port Adelaide and Adelaide, and...
It is Adelaide, Gold Coast, North Melbourne, Port
Coast.
Adelaide.
That was the team I was forgetting, the Suns. They've also got the weekend off. I knew I'd forget one.
Yeah.
Carlton and Geelong tomorrow night at the MCG. Wiedering and Acres back for your baggers. Murph, out goes Dirksen and Carroll. Unfortunately, did his ACL. That's no good at all for a young kid who was showing plenty. Tanner Bruin's back for the Cats and Jack Martin is out managed. Swans Tigers game Saturday afternoon. Interesting. Swans have laid a few up here. So Mills injured, Roses injured, Papley out for 2 months. Grundy managed. Meanwhile, at Richmond, Prestia and Banks come back in, but they've lost Fall and Lynch after the casualties out of that diabolical game last Friday night against the Bombers, where there's 7 injured, 3 in hospital at the end of that brutal game on Friday night. To the pick of the games this weekend, the twilight spot on Saturday. Berry and Answorth both come in for the 2-time reigning premiers after they got picked apart by GWS last Sunday. Alex Pearce back for the Dockers. Oscar McDonald goes out. There's no Hayden Young. So
still not named.
Still not in.
That's with a concussion at training, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he's going to miss another one. They're not going to take him across the country. The Western Bulldogs and Collingwoods, the Saturday night fixture back here at Docklands. Tim English back for the Dogs. Cleary misses out. He was concussed. Membry amongst the ins for Collingwood. The outs include Moore, understandably, with a hammy, and Elliott, who we won't see for a little bit with the ACL tear. And then to Sunday football in the Red Centre, Melbourne up against GWS. It's not the top end, by the way. I've heard a few people mention, off to the top end. Top end's technically Darwin. Red Centre is Alice Springs, which is where this game's played in the middle of the country. Very different climate. It's not going to be humid and hot. In fact, it could be quite cold. So Melbourne up against GWS on Sunday. Brody Mychek among the ins. Lever and Jath are both out injured, so they're the early changes for the Ds. Meanwhile, at GWS, I'll be happy about this. Lekalia, Lockie Whitfield and Sam Taylor.
Oh, that's a big in.
Who loves to spoil. He comes in for the GWS team. Meanwhile, the West Coast Eagles up against Essendon. There are no confirmed outs for the Eagles at this stage. At least 5 changes for the Bombers. First up under Dean Solomon. This is a true Sunday nighter, by the way, like a 7 p.m. start Eastern time on Sunday night. Public holiday Monday. It's a big football weekend. Always has been. WA Day holiday on Monday. So Sunday night fixture for the Eagles. McGrath, Redmond, the unusual name there. McGrath, Redmond, Caldwell, Durham, Guelphy, the 5 confirmed outs for the Bombers.
Carnage.
It doesn't help. The dead cat bounce theory for Dean Solomon trying to get his team up as the caretaker. Big fan of that game, by the way, the Sunday night game. I like that they're doing that ahead of the holiday.
What about on the Gold Coast? Do you like it up there?
Less so. It's not a traditional sort of football weekend, and GWS probably weren't the best dance partner for the Suns. But the true, like, primetime footy, sit down on Sunday night, get a chat.
You're not footied out by 7 o'clock on a Sunday night?
Well, you are probably with a Thursday night game, and it stretches across the weekend. 2 things I'm going to buck the trend on. One, I like this game, Sunday night. As a native Sandgroper, and you grew up over there, it was always a big football day because they played the waffle derbies on those days. So it was East and South Fremantle and East Perth and West Perth, and we're a national competition nowadays. And unfortunately, every year the spotlight on those comps shrink.
Yep.
And so it's not about bulldozing the waffle or anything like that. But the problem is if you don't transition that tradition to the national comp, you'll just lose it. So it's nice that they're playing on Sunday night. I'd love for it to be a Monday, but let's one thing at a time. The other one I like is the buys. So a lot of people are saying, I hate the buys. It's trickled over 5 weeks and everything else. I actually think this is the best way to do it. You will not even know that the buys are happening. So it's 4-4-2-4-4, basically. So we go from 9 games to 7 games. I watch a whole lot of footy. I'm a single guy, my 30s. I cover 4 games a weekend. I see a lot of footy. I'm not watching 9 games. No one watches 9 games of footy. Yeah. With 7 games
That's true.
And 0 overlap, you are not going to miss out on any footy. You're going to see a whole lot of games every single weekend. You'll barely even know that it's happening. Your team might have a week off. But I actually contend that it's a really good way to try and clear the buys, that you still get a minimum 7 games of footy. 1 week we're going to get 8. You're not watching 9 anyway.
I'm a married dad of 3 and I'm not watching 7. So they could have that many buys a week.
Correct. The point is you're not watching all 9 games. So you might miss your team 1 week, but I actually think this is actually a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, look, I'm not too fussed either way. I mean, the only other alternative is you have everyone have the week off, and it's a week off the industry, and what do you put in that time slot? That's the other call about what do you do with it? Do you do it mid-season trade period?
Do you know what would happen? Do you know what would happen if we did that?
Yep.
The first you'd turn on Talkback Radio on the Monday, and the first thing someone would say is, why don't they at least give us 1 game this weekend? Give us a Friday night game or a Saturday night. I've missed the football or whatever it turns out to be. Then we're
5 years ago,
7-2. I guarantee that would be the first.
Is there some way of trying to bring in trading mid-season for teams who, whether they lose a ruckman or whatever it is, just to give them an opportunity to go, hey, we need to try and adjust our list here for the back half of the year and make things more exciting. You televise that on a Saturday night.
Yep.
you have these new players showing the new colours on a Sunday, and then you get into the next week.
So how old was Max in your last year of playing?
3.
3. Yeah. What happens if Carlton said at round 12, hey, we're going to send you to Brisbane and we're getting a first-round pick for it, and you got to uproot and you take your family and
Yeah, well, I think that you just got to roll with the punches these days.
There's not enough money in the game, I don't think, to do that.
You'd have to have relocation costs and all this sort of stuff, like in the NBA and American sport. I think it makes it financially like you've got no other alternative. You're paid so well to do it. It's so far away from what you get paid.
I think there's going to be, on the other hand, is like players going, well, I'm not getting an opportunity here, or whatever it is, and I want to get out of this club for where it's at. There might be guys that are sitting now going, well, I just want to move on and get out of here. And the club might go, you know what? It might be something that works in our favour. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah. In a world where we have salary caps and soft caps, it'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Like, imagine trying to work.
There'd have to be a lot of work done on it. Or what the
And people say it's ridiculous, though, in terms of they're not paid well enough. Yeah. But it's in terms of that, if you're only going to get the guys that are battling and rookie sort of wage down near the bottom, they're going to be like, yeah, absolutely, I'll go for an opportunity to potentially get some match payments and play some footy.
Yeah. What do they get of the game's revenue? 30-something%.
Around.
What if they said, hey, it's now 50% and we can trade you against your will? Do you reckon the players would go for it?
They should.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think when you look at it, it might be a 10 to 12 week period, 3 months, where it's like, well, I'm going for work. This is what it is.
And it'd be interesting to get the experiences of someone like a Marcus Herbert, who's been playing for Geelong in their VFL. He's just got picked up in the mid-season draft. He's going to the West Coast Eagles.
Oh, wow.
So he's going from Geelong to Perth and basically uprooting his life for a 6-month contract.
Yeah, with no family. Like, it becomes different when you've got a young family and you've got to then try and relocate if you've got school or you've got kinder daycare, whatever it may be. If you're just a young bloke plying your trade and you're going there for an opportunity, absolutely.
But if the club tapped on the shoulder and said, look, Lids, I think this is not going to really pan out well for the rest of the season. You're going to be playing mainly in the VFL.
Yep.
We want to try and trade you and go to another club that really wants you.
Yep. What's my contract, though?
Well, I'm not too sure. It would have been pretty good back in the day. So,
what about the role of playing in the VFL or playing in the seconds versus playing in the AFL? If they said, right, you're going to play the rest of the season in the VFL, or you can go and play at another club and you can finish out your season and maybe get a new contract.
But this is the thing, though. Like, it all comes down to what you're being paid at the time, because the whole stress of it all might end up costing you a heap of money to go and then relocate and do all that, or the stress of leaving your family behind while you go and do that for potentially a chance.
Well, it wouldn't.
I think it's just more the salary cap issue. That's the big one.
That's the biggest one.
It'd have to be a contract on the hook, otherwise you wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it. Not for 6 months.
That's something to look at. It'll come up every year, I'm sure, until we do it. We're about 17 minutes away from the start, the ball up, whatever we want to call it, the bounce is what we used to say. St Kilda and Hawthorn. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Derek off the SMS 0437 774 774. Rather mid-season trade than the draft. Samford Eagles sitting top of the ladder, just been gutted. Lost 3 players, not denying the players, but do it during the off-season from Derek. So with you there, Murph. And Dom in Vermont says, is there any difference between the coaches who apply for Essendon, Carlton and Tasmania, apart from anyone with club links? So is there any difference between the coaches who will apply? Well, I think essentially what's happening at Essendon, it means that there's some reluctance to get the best minds, given the chorus of support around Hurd and the big push and the populist sort of movement that's happening there around him, that the fear is that Essendon aren't going to get the best coaches or prospective coaches to the table, which means they're going to have less people to interview because there's some doubt about how that process is going to unfold. So Essendon have got a fair bit of work to do there as opposed to Tasmania or Carlton. I imagine Carlton at some point will run a process. Have you been asked yet to join that?
No, I haven't. But the difference, though, with Carlton, so they've had Michael Voss, who was in his 5th year, so 6 months to go, whereas Brad Scott into his 4th, so another year and a half to go of coaching. I think the way in which they came out and backed him and then turned within 6 weeks shows that if you're a coach who, like a Gene Syracuse here tonight, you're thinking, well, I'm looking at the Essendon Football Club. Do I really want to be part of that going forward and put my hand up? Or do I want to go put my hand up at Carlton, where they've got rid of their coach after 4.5 years with 6 months to go on a contract. He resigned. It looks like a better option to go to Carlton or to put your hand up to go to Tasmania.
Which is crazy when you think about the off-field history of both clubs. Just the list alone, would you rather Carlton or Essendon?
I would rather Carlton.
Essendon. I think they've already made ground up on with their draft picks and where they're trending. I think there's a bit of hurt still to go at the Blues.
I think the 3-2-1 is pretty clear. Carlton, Tasmania, Essendon.
Wow.
If you're a senior coach and you had aspirations, say you're John Longmire, I think the prospect of going to Carlton over Essendon would be pretty high, and then the possibility of going to Tasmania, starting something unique and being really the face of the state.
Unless Essendon came out and said, look, we don't want James Hird to be part of the process, and we're going to look for the best available, but we don't want him being part of it. That's the only way that would change.
Yeah. That's how it sits. There is a late change here. So Flynn Perez is going to play and jumper number 39 for Hawthorn. It's his 4th game of the season. It's his 28th of his AFL career. Connor Nash misses with neck soreness. Gunston's back, as is Will Day. Will Day's going to play in the midfield, which Rob McCartney told us a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, for the Saints, they're just making their way out onto the ground now, as you can hear the MC yelling out in the background to let us know they're there. We can see them. Alex Taru, the teenager, is back, as is Isaac Keeler for the Saints. All right, the key threads are headed tonight, the on-ramp to round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. The question was where Will Day was going to play on his return. We now know that he's going to play in the midfield. Is that the right way for him to come back in? Well, we saw him in the Magoos last week. He had a game-high 5 tackles to half-time. His first kick went out of bounds on the full, but he finished with 16 disposals.
Do they play him up until, say, halfway through the third and then finish him off, or do they
manage through the game?
Extend it throughout the game?
He's listed to start on the bench, Merv. So can we see sort of a Scott Pendlebury scenario where he sits the first 8-10 minutes on the bench and then comes on?
I think it'd be more manage him throughout the whole game versus having a plan, because those plans can go out. You know, you get an injury early that then jeopardises that, because you wouldn't have to rest Will Day as well by the back end.
But there's going to be a maximum time they want him playing out there tonight.
Minimum 60%, I would have thought. Minimum.
They would have that point, that threshold where it'd be like between 50 to 60%. We don't want him playing over that period. And you can get away with it now with 5 on the bench.
Yeah.
The other part is Connor Nash attended the second most amount of centre bounce attendance last week behind John Newcomb. And we spoke to John Newcomb after the game, and he got given a bit of a rocket at half-time. He had 5 disposals and a clearance. And then Sam Mitchell said to him, right, you can go and play on the opposition's best player, Jordan Dawson, who'd had 19 disposals to half-time, and almost that lit the fuse for him. He had 13 disposals in the second half and 9 clearances alongside 10 contested possessions and 3 score involvements. So, I mean, the Hawks desperately need another midfielder to support John Newcomb. Otherwise, he can find himself out of the contest if he's not getting clearances.
He'll walk taller, as will, Cam McKenzie. I think he's taken his game to another level. I think Josh Ward's done the same.
Good player, Josh Ward, I reckon.
Yeah, he covers ground, doesn't he? He gets back to support, and he's that real link-up player for them. But Connor Nash is another one who he's just reliable to go in there and can bang a body, but then he gets clearances, gets his handle, because he's 197 centimetres. There's a reason why they like to play him in there. He's agile and he can run all day. So
seems like he's more their defensive player. They like to have around stoppage, don't they?
Yeah, and give him the week off. Yes, Will Day gets to come in, which is great, but then once you get them all back together, that's exactly what we've probably been talking about that Hawthorn need.
Other questions out of today. So Josh Weddle, he's returned to form. So unsurprisingly, no Barris. Last 2 weeks, he spent 100% of time in defence. 6th highest rated player on the ground against the D's. Number 1 last week in the game, which you guys did down in Adelaide. Is it time to stop moving the magnet?
I asked that question.
It can unsettle players, can't it?
We spoke about it on air, I think, last week, Clinchy, but also we asked that of Rob where he would play. And I think it is just to stop spinning the magnets and settle him down back. I think he sees the game a hell of a lot better when it's in front of him, and it allows him to, spoil or use his athleticism to spoil and intercept. But then the game's there for him just to run and be able to link up and become more damaging. When he's got to make it up himself, he tends to get a bit lost, in my opinion.
Yeah, to me, he looks like a player that doesn't need to think a lot. So if you're playing up on a wing or a half forward, you need to actually think about your running patterns a lot. Whereas when you're playing off a half-back flank, you've got the game in front of you, and you can be encouraged just to tap the game on and back in what you see. So the game's very different when you're behind the contest, and I think he serves the Hawthorn Footy Club much better when he's in that position.
Blake Hardwick is doing ground balls in the defensive 50. He's not kicking goals.
Yeah.
Does that tell us everything we need to know?
I think so, yeah.
You're a bit stiff, aren't you? You kicked 4 the week before playing the Jack Gunston role, then you're back to the back line.
Well, no, I don't think Blake would care too much. He doesn't strike me as that sort of player. He'll do anything for the side to try and win. But last week, it just showed the competitive nature of him, doesn't it? His ability to win one-on-ones and crucial one-on-ones, kick goals. As Rob said before, Rob McCartney, was that he doesn't kick those goals, we don't win.
We saw Paddy Voss last week try and unsettle Kel Wilkie. Certainly caught the attention of Ross Lyon. So the Hawks have someone that can do a similar type job on Kel Wilkie tonight, and is it necessary?
It's probably not necessary tonight. Probably a young James Sicily might have tried to do a bit of that, didn't he? But I think they would just back in their system and the way in which they go about it in that back six, knowing Sam Mitchell and the way in which he likes to prepare his side. I'd be very surprised if they had someone who want to step out of themselves tonight and really try and play that aggressor against Wilkie.
Yeah, I don't think they need to. With Lewis and Gunston down there and Chol, I think you just try and make him defend, don't you? And utilise your half forwards who are delivering the ball beautifully at the moment. Just try and make him accountable and therefore allow them to do that job.
What do you make of the Saints? So their form line tells you everything you need to know. They have 5 wins against all the teams below them. There's 6 losses against the teams above them. They're 11th. Obviously, we know 10 teams qualify for the postseason in modern AFL footy. How do they make the leap?
Great question.
It is a good question there. Until they start doing it, it's they're going to be one of those just middle-tier teams, aren't they? So, obviously, Nasai being out's a huge out for them, and would have loved to have seen him trying to play his trade tonight. I think Marvel Stadium would have given them a bit of a leg up, but the Hawks don't really play here too often. So, I know people might think, oh, well, sure, it's just another ground. But Marvel's, it's a very different arena to other arenas in terms of the way in which you play. The Saints play here quite a bit, so they're accustomed to it. But I just think, especially with Nasai out, I think they're just another midfielder or two short, and we haven't seen their best against the good sides, and we consider Hawks to be right up there this year.
I just don't think that consistently that their players stand up in big moments in the game, and that they get too little gets less to too few, you know, and that's why they aren't consistent as a side, and they can't beat the sides that are above them. Tonight, it's going to have to be a consistent performance. You know, all their players that they've brought into the side need to play well, but then it's the other guys. Can Garcia, play well? Can we have Max Hall play really well? Can Filippo play well and Darcy Wilson? Can these young players, really, take the game up to, Hawthorn, who are a well-structured, disciplined side? They can do that. Yeah, we've got a game in our hands, but the ladder and their form would suggest that they don't do that.
They are scoring more this season, so 5 times they've scored over 100 points. The problem is they've conceded over 100 points on 4 occasions. They're missing Jack Higgins, who's their leading goal scorer this season with 17 goals, 6. And Mitch Owens, their number 2. So Higgins finished last season with 46, Mitch Owens with 35. And then you throw in Liam Ryan out with a calf injury, Nasai out with a calf injury. They're 1 week away. Mitch Owen hopefully a week away. The unknown is Max King. Can they get him back to the player, which they'd love to build a forward line around him? And probably Jack Higgins is still 3 to 4 weeks away. So
yeah, well, those 3 or 4 guys you mentioned, they're their talent, their class, aren't they? So they're the ones who, yes, they predominantly play forward, outside and side plays everywhere, but they're your goal kickers. So if you're going to take out the top 2 goal kickers out of any team, you're going to struggle, let alone St Kilda. So, and you take out Nasai out of that as well from last year with those 2 goal kickers, and that's their cherry on top. So the ability to make those inside 50s count when a ball gets in there, it's like, well, who's their barometer tonight? Who's going to be able to take the game by the scruff of the neck? They need to have some contributors across the board if they're going to get close to Hawthorn.
Yeah, I think without watching a game a minute of the game, it'll be St Kilda. This is a lesson in work rate, and that's what Hawthorn will show them tonight.
So they're 3 players. Jack Sinclair's averaging just under 30 disposals a game. Hugo Garcia leads the clearances by up to 20 past Max Hall. He's had 65 for the season, and Max Hall's the number 2 clearance player. So he's gone from the forward 50 into the middle to try and change the dynamic. But look at Tom DeConing, look at Rowan Marshall. It's a lot of the money spent in the rucks, and they've got Reeves and Meek on the other side, and Chol who can go through at stages as well. So they've got to get the game played on their terms, St Kilda, to be any chance.
Their clearance numbers are incredible this year, the Saints. So they've only lost the clearance count in 1 game. So 9 wins, 1 was level, and the other one that they only one that they've lost. So that's how it breaks down this year. And one area of the game, we talk about it every week, the area of the game in which it feels like this is going to be decided tonight. Of course, the week started off with the tragic news of the passing of Neil Danaher. Of course, not just a much-loved figure in football, but a much cherished and an iconic Australian, the 2025 Australian of the Year. And before every single game this weekend, there's going to be a moment's silence for him at the start. Here's Hamish McLaughlin.
We all lost a friend this week and suddenly things feel less without him. So tonight we pay tribute to a great Australian, Neil Danaher. Over the last 13 years, we're inspired by a man whose courage in the face of adversity turned one of life's greatest challenges into a movement for all of us to be a part of. Neil transformed personal suffering into national hope and collective action. And almost impossible to do, he united the football community. And then he went further and united a country. He showed us how to live a life filled with purpose and, importantly, without complaint. And he showed a little from many can change the world. Some people leave their mark on the game. Neil left his mark on humanity. So, as we pause for a moment's silence, we say, thank you, Neil. Your leadership and legacy and your impact will be felt for generations to come. And so, in Neil's words, and for Neil, and for those in need, play on.
What a great Australian he was. 3 incredible acts in public life for Neil Danaher. First of all, as a player for the Essendon Football Club, where he showed all the fighting qualities we're familiar with in his latter stages in his battle with motor neuron disease. Then, of course, as the coach of the Melbourne Football Club. And then finally, his greatest act in public life for near 13 years with his battle with motor neuron disease. And the money that he raised in that particular time, over $115 million to fight motor neuron disease, passing away at the start of the week, Neil Danaher of Valet. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call it. Our number one picks, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. And I'm pleased to say our near 400-game umpire, man who's officiated in 3 grand finals. He's, of course, the best boundary rider in the business today. With us on ABC Sport, his name's Razor Ray Chamberlain. G'day, Ray.
Hey, Corb. How are we doing this evening?
We are very well up here. You got the late call-up. You're ordinarily with us on Saturday afternoon. You're here on a Thursday night. How's your week been?
No, we've been. It's been a week to sort of reflect. Really, I had a fortunate to be part of the Big Freeze one year, and it coincided with a family loss for us. And I just want to highlight just how the kindness, not just from Neil and Beck and the family, but the broader Fight MND family. They are a very tight group of humans who are doing incredible work and punch well above their weight. And my reflection was of kindness, and that was something that Neil always represented. So, mate, my week's been one of reflection in that sense, and it reminded me of my cousin. So it was a good week in that sense for me personally, but obviously one of reflection and sadness for the rest of us.
One takeaway from the slide and the experience, Ray, that stays with you beyond that, the actual experience of going down and making the plunge?
There were 2 things. There was one, everyone was nervous, and that included Gil McLaughlin, who had 2 different outfits and he didn't know which one to wear. He was so nervous, and Croft was just banging on and hammering him all the time before he finally landed on his selection. And then, of course, Neil, who was challenged in terms of his verbal communication, was able to still gather us all in, eyeball us, and said to us all, it's showtime.
Perfect words. Thank you, Ray. Ray Chamberlain throughout the night. He'll be able to tell us what's going on the benches, as well as, of course, give us a steer on the men in green, Rosebery, Williamson, Toner and Wallace, the men in charge this evening. We're ready to go. The day that the Hawthorn fans have been waiting to come. Their number 12 is back. It is the Hawks and the Saints as we launch into round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. You're with Matt Clinch.
The 27th Blue Ribbon Cup taking place, and it's the opening tap going the way of the Saints, and Hall gets a hand pass away. Sinclair through the middle of the ground for the Saints, up towards the 50. Mason Wood got underneath the footy, it gets to the back, where Jarman Impey gathers for the Hawks. Hand pass to Captain Sicily, feeds it to Battle in the back pocket, and now the hand pass to Hardwick, the hero in the forward 50 last week. Back to Sicily, it kicks up to Ginnivan. He marks it right half back for the Hawks. Hawthorn in predominantly their white strip and shorts this afternoon tonight. As Jack Ginnivan's going to switch it back inside defensive 50. On the bounce to Battle. Gets the Bronx cheers against his former side. As he runs at Caminiti and looks for an option through the middle of the ground. He tries to thread the needle. Impey has to bring it down against Hall. Hand pass to Newcomb and now to McKenzie. Almost slips over through the pressure of Garcia. Gets it back to Carl Amon. And kicks out to the captain Sicily at half-back.
There's an unusual choice, isn't it? The clash strip tonight. Sicily looks out of corridor, finds McKenzie. Hand pass away to Amon. Amon, ugly kick inside 50. Got to Reeves on the hop. Hand pass back to McKenzie. Dabs a kick further forward. Clean half volley pickup. Handball away from Lewis to Gunston. Worried out of it. Taru intercepts. Handball away towards Sinclair. Floats a kick to the wing, but it'll turn out okay. And Wilson marks for the Saints. St Kilda in their home strip. The columns down the front, the red, white and black. The black shorts. Kicks down the wing. Gives it to Burns, who kicks down the wing. Looking for Caminiti. Started forward. No mark. Falls to Newcomb. Newcomb with a bullet-like pass looking for Watson. Spills out of his grasp. O'Connell scoops it up. Handball away to Wilson. He kicks laterally. And Sinclair on the back flank. Switching play out to Silvani. Oh, some indecision. Scholl comes to close him down. Kicks hurriedly out wide and finds his intended target in young Banfield, who marks there on that boundary line city side.
It's been a weird start, this.
Hasn't it just? Wants to move it in the middle of the ground where Sinclair takes the mark and chip it over the top, and Garcia has it. Sinclair around the back, so he draws Dylan Moore, gives a hand pass away. Jack Sinclair long inside 50. Caminiti in from the side. It clears everyone. And at the very back, James Sicily takes the mark.
Just a game of keepings off, really, at the moment. No stoppages, what to see, and just the ball flowing around.
Hawks have won their last 7 at Dockland. Sicily long up towards half-back. That's a beautiful kick. That finds Massimo D'Ambrosio. Hard against the boundary line. He wants to move it up to Scholl. He's got a couple of metres. Dropped the mark as he had Silvani beaten. Wilkie comes in, knocks it away. Flanders' hand pass a little loose. Silvani has to go back after it. Watson lays the tackle. Spills out. Ginnivan's hand pass over the top to Watson. Run down Ward. Great chase from Hill. Kept alive though by Moore. Cuts an angle in the left forward pocket and beautifully delivers it to Jack Gunston, who leads into space and marks in the left forward pocket.
Well, Clinchy, I said trouble there if Scholl had taken that ball cleanly, because they had Gunston all by himself. And Alex Taru looked at him and then did not want to go anywhere near him. Moore had all the time in the world just to drop that onto his chest.
He's missed the last 2. Jack Gunston, he opens up the angle and resumes proceedings. Back in the AFL side and back kicking goals, which is something to be revelled at 34 years of age. The opening goal of the match, the way of the Hawks through Jack Gunston. They're 1 straight 6 to St Kilda yet to score. 3 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Well, beautiful kick, and we know that from Jack Gunston, but he must be thinking, well, is there any danger of anyone getting anywhere near me?
Because he doesn't shower pre-game, mustn't. He stinks.
He just ran back towards goal and just had 15, 20 metres of space the whole time, and it's just as easy as you like, really. So, I mean, just pay some more attention to the bloke who's an All-Australian full forward.
31 goals on the year now for Jack Gunston. Not a bad return, is it, on the back of his All-Australian blazer last year, the second one in his career. Flynn Perez, the late in, by the way, comes in for Connor Nash, the only late change. Watson hit it at speed, couldn't trap it. Garcia intercepts for St Kilda. Handball out to Hall. He's got it on the logo of that City wing. Heads down to half forward with the kick. Arriving late, Caminiti. Hands to it, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Weddle trying to extract it for the Hawks. Knocks it further afield. Back on at Hall. He's tackled, taken out of play. And a throw-in. This is a bit of shared heritage between these two teams. Clinchy mentioned the booze for Battle already. Max Hall is out of Box Hill, so got a connection there. And, of course, Bradley Hills won the 3 premierships with the Hawks, long time ago now.
So Koenig tries to reach over the top of Reeves, but it comes down to Newcomb. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio from half-back, a high ball up the wing. Scholl can't get a run at it. Silvani dropped the mark, trying to take the chest mark. They try to wrestle it away from Marby or Scholl, and the umpire will ball it up.
They also used to share Waverley Park back in the day.
Yes, how iconic was that?
Cal Wilkie alongside Jack Gunston, so no roll for the Hawks against Wilkie. Silvani's alongside Mitch Lewis as from the stoppage. It's taken away by Newcomb. Feeds the hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Inside 50. Up comes Gunston once more. And leads Wilkie to the footy. He marks directly in front, 40 metres out from goal. And he missed the last 2 weeks with a foot injury. He has not missed a beat.
Well, that's just a beautiful kick. So I don't think you can stop that as a full-back. So it's either stand in front and not know where your man is if you're Jack Gunston, or it's get on his back shoulder. But that kick across the body from D'Ambrosio, that was a leap.
You can hear the roar as Will Day makes his return for 2026, and Jack Gunston continues that as the Hawthorn fans rise once more. They have the opening 2 goals of the match. The Hawks 2 straight 12 to St Kilda yet to score. 6 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, we asked the question, didn't we? Would you send someone to Cal Wilkie, and made the point. There's like, no, let's just see whether their forwards, their key forwards, can make him accountable. And so far, we've seen where Cal Wilkie, the first one, tried to come up to support the contest. Marby or Chol drops the mark, but they are able to win it. Gunston gets out the back. Taru doesn't cover him off. That one was just all about forward craft, wasn't it? And Jack Gunston, you know, if you're going to try and take front position, as soon as you turn your head, away he goes. And that's exactly what happened there. Cal Wilkie just lost him. You've got to play him almost back shoulder and just keep pushing him.
And no pressure from the source, from the St Kilda mid. So the ball just walks straight out the front door for the Hawks, and you're in pain.
Is it the right matchup?
I think it is.
It is.
Play behind.
Yep. Reeves palms it down to Will Day, who's tackled, taken to ground by McRae. Good news is he gets straight back up. Hands the ball to the umpire, Will Day, the Hawks number 12 on his return. Reeves palms it down. This is McDonald who's locked up, taken to ground. And do it all again. Will Day's just missed so much footy, only his 6th game in the last 2 years. Problems with his foot and then the shoulder this year. First game of the season comes in round 12. He hits it here and his walls close in and he's tackled.
So can't help himself.
Just looking towards the full forward line for the Hawks. Jack Gunston right on the goal line.
Last game of AFL footy for Will Day, round 21 last year against Adelaide. Free kick for a hole going the way of Reeves against De Koning. That's that space that Hawthorn leave for Jack Gunston. As Reeves gets a hand pass around the back to Impey, who drives it in that direction. Mitch Lewis competes at ground level. Got it down. Connor McDonald can't gather. Clearing kick in the end by Carroll up towards halfback. Well done by Mason Wood to bring it down. Caminiti can't gather. Weddle can for the Hawks. Hand pass just a little too sharp in the end for D'Ambrosio. Ginnivan goes back in there. Hand pass away to D'Ambrosio. High kick into the pocket. Taru's in front. Couldn't get it. Gunston knocks it on. Watson racing after it, but runs out of room in the left forward pocket. A throw in for the Hawks. They've done all the attacking through the opening 8 minutes. It's Hawthorn 2 straight 12 to St Kilda yet to score.
Some ominous signs here, Murph, I think.
Yeah, it's looking ugly.
Did you go to Waverley much back in the day, Murph?
I did. Couldn't find your car on the way out too. That being a kid walking around the car parking lot.
Reeves palms it down. Gunston soccers it away. Second time toe poked forward by Lewis. He misses. Now to the left and behind. So a minor score. First one of the night. 2-1 to yet to score. 8 minutes into the opening term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, our analysts.
Sinclair out of defence, long up towards Keeler at half-back. Dylan Moore did well, slapped it on. Ginnivan trying to gather it. He's tackled by Banfield. D'Ambrosio fires a hand pass forward. Got it to Moore. Hand pass comes back to him. He's tackled by Darcy Wilson. No prior opportunity in the eyes of the umpire. And he'll ball it up at left half forward for the Hawks.
My lasting memory of Waverley will always be the space behind the goals. Remember there used to always be like a ridiculous amount of room between the fence and the goal line?
I'm a bit with Murph. The car park is sort of what sticks with me. Ward lays the tackle. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Shower heads, mate. Yes. They're the size of the biggest dinner plates you've ever seen.
Hawthorn by 13 points. It spills off hands and Winhager races after it, not before it rolls out of play.
You wouldn't have to run around in there to get wet, Razor.
Mate, proper drenched.
You wouldn't have done many games out there, Ray. Surely that predates your career.
That was pre-AFL. That was VFL, right. And it was a punish.
Jeez. I was about to say, it was about the time Docklands came along that Waverley disappeared from the AFL landscape as De Koning grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it down the wing. Keeler shot a hand pass out straight to Battle. Hawks back with it. Handball in front of D'Ambrosio. And that's a last disposal free going Saints way. Jack McRae's going to get it. Hawks by 13. We're 10 minutes in. This is Saturday, it's not Saturday night, it's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. How am I going? Retreat goes back. I don't even work Saturday night footy. The kick goes back to Taru.
Going back to COVID times with me and Beach.
Taru into the centre square, finds O'Connell. Just repeating that late change, Flynn Perez comes in. Oh, handball away there from O'Connell to Sinclair. Shanks the kick, goes to his fellow co-captain. Connor Nash, the man out with a neck injury. Wilkie, hand pass away to Silvani, kicks down the wing, hand on it from Hardwick, not to be, falls through to Reeves, handball to Day. Day shoots it out wide to Nan in his second game. Hand pass away to Impey, to Day. Hawks keeping possession but retreating. Away to Ward. His handball to Impey. Handball back to Nan, who turns and kicks down the wing. Turnover, and Marshall takes the intercept mark for the Saints.
Well, Marshall thought about going backwards. He stepped off his line, so now he might have to as he sends it back to O'Connell. Just blinks the lights out of his eyes as he takes the mark at centre half back. Inside 50s, 6-2 the way of the Hawks early. O'Connell's played on. Ginnivan came running at him. Finds a good options. He kicks it into the middle of the ground. And Carroll takes the mark. Over the top to Brad Hill. Now the run of Sinclair. They break through the middle of Docklands. Long kick inside 50. Marshall can't get a fly at it. Keilor brought it down. Onto it Hall. Trying to burst his way through. He's tackled and brought down. Holding the ball. And a great chase there. Josh Weddle got him. We saw him save 3 goals last week against the Adelaide Crows, and he wins one here in the back pocket for the Hawks. Hawthorn by 13 points.
Turned 22 on Monday, Josh Weddle. Had a good fortnight of footy. Runs to half-back, kicks down the wing. Meek had a fair piece of it. No mark. Spills to Lewis. Got to contend with Marshall. Hand pass away to McKenzie. Runs back to the outer corridor. Kicks down the middle, and he's Guinea. With his peroxide blonde hair, Ginnivan further inside 50, more the target, broken up by Wilson on the way through. Saints win it back, Sinclair to Carroll, handball away to Taru. Had lots of circle work, very few stoppages in this opening few minutes or so. 2 goals already on the board for the Hawks as the Saints go long to the wing, but they've turned it over. Hawthorn back the other way, D'Ambrosio. Got it from McDonald, gives a handball over to Ginnivan. Guinea's kick, ugly, back inside the forward 50. Picked up by Lewis, ragdolled in the tackle, taken to ground after he got rid of it. Hawks wanted a free, not forthcoming. In the end, it's toe poked out of play, last touch by the Hawks. Free kick for Henry and the Saints at half-back. We're 12 minutes in, Hawthorn 13, St Kilda yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Henry at half-back, chips it into Taru. He looks to try and switch it inside defensive 50. Cal Wilkie has 15 to 20 metres all on his own. So he takes the mark, the co-captain, and bounces his way out of defence. Gets the left half back. Kicks out for Silvani. He'll have to stretch, and he gets a fingertip to it. And it goes out of play for a throw-in. It's hard work for the Saints, just trying to transition out of defence at the moment. Hawthorn by 13 points.
Yeah, they're struggling to get it over halfway, and then when they do get an opportunity forward of centre, they're just bombing it in and hoping for the best, but just really struggling to link up.
Saints have been good starters over the last month. They've led at quarter time in their last 4 matches. As Connor McDonald gets a hand pass away to Nan, who tries to drill it up to Will Day. Pinched away by Sinclair for St Kilda to Filippo. One-on-ones further afield. Keeler tries to knock it down, but Sicily got hands to it. Has Battle for support. Hasn't gathered it yet. Battle knocks it back to Sicily. Trying to get a knock onto it. Caminiti. The reinforcements arrive. Caminiti gets a hand pass out to Keeler. Hand pass to Garcia. To Mason Wood, only 15 out from home. Filippo had it, lost it. Tackled. Spills out. Umpire says he wasn't in possession. And the tackle from Will Day in the end lingered, and that's what the free kick is for. Not a great deal in it, to be fair. And Mateus Filippo from almost directly in front, 15 out. A chance to kick the Saints first.
Yeah, no, Filippo just looked like he was going to grab the ball, and Day was straight onto him, but just fumbled the ball when it came to him, and that cost Day really in the end, who you get an opportunity out of a fumble.
2 goals last week against the Dockers as Filippo comes in, starts it right and leaves it out there. A golden opportunity goes begging. Just the 4th inside 50 for St Kilda to 7 at Hawthorn on the other end. Can't be leaving those chances out there. The Hawks by 12 points, 14 minutes in.
9 goals, 11 for the year now for Mateus Filippo. Sicily marks the kick out, goes back to Amon. Amon to the back pocket with it for Bailey McDonald, who kicks out of defence up to Cam Nan, who is in front, the second gamer, and he's getting a free for it. Burns just grabbing his jumper without the footy.
Just a bit sloppy at the Hawks at the moment, aren't they? They're
just flirting a bit with it.
Yeah, flirting like a cat playing with their food.
Nan goes back to Amon. Amon on the switch. Long kick out towards that City wing, and Mark taken up there against the boundary line by another one of the newcomers, Flynn Perez, who's the late inclusion for Connor Nash. Goes back to Sicily, short kick to Ward. Nash, by the way, out with neck soreness. It's the reason he's not playing. Short kick up the middle to Connor McDonald. His namesake Bailey McDonald also in the team tonight. The man they call the Croc. He goes laterally with the kick and finds Sicily, who's still got it. City wing. Hawks by 2 goals. We're 15 minutes in.
75-47. The disposals the way the Hawks. They're happy to control the tempo up towards half forward. In the end, Battle can't keep it alive. It crossed the boundary line, so a lasso free kick. And Cooper Sharman will take it for the Saints, but he's across half back. Turns and comes inboard to Flanders. Hawthorn leading by 12 points, 2-1-13. To the Saints, 1 behind. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jack Gunston booted the opening 2 goals of the match. He's now just 2 goals behind Ben King in the race for the Coleman. Up towards Jack McRae, who leads up and marks at right half back. He spots something in the middle of the ground. He's keen to bite off it. Don't get to Hugo Garcia, and Newcomb takes it. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Away to Carl Lamont. Over the top to Will Day. They run the gauntlet to Battle, who gets inside 50. Eyes the big sticks and kicks off line to the right. He had the option of trying to spot up Mitch Lewis inside the forward 50. Decided to go himself. It's Hawthorn who lead by 13 points.
Gee, would have loved that, wouldn't he, against the old team?
He would have. I reckon he might have almost had a handball received too. Try Newcomb, maybe just an easier one, but once you get the big sticks in your eyesight.
Wilkie on the kick out, goes long out towards half back, knocked away by the Hawks, straight down to Meek. He gives a handball to Ginnivan, high half forward, kicks inside 50, Chol. Had Silvani's pressure all over him, and Chol hung onto it anyway. Left half forward, he'll kick from 50 out.
I'll tell you what, it's a very delicate kick from Ginnivan. So you hardly ever see someone kick the ball like that. He's just almost tumble punted it towards Chol's area. He certainly saw him there.
Yeah, non-preferred.
Non-preferred. It's over about 25, 30 metres, but just saw the advantage of Chol there, standing with height. Silvani tried to come in and spoil, but
it's a ballsy kick, isn't it? Because that turns over, it goes back the other end.
That's old counter-attack City, isn't it?
Yeah.
You miss it there, it goes straight back in your face.
He's also in the negative on the scoring shots this year, 8 goals, 10. Casual approach, as we've come to expect, and a superb finish. Mabior Chol does the job. 3-2 to 1 behind. The Hawks with the first 3. 17 minutes in, it's a 19-point spread. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
If you watch Mabior Chol there, that was almost the equivalent of Steph Curry shooting it and then looking around. He knew that straight off the boot. He's just given that the little double fist pump. But I really admire that. He's got a high IQ, Jack Ginnivan. His ability to see things open up on the ground and give his players and teammates the best opportunity. That's happened in a split second. Oh, there's Mabior Chol. He's got a mismatch. He's got Jack Sinclair there, and then it comes Jack Silvani trying to come over the top.
He's very quick to scan what's around him, isn't he? And
very
pull the trigger on it.
Not the quickest by foot, but certainly his mind works a lot quicker than most others.
Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy with you for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks with a promising start. Meek wins down the tap and then goes racing after it. Lays the tackle on Hall, spills out to Connor McDonald, to Newcomb, dodging and weaving in the middle of the ground. Hand pass away to Bailey McDonald, who now links up with Connor McDonald. Not a great kick. Ward can't take the mark. Carroll now has to try and wrestle it away from him. And the umpire will ball it up between the centre circles and centre half forward for the Hawks. They lead by 19 points. The inside 50 is continuing to grow, 9-4 the way of the Hawks. As Connor McDonald kicks a high ball inside 50. Going back with a flightless Nan. Can't take the mark off hands. It's gathered by D'Ambrosio. He's tackled and brought down by O'Connell. Henry gathers to the Saints. Gets the hand pass away. Windhager over the top. Philippo run down. Carl Lamont with a great tackle. D'Ambrosio takes it back to Carl Lamont over the top to Nan. Hand pass to the run, McKenzie. 50 out, chips it towards the goal square. Dylan Moore the target. Byrne tangles with him. Moore back onto it. Trying to get a hand pass away to Mabior Chol. He loses it. And Ryan Burns gets it out to Hill. And the Saints are out of defence.
Hill off the back flank, kicks down the wing, skids its way through towards Sharman, who collects, gives a handball away to Hall. Hand pass to the wing for Marshall. Some indecision with not a heap up ahead. Just puts it in front of Hall. Battle in the other direction, comes to intercept. Well done by Josh Battle. Hand pass away towards Meek. Hawks the other way. Perez runs into trouble. Handball to Moore. Moore's caught, lost it. Saints win it. Just forward of the wing. De Koning. Hand pass to Hall. Skids a kick down to half forward. There's a whistle on the play. There's a free kick. He's pushed in the motion of kicking, so Max Hall will get it.
Terrible.
No downfield free. Didn't like that, Lids?
Us Razor. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Ray?
You pushed him in the back, so that's a free kick.
Right.
Downfield free or happy with it on the spot?
No, well, if it affects the kick hasn't gone, has it?
Okay, I like it. As Carroll puts it inside 50 now, and Filippo hitting up takes the mark in that channel at right half forward.
I'm not as upset with the decision to pay because he's pushed him in the back. It's the dumb decision to push him in the back in the first place. It's not worth it.
We did set it up off the top, Ray, about Murph and Lids, and if you came across them at all in your travels in the umpiring game, any memorable stories where... We'll just wait for this kick, whether the boys had any direct feedback that maybe stick in the memory, as Filippo, to try and make up for his earlier miss, hits the post to behind. What do you got for me, Ray?
Corbett, it was another time, and I don't think we apply a 2026 lens to 2009 behaviours. I might have given back as much as I got.
3-goal lead for the Hawks, 21 minutes in.
Talking about Murph, obviously.
Sicily long out of defence. Taru makes the spoil and it goes out of play. Lids was quite happy to dob himself in. He gave as good as he got.
I mean, I would have been getting dagged around every stoppage.
Hawthorn by 18 points. They've kept the opening 3 goals of the match. 2 through Jack Gunston, 1 through Marbiel Chol. Roll Marshall tries to throw a boot at a boundary throw in. Got it forward. Bailey McDonald overran the footy. Chance for Kilda. Hand pass away to Wilson. Nowhere for Garcia to go. As John Newcomb lays the tackle, a ball up 45 metres out from St Kilda's goal.
Reeves reaching over the top, wins the hit out. Suckered forward out of all of that by Amon. Oh, big collision. Perez and Burns, and in the end, a free kick's going to go to Burns. As Perez in one direction, Burns put his head over the top of it and earns himself a free kick. And Burns will kick into a crowded forward 50, spots a bit of space free. Keeler hitting up, drops the mark. Did the hard work, created the space, spilt it. Bailey McDonald, hand pass back into dispute, and the outer zone umpire spots a free. I think it's another high tackle, and it's going
against Hill
to Bailey McDonald, who gets it deep in defence, goes short to Ward. So Hawthorn in their D50, up by 3 goals, 22 minutes in.
Switches to Josh Battle, who marks at right half back against his former side. Had a shot on goal early. Out to Cam Nan, playing in his second game. Tries to send it up the wing. D'Ambrosio had it spoiled away from him. Barfield getting across, sees it out of play. Right in front of Ray Chamberlain.
For what it's worth, Murph gave me the biggest bake ever in his first year. It was my first Friday night game ever. I copped it. I'm the only person in Australia who didn't see the free kick. And I had to apologise, and I said, I made a mistake. I've moved on. And Murph, I'll let you know, the geese loved that I was so honest. I think it might have helped me out in the end.
Do you remember that?
No. Hawthorn Carlton Friday night. Murph was very young.
There you go.
McKenzie kicks the Hawks up to half forward. Flanders ran onto it, little fumble. Hand pass to Carroll, in a problem now. Tackled by Will Day. And he locks it up at half forward for the Hawks. It shows you it lives in the memory of the umpires. But for you, Murph, it was just a fleeting comment.
Razor's one of my favourites. Good character in the game.
Now he's squaring up. Reeves tangles with Rowan Marshall, spills out to Carroll through traffic, jags it on his boot, a tumbling ball up the wing, Caminiti underneath it, Sicily rises but made contact, chopping the arms, and a free kick going the Saints' way as Caminiti has it between wing and half forward. Tom DeConey's gone to full forward. Caminiti turns into the middle of the ground and spots up Carroll for the Saints.
Carroll from one side of the centre square to the other. Silvani marks low down. 23.5 minutes in, 3-goal lead for the Hawks. That's an ugly kick. Favoured Perez more than anyone. He's able to spoil it down, and the Hawks intercept. Day away towards Bailey McDonald to Amon. Hand pass further forward to Connor McDonald. Back to his namesake as Bailey McDonald. Ugly kick inside 50. Might yet work. Gunston collects. Wilkie tackles. Ump says I'll have it. And a stoppage inside the forward 50 for the Hawks.
Yeah, I think the experienced player would have lowered his eyes a little bit more there. Composed himself, found Marbiel Chol.
Saints were outnumbered 2. Marshall got it down to Darcy Wilson. Hand pass to Byrne. Hurries a kick up towards half-back. Ginnivan should get there first. Has to deal with Filippo. Hand pass back to Weddle. Back to Jarman MP. Back to Weddle. He veers around on his right. Kicks into the middle of the ground, and Sicily marks. In the short sleeves tonight. It's a quick 1-2 with Cam McKenzie, and now looks to reload. Inside 50 in the direction of Nano. Has to spoil it down against 2 Saints. McRae's hand pass missed the target, and Watson's onto it. The Wizard cuts it towards goal. A bouncing ball awkwardly. Byrne had to deal with it. And Ryan Burns gathers in the back pocket, chips it over the top. O'Connell had to deal with Watson coming charging in. He marks in the left back pocket.
It's Watson's man. He's got the runaround job with the Wizard tonight. Liam O'Connell, the Irishman. Goes all the way back with the kick to Burns. He's going to go long out towards the city side. Targets Marshall, hands to it. Perez did well to break it up. In fact, he didn't do well enough. He gives away a free.
Oh, wow.
There's an absolute wounded duck back inboard. Butchers that, Marshall, but it got to Windhager. Turns and kicks long down the wing. Hands on it from Caminiti. Spills off his fingertips and out of play. Ump says spin it in. City wing, 18-point lead for the Hawks. 3 goals to zip.
Feels as though there's been a few more wounded ducks than usual tonight. Yeah. Been probably the 4 or 5, really, but I feel the Saints are starting to work their way back into it. They've settled the game a little bit now. Now they just need to hit the scoreboard.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport Thursday night footy. Marshall wins down the tap, stripped of it. Was Windhager trying to bust his way through. Will Day creatively got a kick forward. I don't know how he got that to his boot. And Connor McDonald marks. Hand pass to McKenzie between wing and half forward. Marbiel Chol leads up and he marks on his chest. Gunson looks to move against Wilkie. Chol takes on Silvani on the mark and dances around him. Kicks into the pocket. Man, the target can't take the mark. Sinclair brought it down. Connor McDonald tried to spin through. Failed to make contact with his boot. And is penalised holding the ball. Good second effort from Cal Wilkie, the co-captain, to win the ball back for the Saints in the right back pocket. Kicks to Banfield. Drew's boy drops the mark but has enough time to gather. To Flanders, a little slow from him as well, up towards Mason Wood. Weddle makes the spoil. Hall tries to wrestle outnumbered. And Jai Newcomb's happy to concede it over the boundary line. And right half forward for the Hawks. They're 3-2-20 to St Kilda, 2 behinds. 26 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport.
Your thoughts throughout the night? 0437 774 774. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, our number 1 picks, as always on a Thursday night. The boundary throw-in. Reeves, tackled, dispossessed, spills down towards Windhager, kick smothered, ends up down the wing, dock side. Amon had it, lost it in the tackle, falls to Wood, tumbles a kick forward for the Saints. Marshall and Sicily in a tangle. Free kick going the Saints' way. Filippo takes the advantage, puts it in front of Garcia's got Impey to deal with. Garcia outnumbered, a couple of Hawks come to support. Ball comes out, Battle should collect. He can't quite trap it, got a handball out to Impey. His hand pass ended up out of play, and the ump goes, that's all okay, spin it in. And the Saints are going to get a look at it here before quarter time. Clock stops with 20 seconds remaining. Forward 50 stoppage for the Saints. They're goalless in the term. It's Hawthorn who led it by 18.
Ball spinning back in. Reeves in front of De Koning. Reeves knocks it down towards Weddle. Darcy Wilson lays the tackle with Filippo, and the umpire will ball it up. Still 45 metres out from St Kilda's goal. Just the 2 behinds next to their name. Hawthorn 3-2-20. De Koning beautifully gets it down. On the move, the shot towards goal is going to be denied just on the goal line as getting back Josh Battle cuts it off from the Darcy Wilson shot on goal and releases the run of James Sicily, who gets to half back, and then the siren rings out for quarter time. The Saints still goalless in the opening term while Hawthorn put on 3 goals. They're 3-2-20 to 2 behind. So an 18-point lead at quarter time. Jack Gunson with 2 goals and Marbiel Chol with the other goal scored.
It's pretty easy reading. Your thoughts, by the way, on the SMS 0437 774 774. Mention the shared heritage. Murph, you were quick to point out that they were, of course, co-tenants out at Waverley Park back in the day, which we love. Yep. The guys that are out there tonight, so Bradley Hill, 3 premierships for the Hawks, now, of course, playing with the Saints. Incredibly, he's actually played more games for St Kilda than he has at any of his previous 2 clubs. So played 95 with the Hawks, 54 with Fremantle, and now this is his 140th game as a Saint. Josh Battle's in his 2nd game against his old team, 2nd season, of course, as a Hawk. Carl Amon's mum is a staffer at St Kilda, so she works there as the Indigenous Development Manager, so she actually works for St Kilda, and yet Carl's obviously playing tonight for the Hawks. And Max Hall was playing for Box Hill and then got picked up out of essentially Hawthorn's affiliate team in the VFL to play for the Saints.
What about coaches?
Coaches is a good point.
Have you got one off the top of your head?
How far back are you going?
Not too far back.
Okay.
Probably won 3 flags or 4 flags with Hawthorn as assistant coach.
Yeah.
And is now at St Kilda.
Damien Carroll?
No. Brendan Bolton.
Brendan Bolton. Yes, that's good. I think Damien Carroll is there as well.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. Got that one as well. I was thinking Alan Jeans, way back. Oh, yeah. Premiership coach, of course, the only one in St Kilda's history. Throw in a few of these other names. Big Boy McAvoy, played for both teams.
Yep. Spider Everett.
Spider Everett. Spider Everett's a great one. I love that. Brent Guerra.
Yes.
Played for both teams as well as Port Adelaide, of course. Shane Savage.
Did too. Did Joel Smith start Did he play for both?
Oh,
did he start at St Kilda and then go to...
Play a couple of games with the Saints?
I think he might have.
I'll fact check that one.
Maybe not.
Zach Dawson, of course,
Yes.
as well as
Big
playing for Fremantle. And then Russell Green, who made the switch and then ended up winning premierships, of course, for the Hawks after many years at St Kilda. If you want to contribute to that, you can. 0437 774 774. Rich from Ocean Grove, I'd love to know Razor's rating for the best and worst umpires' rooms around the AFL. We'll give Ray that one on notice, Rich. I'll come back to you on that. So we'll get Ray's best and worst umpires' change rooms in the competition. Hawks by 3 goals. The thoughts of Murph and Leeds coming up next. We're back in 30 seconds. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Adventure awaits little ears with free audiobooks.
Most intriguing.
Like the 13-story Treehouse.
How do you turn this thing off?
And The Wind in the Willows.
The best stories in the world.
Find free audiobooks for little ears on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ginnivan's hand pass over the top to Watson. Run down Ward. Great chase from Hill. Kept alive though by Moore. Cuts an angle in the left forward pocket and beautifully delivers it to Jack Gunston, who leads into space and marks in the left forward pocket. He opens up the angle and resumes proceedings. Back at the AFL side and back kicking goals. It's taken away by Newcomb. Feeds the hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Inside 50. Out comes Gunston once more. And leads Wilkie to the footy. He marks directly in front, 40 metres out from goal. And he missed the last 2 weeks with a foot injury. He has not missed a beat. You can hear the roar as Will Day makes his return for 2026. And Jack Gunston continues that as the Hawthorn fans rise once more. They have the opening 2 goals of the match.
He gives a handball to Ginnivan. High half forward. Kicks inside 50. Joel had Silvani's pressure all over him and Joel hung onto it anyway. Left half forward. He'll kick from 50 out. Casual approach, as we've come to expect, and a superb finish. Mabior Chol does the job.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Joel Smith played 58 games for St Kilda. You're all over it, Leeds. No, I wasn't anticipating it was going to be so many. So 58 for the Saints before playing 163 with the Hawks, and of course a dual All-Australian. He'll be listening, I'm sure, Joel Smith.
He will be.
Shout out to you tuned in tonight and wherever you are as well on ABC Sport. Thursday Night Footy, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Here's our number 1 picks with their thoughts on that opening term. The Hawks by 3 goals. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Bit of a tough watch, that first quarter, Murph.
Wasn't the greatest exponent of AFL football, I don't think, that first quarter. It was both sides really just kicking the ball around, and there wasn't much heat on the ball whatsoever, was it? So we're discussing just in the break then, well, Hawthorn were just sort of just going through the motions a little bit. But when you're coming up against an opposition who's sitting off you and allowing you just to kick the ball around, you've got to play the game that's in front of you, don't you?
Yep.
So wasn't many stoppages at all, really, in that first quarter. The ball was just going from one end to the other. The Saints started to get going that last 5 minutes. Their pressure started to build, and they started to get the ball inside 50. But yeah, the Hawks have certainly controlled that first quarter.
Well, they controlled possession, but they kicked it at 67%, which a lot of kicks where you'd expect them to hit. And you can understand now why they're going for that a little bit extra class through the midfield, because that's what breaks the game open for them and allows them to go forward and finish their work. When they miss those kicks, it invites the pressure and allows St Kilda to get back in. They go back the other way. Yes, the Hawks, they're great defensively, so then they win it back again and they build up the footy. They've dominated essentially in terms of controlling the ball, but they haven't put the Saints away.
If they were polished, there was probably 3 or 4 inside 50 kicks that should have ended up in marks and shots on goal for the Hawks if they were right on tonight. And I don't think it's really a personnel thing than what they've got out there. I think it's purely just not really being on edge tonight and
maybe
just almost sitting back. And
I feel like we've seen that with the Hawks though most of the year. I don't feel like
you think they flirt with it a bit. You think they flirt with it a little bit?
I'm not sure about whether it's flirting or whether this is why I go to the personnel side of things, because I think it is what they've got some guys in there that can't kick it that well and they fumble a little bit, and that's why it's just that they're lacking that little bit of polish maybe. But I might be completely wrong.
Yeah. Can you turn around a bad kicking night?
It all comes down to work and reps, doesn't it? But we've seen a number of, you called it, wounded ducks tonight, but then but from both teams as well. I don't know whether Grippo is still a thing anymore, but I used to lather in it to make sure that you didn't fumble because it was too hard to get a hold of the footy, Murph, to then just drop it.
Had to counteract your oil on your arm.
That's so fair. It's only the second time all year the Saints have trailed at quarter time. They've been a fast-starting team. They're goalless. Hawks out of the middle to start the second term. Newcombe to Watson. Handball away to Ward. Kicks deep inside forward 50. Taru back with the flight. Spills it. Hawks win it. Gunston, goals.
That's better.
Make it 3 for Jack. The Hawks have their fourth. And they stretch this one out early in the second. 4-2 to 2 behinds. We are 20 seconds into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, Nick Watson wasn't too thrilled with some attention that he got out of centre bounce from Marcus Windhager. Good one to have a look on the replay, I reckon.
Ooh. I don't mind seeing that from Sam Mitchell, getting Nick Watson in through the midfield. He's involved in that clearance there for the Hawks, but maybe he's the type of player. I know you can't have two of them out there, but that's the sort of player the Hawks are going to be wanting to try and inject into their side next year is a running midfielder who breaks the lines.
Bursts out. You're right, Ray. There was a little bit. That's called a bumper bar. When you try and put your opponent on his backside to not allow him to link up and kick goal of the year on you like he has done a couple of times.
33 goals for Jack Gunston, so just one behind Ben King in the race for the Coleman medal in the middle of the ground. Ron Marshall tries to do the clearance work and the ruck. It's pinched by Newcombe, though. Windhager lays the tackle, and Will Day, starting on the bench after playing 17 minutes in the opening quarter, had 5 disposals. Marshall takes out of the ruck against Chol, gives it to Windhager. Can't break away. He did a job on Jai Newcombe at stages in the opening quarter. Marcus Windhager, he's alongside Ward for this stoppage. As it spills down to Garcia, had to try and drop it onto his boot, not to be pinged for holding the footy. Gave it to Brad Hill and back to Marshall. Dribbles a kick inside 50. Sicily leads Cooper Sharman to the footy and gathers, dodges and weaves his way from half-back. Hand pass over the top to Josh Ward, who kicks laterally across half-back, and that's where Carl Lamont takes the mark for the Hawks. Has D'Ambrosio out on the broadcast wing. They just switch it out to Dylan Moore, who marks in space centre wing. He turns and comes inboard. Kick over the head of Impey. Turns it over. Chance for Windhager. Gets the hand pass away to Hall from half-back. The hand pass to Hill. Little fumble for him. Hand pass to Flanders. Tackled by Watson. Spills out to O'Connell. To Sinclair. Keeps it back inside the defensive 50. And Garcia now works it out to Windhager, but not all that composed on the Saints at the moment.
Windhager keeps it moving. Down the wing to Burns. Marks in front of the benches. 4-goal lead for the Hawks. Saints haven't kicked one. 2.5 minutes into the second. Burns to a contest. A leaping, juggling effort from Wood. Can't complete the mark, and Meek holds him up. Ball up. I'm glad the Hawks are wearing this white clash strip with the Digimon Hawk on it, which just as opposed to the brown and gold stripes, which wouldn't clash with too many teams, I wouldn't have thought. But from the restart, Windhager goes back to Burns, kicks deep to full forward. Offhand, spills his way through at the back. So a fellow Saint there on the bottom of the pack who's locked up with it. And that is Caminiti. Will have a ball up. Full forward for the Saints. Meek wins the hit out. Weddle crashes into Caminiti. Ball spills to Newcombe. Did he try and fight the tackle? No.
You just want all clubs to wear one jumper, Court?
Yes. Yep. That's all.
You're right, though. The brown and gold is pretty different than the red, white and black, isn't it?
You would have thought so, wouldn't you?
It's known as their side-eye clash jersey in tribute of 2006, or 2008, I should say. So white in design with a hawk-looking side on, and the white shorts with the yellow and brown down the side. Darcy Wilson trying to break away from Jai Newcombe. Ball spills off Mackenzie and stays in as Jarman Impey runs the boundary line. Hand pass to Moore, to Ward. They draw the Saints forward. Back to Moore. Now to Impey up the wing. Tries to loop it over the top to D'Ambrosio. Too wide on this occasion. A lasso free kick. Go the way of the Saints, and Garcia will take it on the wing.
24-point lead. Hawks on top. And they're the only goals kicked in the game. 4-2 to 2 behinds. And Garcia goes short to Taru. The teenager is back out there for the Saints. Floats a kick inside the forward 50. Spills through to Battle. A former Saint. Handball along the boundary line to Ward at halfback. Hand pass links up with Weddle. Off he trots in the orange boots. A long kick down the wing. Silvani covers across to lend a hand. Takes the intercept mark. Oh, goes backwards. Silvani the target. Nice work. Ginnivan breaks it up. Wilkie helps out Sinclair rather. Hand pass back to Sinclair. His kick and turnover. Here come the Hawks downhill. Shoulder full forward. Ginnivan can walk it in. They've kicked the first 5. And the Hawks pick up where they left off. 5 minutes into the second term. 5-2 to 2 behinds. It's a costly turnover from the skipper. 5-goal lead for Hawthorn. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well done, Jack Ginnivan. Get to him. Yes, he kicked the goal, but it was him that caused the turnover just through work rate. Just crashed into Jack Sinclair, caused that to get to the ground. And then it was the pressure of Gunston, Marby or Chol staying involved. Thought he might have just pinned the ears back and knocked it through, but rewarded his little mate for doing the hard work. Got it on to Ginnivan.
Just read the cues, didn't he, Jack Ginnivan?
Yeah.
Saw that Jack Silvani looked inboard and saw a man probably 25 metres away and just bolted straight for him, knowing that's exactly where Jack Silvani wanted to go. So great defensive work rate, cues, read the cues and then get on the end of it.
Jack Ginnivan kicked goal in 7 of his first 8 games, have been goalless in his last 3. As the umpire not officiating at half forward has set a free kick going the way of the Hawks, and it's going to go Cam McKenzie's way for a hold against Winhager. So the Hawks will get another clearance out of the middle of the ground. They can just poke it over the top. And Carl Amon takes the mark, and now inside 50. The lead up once more is superb, and Mitch Lewis runs into space and marks it on his chest. So a chance for 6 unanswered goals for the Hawks, and we're almost 6 minutes into the second quarter. It's all unravelling rather quickly for the Saints.
Well, you just shouldn't be able to get 2 uncontested marks there from a slow player. I know it was a free kick in the centre square bounce, but had time to get back, get a man.
Slow play.
15-metre kick, followed by a 20-metre kick inside 50. They just right off for the moment, the Saints.
Goals in 10 of his 11 games, Mitch Lewis this season, as he fires on goal from just inside 50 and salutes once more. 6 unanswered goals for the Hawks to start this match, and they now lead by 36 points. And St Kilda's hopes of challenging a contender are slipping away with each minute a goal is scored. 6-2-38 for the Saints, 2 behinds. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
There's nothing really in the numbers that are suggesting, well, they're all over them. It's more probably just the desire, isn't it, to want to defend. And
well, you ask about like that. Why are they only where they are, 11th, 5th and 6th? It's attention to detail. And that was a slow play. And you ask, why are they able to then get 1 uncontested mark? Carl Amon, what does he like to do? Get uncontested marks and deliver inside forward 50. But then Mitch Lewis has got a huge lane to just run into. It's like attention to detail, and that's how you get better, and that's how you climb up the ladder and get better wins against the better sides.
Frustrating start for St Kilda. Already 6 goals down there, yet to kick one. It's all Hawthorn. Meek grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass away to Watson. He soccers laterally. Perez out on our wing. He's got Bradley Hill there with him. Perez goes to ground because he had his jumper tugged. He gets a free. He's a late inclusion, by the way, Flynn Perez. First game since round 6 against Port Adelaide. Came in for Connor Nash. Spots up Will Day. Now good to have this man back. Pokes the pass towards Gunston. That's beautiful. To their leading man in the front 50, Jack Gunston, but the kick was exquisite.
Tell you what, I think he liked it too, Corb. I was watching him after it, and he gave a little fist bump to himself.
Nice little tail on that too, wasn't it? You could just see there was a lane that Gunston was going to work into, and unfortunately for Wilkie, none of his teammates came back to fill it.
Gunston with the finish. Misses. Deserved a goal. Superb kick, Will Day. Nice to have him back. A whole lot of foot and shoulder injuries that have kept him out. The shoulder this time. The foot last year, missed 20 games. It's only his 6th match in 2 years. A 37-point lead for the Hawks on the Gunston behind.
Ran out against Willie last Friday night in the VFL. The kick down to defence. Weddle flies in from the side and chops off the Flanders kick. Into the middle of the ground, wants to attack. Turns it over, and Darcy Wilson marks it centre-half back for the Saints. He'd be nervous when he leads, Will Day.
He'd be what?
Nervous?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just expectation and the build-up of coming back and hoping your body probably survives more than anything else. But get that first touch under your belt and that first tackle. I think he looks pretty comfortable now.
Darcy Wilson to Brad Hall. Brad Hill chopped off by Will Day on cue. Intercepts into the middle of the ground for Mitch Lewis. Tries to draw Taru. He's got a hand to it, Taru, and desperately tries to knock it away. Non-officiating umpire says a hold, and it's going to be a St Kilda free kick. Alex Taru's going to take it.
That's exactly what we were talking about at quarter time, wasn't it? Just not quite finishing their work.
Just playing with it too much. They probably had 2 kicks or 3 kicks this quarter going in ball where they probably didn't need to. That one was just an easy option to look ahead, hit the next target ahead rather than trying to play with them too much.
Taru kicks out to Carroll at half-back. It feels like Hawthorn know their game. They're going to go backwards on each occasion, and they're ready to pounce. Carroll called a play on. Has to kick as long as he can up the wing. Caminiti tries to fly in the pack. Brought down as well by Cooper Sharman. McRae front and centre. Hand pass to Caminiti. Got it out to Cooper Sharman. Hand pass to Winhager into the middle of the ground. Sinclair fumble. Tackled by Watson. Brought down. They lose possession. And here goes Bailey McDonald.
Hand pass out wide to Perez, the late inclusion, who looks inside the forward 50. Gunston the target. Ball carries his head. Wilkie's out the back to mop it up. Full back for the Saints. Hand pass away to Wilson. And the Walls have just closed in on them all night, the Saints. Hawks so disciplined defensively the way they've set up, and it's been paralysis for St Kilda. They haven't been able to move the footy. Short to Taru. Now a long contest kick. In from the side, Banfield. And Charlie Banfield pulls it down, the third gamer. And the 18-year-old son of Drew.
Nice mark, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Came in from the side. Well timed.
Out of Claremont in the WAFL. Long kick down the wing through the hands of Taconine. Spills to Filippo. Hand pass to Sharman. Handball inside 50 to Henry. He can run onto it. Henry trying to get back onto his right side. In the end, snaps it on the left. Misses. Still a 6-goal game. 6-3 to 3 behinds. 11 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rich from Ocean Grove wanted to know Ray Chamberlain's best and worst umpires' rooms in the AFL. So I'll give you another 2 minutes, Ray, and I'm coming down to you for the best rooms and the worst rooms for the umps.
I'm loaded.
Stand by. Carl Amon brings the Hawks back into play. Sicily marks at half back. I wonder if they had the long sleeves in the white clash jumper tonight, or and that wasn't an option.
Well, they had him in the Indigenous last week, the Hawks, so surely they would have the one in the clash.
Carl Amon out to Bailey McDonald. He has a fumble, so maybe a bit greasy out there tonight. Ward through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to McKenzie. Back to Bailey McDonald. They get the hand pass chain going forward. Nan off a step. Pokes it over the top to Moore. Back with a flight was Mason Wood. And Dylan Moore got crashed into. He did claim the mark. He's at right half forward. Feeds the hand pass away. McKenzie looks inside 50. Sends it long towards Mitch Lewis. In from the side. Tom DeConey makes the spoil. And off the hands of Watson. And also O'Connell, it goes out of play for a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket for the Hawks. They lead by 36 points.
All right, Ray, worst umpire's room.
Worst umpire's room, People First Stadium. It's that small. If you want to change your mind, you've got to step outside. But I will give them their due. They've got the Burley Pavilion and the Lamb Shop.
The old Carrara, bottom of the list from the boundary throw in. Connor McDonald tackled. Ball up inside 50 here for the Saints.
Didn't have one of the relatively new stadiums as top of the pops array.
Yeah. Forward 50 for the Hawks, my apologies, as Reeves palms it down. McRae, gang tackled, lost it. Ward trying to get it out, only as far as Silvani. Hand pass back to Sinclair at fullback. There's nothing up ahead.
Coming back.
Kicks it to space. Henry's got 3 to deal with. Nice bit of work, Hardwick. Gets rid of Henry, wins the footy. Hand pass to Ginnivan. Ginnivan, some indecision, goes in the middle of the ground for Sicily. 36-point lead for the Hawks. They've kicked the only 6 goals in the game, and that is the gap in it. Goes laterally to Battle. Fixing to find out the best rooms as Battle kicks inside the forward 50 out to half forward. Wilkie breaks it up down to the path to Caminiti. Hand pass trying to link up with Hill. Slides through to Garcia. Still with the Saints. Handball away to Taru to McRae. Back to Wilkie on the back flank. He's going to kick to a contest on the wing. Swatted away by Sicily. Down to Weddle to McKenzie. Hawks back with it.
And pass to Carl Lamon, who looks into the middle of the ground. He's got Ginnivan on. He marks, attacking side of the centre circles. Tries to draw an opponent in Sinclair. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Loose hand pass over the top of Gunston. Wilkie gathers. Hand pass back to Flanders. O'Connell, little fumble. Knocks a hand pass out to Sinclair. Now to Wilson. One way then the other against Ginnivan. Needs support. Hand pass to Burns. Around the body. Hawthorn are well set. And Blake Hardwick takes the mark, going back with a flight in front of Henry. Turns and comes inboard to Connor McDonald. He's going to go short on the 45 to Ward. Barely 15 as he slides in front to take the mark. St Kilda have flooded the numbers back, so Ward's going to have to try and find the right avenue here. Pokes it forward. Not sure Will Day was the intended target, but he'll take the mark as Mitch Lewis was leading out. And the Hawthorn fans realise it's in the hands of the number 12. Out to the left, he'll test his foot from outside 50.
How's he from long range, Lids?
Well, to be honest, I haven't seen a lot of Daisy kicking from 50 or thereabouts. He's a beautiful kick normally, as we saw earlier with that one to Jack Gunston, but I haven't seen him from this sort of range.
His first game since round 21, 2025 against the Adelaide Crows. Will Day on return, shanks it on the instep, misses to the left-hand side. Hawthorn by 37 points. Righto, Ray?
mention to the SCG. We up in the members there. It's a beautiful seeing.
Iconic.
And all the honour boards and what have you. But it's had a massive renovation at the MCG and it is the top of the pops. But I even like the old ones. Ice bars into bubble bars. I loved it.
I did hear some of your stories, Ray, about you used to have a bubble bath. This is a true story at the G.
Absolutely. Every game. Didn't have a bath at home, so I had a bubble bath at the G. You're welcome.
Doesn't surprise me. Is that in the Shane Warne stand over that side? That was the old Richmond rooms when I first started.
Absolutely, mate. And honestly, for little legs like me, I didn't have to go outside to warm up. I could do 10Ks in those rooms to warm up. They were the best.
They were huge, yeah.
Just on the footy, did he just run too far? Is that what they've called?
No, the player got felled off the
James
ball.
Sicily,
yeah, free kick downfield.
So that's where the ball was.
Okay, so Sicily knocked over on the wing where Silvani was heading, and yet Silvani, who was at halfback, gives away the free. Gunston takes it, means he shoots at goal. He's offline and a behind. So a minor score. But, by the way, he did run too far, so you could probably say...
Is that what it was it?
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
You were right. It was a free kick on the wing, but he probably considered himself a little lucky. Shot misses anyway. Hawks by 38. Saints yet to kick a goal 16 minutes into the second.
3 goals, 2 for Jack Gunston so far tonight. Beautifully worked in by Sinclair to half back to Wilkie. Hand pass away to Flanders. He's just fallen down on all fours. The kick up the wing is chopped up by Weddle. Takes the mark in front of Caminiti. Hawthorn turn defence into attack once more. Impey up the wing. Kicks for Ginnivan.
No.
He marks it right half forward. Umpire's going to stop play here because Flanders is down.
You can't do this.
I didn't see the incident, but he grabbed at his midriff immediately.
I think he's hurt his ankle is what he's hurt, and you cannot stop the game for that.
So he's got a trainer on his right-hand side, and now the doctors are coming out. So it was as Wilkie was kicking from half back.
Oh, no. What do you make of the call, firstly, Ray, as we look at the replays?
Yeah, I get where Liz is coming from, and we've got the benefit of being up here looking at the whole ground, whereas the umpire won't know what the story is there. He just sees a player in the hands of the trainers. They will be asked to always defer on the side of caution.
Thoughts on the injury, Liz?
I think it's knee. The way he landed, it looked like the leg was a little bit straight, and maybe as he's then gone to change direction a little bit, the fact that it doesn't look like he's putting too much weight through it.
So we're looking at his right leg here. So gathered it from the hand pass of Wilkie and then looked to change direction.
That's
not innocuous, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like it doesn't really look...
Non-contact injury, so just does it in the process of landing.
Like
Leaps up, grabs a handball.
Was it Achilles maybe, do you reckon?
And then he plants his left leg and his right leg and immediately looks a little uncertain.
Might be right, Murph. I don't know.
It's just like it sprung back up straight away, didn't it, when his foot hit the ground, that almost like it's seen his calf, it's sort of almost shuddered.
Get to work Razor down there, find out for us if you can.
But the Hawks were out, weren't they? They were scoring from that play. They had probably 2 ahead of the contest.
Yeah.
9 disposals for the former Sun as he is slowly making his way from the field, and the umpires have said, right, let's get play on. Hawthorn by 38 points, and Ginnivan will take it on the wing and look to come back inboard to Hardwick.
Gee, that sucks for Flanders too, doesn't it? 12th game for his new club. First year as a Saint. Kick comes down to half forward for Hawthorn to Impey. Pokes it inside 50. Lewis the target. No mark. Spills to Connor McDonald. Floats a kick goalward out on the full. He's actually averaging 6 more disposals, Flanders, per game than he did last year at the Gold Coast in his final year. So a lot of people have been a little down on him for high expectations coming in and the big spending spree that the Saints had over the summer. But he's actually up statistically on where he was last year. And Sinclair goes out towards half-back. Spills down to McRae. Got a little handball away and a hurried kick forward from the Saints by Garcia down the wing. Clever work by Liam Henry. Wins it. Centering kick looking for Hall. Broken up though by McKenzie. Back the other way we go to Nairn, who gives a hand pass out wide to Lewis. Lewis measures the kick into the pocket. Joel the target over his head. And through for a behind. You can put it down for Mitch Lewis from long range.
Where is he on quality though? He might be up 6 disposals, but where is he on quality and damage on the game?
Yeah. Your jury's out on it?
I'm dubious. I think he's gone back to half-back, and you get a lot more of it down there than you do the centre forward stuff that he was playing probably at the Gold Coast.
6-6 to 3 behinds. Hawks by 39.
Kick out towards half-back. Burns can't take the mark from the kick-in of Wilkie. Kept alive by Darcy Wilson against the boundary line. Half pass to Ryan Burns. Kicks up towards Koenig on the bounce. 2 Hawks in front of him. And Jarman Impey slaps it down, but straight in the path of Craig McRae. Inboard to Garcia. Hill has a fumble at half-back, enough time to regather. Looks up and has Keeler. Sicily trying to get back. Keeler brings it at ground level. Hand pass away to Wilson. Hand pass to Hall in the right forward pocket. He leaves it behind. Has to race back and gather it. Hemmed into the right forward pocket. A centering ball. He kicks up towards the effort of Caminiti. And he takes the mark against Cam Nan in front. Jeez, it's been hard work for the Saints, but they get a shot on goal here from the left forward pocket, only 20 metres out.
You're right, Clinchy. They did everything to try and stuff that one up. Then they go on forward. Started with Hill with a little fumble back on the half-back flank. Get a handball through to Hall. He drops it, leaves it behind. But it was probably a well-weighted kick in the end, wasn't it? Just got over the top of Nan and Caminiti doing his best work.
And Anthony Caminiti, the forward, come defender, back as a forward with 3 goals so far this season. Looking for their first at the 20-minute mark of the second quarter. Oh. Caminiti misses to the left-hand side. And they cannot kick a goal at the moment. Hawthorn 6-6-42. The Saints 4 behinds, 2 of which in this second quarter.
Hardwick on the kick-out duties to Sicily in the back pocket. Handball away to Impey. Hand pass to Battle. Hawks up on half-back. So 4 behinds only for the Saints and 2 very gettable set shots missed. 1 to Filippo, now 1 to Caminiti. Ward to Impey and the long kick to Perez. Now the ground opens up. Out to Cam Nan, who takes the mark out on that City wing. Second gamer out of Central Districts. High pick, taken pick 20 last year. Comes back inboard to McKenzie. He copped one over the shoulder by Caminiti on the way through. McKenzie short towards, spills it, gives it back to McKenzie between wing and half forward. Looks inside forward 50 over the head of Connor McDonald and burns the intercept mark. Hawthorn by 38 points, 21 minutes into the second term, 6 goals to zip.
Sam Flanders has left the field with a leg injury. The kick up towards Filippo on the wing. Can't take the mark as Bailey McDonald sees it out of play.
Just on that Clinchy, I just saw the replay and Murph's spot on. You could see that reverberation of the calf, which is never good, is it, in those moments. So Achilles fears, or at least a calf concern for Sam Flanders. So
he did walk off a lot, though, so that's what makes me think more knee, potentially.
Hawks lead by 38 points. Kilda haven't kicked a goal. 21 and a half minutes into the second quarter. Saints try and get it forward here. Ryan Burns with a 1-2 to Filippo. Burns on the wing, kicks up towards Keeler. Wrestling with Sicily. Ricochets off Keeler's leg. Garcia got it to Hall. Hand pass to Keeler at half forward. Gives it back to Hall. He's crammed in at left half forward. Has to cut back on his right. Kicks a long ball inside 50. Cooper Sharman wrestling, but D'Ambrosio's got back. In the end, Liam Henry and Brad Hill all look at each other as he was able to take an uncontested mark. D'Ambrosio out to Connor McDonald at half-back. Kicks up the wing to Dylan Moore. Cuts on his right-hand side. He's got Watson all on his own. It's centre half-forward. And Gunston running to the open goal. Watson goes to the goal line and Gunston takes the mark. Taru tried to race back and in the end just prevented Gunston from dropping into his boot on the goal line. And the umpire is saying he was outside the goal square, so he will be put on an angle here.
I think it'll matter, Clinchy. That was just work rate then, wasn't it? That ability to go one end to the other. St Kilda couldn't keep up. Dylan Moore for starters. Nick Watson had a breakdown there because Dylan Moore got so far out, and then it was just a matter of who wanted to kick it.
Jack Gunston steps out, snaps it through, and puts through his 4th. And Hawthorn have kicked 7 unanswered goals to start the match. They booted 3 in the opening quarter. They've now booted 4 in the second. This is all brown and gold tonight, despite them wearing the white. 7-6-48 to St Kilda, 4 behinds. And Jack Gunston comes to the bench. For some, 4 goals and a half is a good effort, but he's now equal with Ben King in the race for the Coleman medal with, 34 goals for the season.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been touched too much tonight either, too, Jack. He's been working hard. I've been watching, keeping an eye on where his running patterns are, and he's just so smart the way in which he goes about it. But, geez, they just got opened up way too easily than the Saints, and Hawthorn just easy as you like, move the ball straight up and down the ground. But what moves can Ross Lyon pull here to try and get something going? There's not much to really pull on.
44 points is the lead for Hawthorn. Watson first disposal at the restart, away to D'Ambrosio. Hand pass to the wing for Weddle. Weddle with it for Hawthorn, waits for a runner, gives it back to Amon. Kicks in Hope down to half forward. Sinclair trying to edge his opponent underneath the footy. They both miss it. Slides to Wilkie. Saints with it. Hand pass away towards Marshall. Handball to Hall. Kicks back down the wing, finds Keeler. First 7 goals in the game have gone the way of the Hawks. Keeler puts it inside 50. Overrunning at the half volley is Sharman. Intercepted by Bailey McDonald. Hawks the other way. D'Ambrosio, handball to Battle, handball to Newcomb. And they're all white jumpers just rebounding off that back flank for Hawthorn. That's a dart. Kick spots up Ginnivan between wing and half forward. Inside 50 to Lewis, who marks. And how about that for a bit of transition work from the Hawks off the back flank, the dart from Newcomb, and then Ginnivan spots up the key forward.
Oh, that's exactly the opposite of what they have been doing for the majority of this game so far. That was hitting your targets and backing in your leg. That was just pure ball movement, wasn't it? That Newcomb just slowed the game down. He was like, I'm not just going to rush here. Just wait for it to cease to part, the game to unfold, then finds that target of Ginnivan. Ginnivan does the rest and puts it on Mitch Lewis's chest.
Incredible scoreline to the start of round 12. Lewis on the drop punt. He knocks that through as well. It's an 8-goal head start for the Hawks. More comfort. 8-6 to 4 behinds. The margin is 50, and the Saints haven't kicked a goal at the 25-minute mark of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
There's not much you can really do to try and stop that at the moment for the Saints. It's like you try and get someone in behind the ball and try and steady you up. Do you get a Rowan Marshall to go back and just give you some of a different look? They just can't maintain the football at the moment, the Saints, when they do get their hands on it. And then when the Hawks get their opportunity, they're just playing with them. And you made mention of John Newcomb. They just work the ball around and just wait for opportunities to present themselves. And
up the brakes.
Just calm heads and then
options.
And then just back in your skills. And yeah, they're just cutting up the Saints at the moment.
A 50-point lead ahead of half-time. It's been an anticlimax. Free kick in the ruck going the way of Marbiel Chol against Rowan Marshall, and he has it in the middle of Docklands. He just tries to poke a kick out in front of Ginnivan, who takes the mark in front of Ryan Burns. The Hawks have just done as they please tonight. Ginnivan veers out to the right, sends it long inside 50. Lloyd Meeks there, tries to put a block on. Chol in from the side, racing back Banfield for the Saints. Hand pass away to Winhager, to Jack Sinclair. Him into the back pocket, O'Connell's hand pass. Your problem, Carroll, lost it with a hand pass. Connor McDonald gets a hand pass away. Quick 1-2 in there. Now into the back pocket, it's a centering kick inside, which O'Connell eventually is able to gather for the Saints. Sinclair just bails it out towards Keeler at half-back. Keeps it in front of him, and Sicily lays the tackle. Now dives on top, and Sinclair will probably be happy with that. A ball up at half-forward for the Hawks. They lead by 50 points.
Saints' biggest loss this year, by the way, is 33 points. They've only lost 2 games by 5 goals or more. They lost by 30 points in the end last week to Freo. Their average losing margin is less than 20. So this is a big outlier in their season, a 50-point margin. From the ball up, Carroll, handball away towards Garcia. Long kick into a one-on-one in the middle of the ground. Sharman there with Weddle. Hawks win it though. Bailey McDonald, handball away towards Weddle. And off he goes, Lids, like the Roadrunner. As he kicks deep inside the forward 50, Chol the target, off hands, it's knocked through for a minor score. 51 points is the lead for Hawthorn. It grows 8-7 to 4 behinds, 27 played in the second.
He looks so much better behind the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sinclair brings the ball in to Cal Wilkie. Game 167 consecutively for him. Up towards Brad Hill. Marks in the middle of the crowd, has McRae on. He marks between wing and half forward. Jarman Impey stepped over the mark. The umpire didn't agree, so quickly moves it up to Mason Wood. He marks just inside 50. Has Hall on the 45, brings it in. And he marks just inside 50. Well, Mitch Turner has done the work for us. St Kilda's last goalless first half was 1987 against Geelong in round 14. So Max Hall with a chance to try and change that narrative.
He's pretty good, Max Hall, on the set. He
wouldn't be too many goalless first halves at Dockland Stadium, you wouldn't have thought over the years.
14 goals, 6 so far this season for Max Hall. Behind Higgins and Owens. Challenge in his hands now. We'll have to kick from outside 50. Max Hall comes in, sets flight, drags it left, and he misses as well. So 5 behinds to St Kilda in a half to Hawthorn, 8-7-55. The margin is 50 points.
So what do you say, Quincy? 87.
87. That's Mitch Turner's work against the Cats. They kicked 6 behinds on that occasion.
50-point margin, 8-7 to 5 behinds late in the second term. A long kick up to the wing from the Hawks on the kick out, intercepted by Sinclair. High up and under to half forward. 2 guys in other directions, Newcomb and Sharman. Ball hits the deck and Bailey McDonald goes darting away. Shown plenty of enthusiasm tonight. Bailey McDonald back in the team. Handball back to Newcomb. Kicks wide for Lewis. Feeds a handball forward to D'Ambrosio in front of the benches. Kicks looking for Joel, who gets rid of Taru. Illegally. It was a shove to Taru before the ball dropped, and the umpire said it wasn't in the...
It was in the side, wasn't it?
In the 5-metre area. Pushed in the back. Free kick for Taru. Okay, goes back to Wilkie. Wilkie on the switch to Carroll's. Got it at left half back. 22 seconds. Saints trying to avoid the indignity of a goalless first half. Long kick down the wing. Off hands it spills to Sicily. Sicily. Handball away to Day. Handball to Impey. Hand pass further afield to Perez. Going in the wrong direction and in the wrong hands for the Saints. Gives it to Impey. Handball to Connor McDonald. Kicks for Watson. And the Wizard marks before the bell. And the goal and scoreline for St Kilda will not change. They are goalless at the half. An all-new low for St Kilda. 5 behinds.
How good were those hands in and around that contest, just to break the game open and get the ball into their runners' hands. They just kept linking up. As I saw before, they were plus 235 metres game with handballs. St Kilda minus 13.
The Wizard Watson in that channel at right half forward. Kicks from 40 metres out after the bell. The drop punt is good too. And that's been the story of the night. The Hawks have put them through, and the Saints have not looked like it. 9-7-61 Hawthorn. St Kilda goalless. 5 behinds. A near 40-year low for St Kilda. And they are goalless in the first half. It is the Hawks by 56. An incredible scoreline to start round 12 of the AFL season. There's been 9 goals in the game, and the Hawks have kicked all of them. Jack Gunston's got 4. He's now got a share of the Coleman medal with Ben King on 34. 2 for Mitch Lewis, and then singles for Watson, Chol and Ginnivan. Meanwhile, for the Saints, their goal kickers. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your call team.
Domination.
Incredible scoreline. 9 goals. It is 9 goals, isn't it?
Yep. 8-7.
Did he miss that?
It says 8-7.
Oh, no, sorry, yeah, 9-7. No, he did kick it. 9-7-61.
So. Yep.
Computer just
champion
hasn't
data
updated.
is frozen.
I was about to say, I'm like, if I'm living in a parallel universe. It was a goal after all that for Watson. So it'll be 9-7-61 to 5 behinds. A 56-point lead for the Hawks at half-time. Fox Footy have counted it. The scoreboard here at the ground hasn't. Champion Data haven't.
That still hasn't either.
Neither of the AFL websites. So there's a bit of mystery here, but it's we're going to...
Wasn't your error, Corbin. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't you, mate. You're not seeing things.
Champion Data. Nick Watson debit. I've never seen a debit in my life on the stats.
Haven't called him to play on after the bell or anything silly like that. He didn't walk off his line.
No. Anyway,
I'll get some clarification.
We'll deal with that later. It doesn't matter, really, does it?
I was about to say, I know the Saints score doesn't change. They're goalless. Lids and Murph, what do you make of all that at halftime?
Well, I think what it speaks to is how sound Hawthorn are defensively and their ability to get back to support, to help out, but also how, not listless, but how little the Saints have got in terms of...
Hasn't been much fight, has there?
Not a lot of fight, no pressure. I mean, they're already down. Their tackles are 33-23 in Hawthorn's favour after they've already had plus 60 or plus 40, 50 in
the Saints. The Saints have really only had probably a 5-minute patch where they started to get the crowd on their side by a few tackles and a few big efforts at the start or the end of that first term. But that second term was much of the same, really, wasn't it? Where it was just skill errors and just letting the Hawks dictate the play. They were getting their hands on the football around the contest, the Hawks, and then it was just easy for them to hit uncontested marks and to hit another one, maintain the football. And if you're going to play that way against Hawthorn, you're just going to get cut up. And as we've seen tonight, that's been exactly the case. So you look to some of the outs that St Kilda have got. So they've got some pretty big outs, but from what they've dished up there to score 0 goals, 5.5 football is a concerning story so far. So what does Ross Lyon do from here? Does he just flip it all around, or do you go back to the
throw the magnets in the air and see where they land? Do you reckon?
Well, for one, I'd throw Jack Sinclair straight in the middle of the guts. He's the one who is actually getting his hands on the football, and he can just be a pure midfielder. I know how good he is off a half-back flank, but
he doesn't get it contested, though. Like, that's not going to help him.
He doesn't do that at half-back, though. Like, it's pretty easy to get around the ball, as we know. But I think his ball use going inside 50, they're just more of a different look, just to change things up. What are they, 56 points down? I'm trying to work out the score because the score hasn't updated still.
Yes, I think Nick Watson played on, so that goal doesn't count. So the Hawthorn side is 8-7-55 to secure the 5 behinds. The margin at half-time is 50 points. But
so he went out to the right. So he went more towards the boundary.
Yep.
What? Right. That's his normal arc.
That's what Hawthorn have said on social media, that he played on.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
So now they've been robbed of that one. I'd like to talk more about this at some stage, where the passage of play just stops, right? Because, and we thoughts out to Sam Flanders, we don't know what the deal is there, but the play just stops. And now, because of his natural arc, where he does wheel out to the right a little bit, that's called play on.
I can understand if it was the natural arc and he's creating more of an angle for himself and going more corridor, but he actually had it wasn't even that big of an arc. Boundary side, so he didn't open up the goal face whatsoever.
What? So this is where the umpires. It'd be interesting to Ray's take on this. They stand behind them.
Yeah,
so
I understand the rule.
Coming in a straight line, he's veered out to the right at the last moment.
No, I understand the rule, but from my end, from looking at that, he hasn't moved off the line really at all.
Doesn't look like it.
Not intentionally, anyway.
Incredible.
I feel like Brent Wallace there has just had a little brain fade and forgot what part of the game it's in, and he's got the sirens going. He's called play on. So let's get Razor onto that one. That'll be an interesting watch, and we get a bit of an idea on it.
All right, so half-time here. What does Ross say? If you walk in at half-time, that is their lowest scoring first half since 1979. So that's, in all of our lifetime, that we haven't seen a St Kilda team register fewer points in a half of footy.
Yeah, I think you'd have some fairly stern questions of basically everyone on that.
What did we say at the start, though?
Moment.
Too little or too much left to too few. And it's the same thing here tonight.
It's half-time then, so the scoreline will be 8-7-55. 8-7-55 Hawthorn leading St Kilda 5 behinds. So 8-7 to 5 behinds, and as a result, the margin is an even 50. What I can tell you is that St Kilda didn't kick a single goal in that half of footy. It's their lowest half-time score since the late 70s. An incredible scoreline to start round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. It's been an interesting day. Dean Solomon has taken the reins at Essendon as their interim coach. He spoke this morning. I'll tell you a bit more about that in just a moment. Plus, the teams for the rest of round 12. Of course, he'll lead Essendon for the first time as their caretaker coach come Sunday. The Saints goalless to half-time. They're 50 points behind. What can they do after the main break? St Kilda seemingly so far behind in the game. We're going to check in with the ABC newsroom on the other side of it. We'll bring you up to date with the teams and take you through the rest of the round. It is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Second half action not far away, but first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News. Good evening. I'm Noni Edwards. The Australian Federal Police Commissioner says there should be consequences for anyone who leaked information about the arrest of Ben Roberts-Smith to the media. News crews were at Sydney Airport before the former soldier was arrested on war crimes charges last month. The leak has been referred to the National Anti-Corruption Commission. AFP Commissioner Chrissy Barrett says the leaking of operational details should be taken seriously.
I am not just disappointed the media outlet was there, but I am determined to find out how they knew of the arrest.
SA Police say one of missing boy Gus Lamont's grandparents remains a suspect in the police investigation into his disappearance. Police returned to Oak Park Station this week for a renewed search, which has failed to uncover any new evidence. Gus's grandparents, Josie and Shannon Murray, have previously released a statement saying the family had cooperated fully with the investigation and want nothing more than to find Gus and reunite him with his mum and dad. Detective Superintendent Darren Filkey says forensic testing on items seized from the property in January also haven't provided any new lines of inquiry.
I can tell you that all of these items have been subjected to thorough forensic testing. No evidence has been located as a result of that testing.
A Melbourne woman who returned from a Syrian detention camp last year has faced court where she's accused of being a member of Islamic State. Here's investigative reporter Danny Tran.
Early this morning, detectives from the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team arrested Rayyan El-Houli at her home in Broadmeadows in the city's north. The 34-year-old is accused of travelling to Syria between 2013 and 2014 to join the Islamic State before later being detained by Kurdish forces. Ms El-Houli returned home in September and today appeared in the Melbourne Magistrates Court, where she's been charged with entering or remaining in a declared conflict zone and being a member of a terrorist organisation. She was remanded in custody ahead of a bail application next week.
The West Australian Government will analyse the potential impact of a $2 billion lawsuit against the maker of the firefighting foam that's contaminated dozens of defence bases across Australia. The Commonwealth has today launched legal action against 3M Australia to recover the costs of investigating, managing and remediating contamination resulting from the PFAS chemicals contained in the foam. Premier Roger Cook says there may be implications for WA.
We need to look very carefully at the nature of this announcement and the legal action that sits behind it. Obviously, we will continue to understand what Western Australia's interests are in relation to that court action.
Prison officers have foiled a smuggling plot in far north Queensland. They downed a drone loaded with $1 million worth of contraband, as Chloe Shemicki reports.
Queensland Corrective Services say the drone was flying a package of illicit drugs, syringes and a mobile phone into the Townsville Correctional Complex when it was intercepted on the 17th of May. Queensland Police and QCS are investigating. Police are yet to make an arrest or lay charges, but urge anyone with information about the drone to come forward. A similar incident was reported at the same complex in 2022 when officers found a crashed drone carrying $250,000 worth of drugs. A man was charged in 2023 with 4 charges in relation to the incident.
The US and Iran have exchanged strikes in the Middle East, rattling a fragile ceasefire. US forces say they've launched defensive attacks against a military control station that was launching drones. In retaliation, Iran says it's targeted a US base in the region. It follows Iranian media earlier saying 4 vessels had tried to pass the Strait of Hormuz without permission, leading Iranian forces to fire warning shots. A fire at a girls' boarding school in Kenya has killed at least 15 students. The deadly overnight blaze swept through a dormitory located northwest of Nairobi in Kenya's Rift Valley. Dozens of other students have also been injured and remain in hospital. Kenya has a long history of school fires, with many set by students protesting harsh discipline and poor conditions. And US authorities have charged a Google engineer with breaking insider trading laws. They allege the man used Google's data to place lucrative bets on the prediction platform Polymarket. The Italian citizen is accused of making $1.8 million by betting on who would be the most searched for person on Google last year. Google says it constitutes a serious breach of its policies. You're up to date now with the latest from ABC News. There's more news at any time on ABC Listen.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Handball away to Ward, kicks deep inside forward 50. Taru back with the fly, spills it. Hawks win it. Gunston, goals. That's better. Make it 3 for Jack. The Hawks have their 4th, and they stretch this one out early in the second. Hand pass back to Sinclair. His kick a turnover. Here come the Hawks downhill. Shoulder full forward. Ginnivan can walk it in. They've kicked the first 5. And the Hawks pick up where they left off.
Carl Amon takes the marker, now inside 50. The lead up once more is superb, and Mitch Lewis runs into space and marks it on his chest. Goals in 10 of his 11 games, Mitch Lewis this season, as he fires on goal from just inside 50 and salutes once more. 6 unanswered goals for the Hawks to start this match.
Rebounding off that back flank for Hawthorn. That's a dart. Kick spots up Ginnivan between wing and half forward. Inside 50 to Lewis, who marks. Incredible scoreline to the start of round 12. Lewis on the drop punt. He knocks that through as well. It's an 8-goal head start for the Hawks.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Incredible half of footy. It's St Kilda's lowest scoring first half since 1979. 5 behinds, plays 8 goals, 7, 55. So throw that all together. 8-7 to 5 behinds. It's a 50-point lead for Hawthorn at the long break. Corporate Middlemass and Matt Clench calling the footy. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. We'll get to Razor in just a moment and get his verdict on that goal being cancelled out from Nick Watson after the halftime siren. And our number one picks, the All-Australian pair, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Simon from Adelaide has got a little query here.
Okay.
Are St Kilda's $1 million players worth it?
How are they going tonight? De Conning, 2 touches. Have we got hit-outs on there? No, we haven't. I'm not sure what he's saying. I was going to say he has. I've hardly sighted him tonight. He's been a little bit quiet.
He had one burst through his hands, didn't he?
Yeah, and then their other ones confirmed Achilles.
Achilles for Flanders.
Right? He's not a $1 million player, but he's thereabouts.
That's no good at all. So confirmation from the club, Achilles injury to Sam Flanders. You mentioned it in the call, leads. Murph did. Looks like it reverberated up his calf. And that's
it didn't look good.
That's usually the tell, isn't it, for the Achilles?
Yeah, it was a tough watch looking at that. So, yeah, what's that? That's probably out for the year, isn't it? Achilles. And they're hard to come back from, too. So you just got to treat them very carefully and monitor them well over the journey. You want to rehab them and go over the top in your rehab with an Achilles. So hopefully, for his sake, he can get that right over the coming months.
Marcus in South Melbourne says sides who play Fremantle often struggle and lose the following week in recent seasons. Why is it so? It's an interesting trend, Marcus. I'll take your word for it. I haven't done the stats on that. I did do the numbers on sides coming back from Perth the next week, which at different times in the competition has been a trend. I had it ready to roll out in that Giants game against the Brisbane Lions. It was 1-4 in the previous 5, and then the Giants just completely put that to bed in the second half. So 2-4, so 2 wins, 4 losses. The last 6 teams that have come back from Perth the next week. Saints in that role tonight, expected to be 2-7. Did you guys ever find that in your career as guys that played for Victorian-based clubs largely? Leeds, obviously Giants is the exception, but did you struggle the next week coming back from Perth?
I can't remember.
Not for
I'd have to go back and look at the actual numbers. If we won, we were just trying to get another win. Early on in my career, it was never. I don't think that was the reason. Put it that way.
It was interesting though, the Will Day numbers. So when Will Day plays from 2024 onwards, they win 77% of the time. When he doesn't play, they win 55%. So he's a plus 22% type guy in the team. And it made me think about one man, Brett Delidio, and I thought, I wonder how he would have gone across the course of his career when he didn't play with the Tigs. And interestingly,
was like worse probably.
Richmond only, with him, 45%. So 110 wins, 5 draws, 128 losses. But when you didn't play, 4-20. So 6% win rate with when Lids missed in his Richmond career.
That's
so
more than 22%, isn't it?
You're a 30.
That's a big uplift. So,
team was a 39% better team when you played Lids than when you didn't.
That doesn't surprise Lids.
It doesn't. Does you know where Corbin got those stats? 1 beat Lydio.
When was the last goalless game in an AFL game in history? And is there any chance that St Kilda could do this tonight? They'll kick a goal, won't they? They should have kicked 2. I mean, Filippo and Caminiti missed sitters.
Yeah, sitters. I think they will. Yeah, this thing will go out of the game. It's hard to maintain the rage and keep your sheet clean, so to speak. But
yeah, they'll score a goal or 2.
And then Simon in the York Peninsula here in South Australia just tuned in, hoping to hear a good contest. The AFL is too big a contest, Paul, and promotes mediocrity. And they want another team. They should be introducing relegation instead from Simon.
Relegation? And so we should promote out of the VFL? Is that what we're saying? Or Sandful or the Waffle?
Or we have 2 tiers or...
Yeah.
I don't know.
That would make it interesting.
It's not our culture though, is it?
It's not, but...
Yeah, no. I'm not sure about that. Teams for the rest of the weekend. I mentioned Dean Solomon, by the way. He spoke earlier today, and naturally, one of the first questions he got was, is he interested in the full-time role as Essendon coach?
I won't even consider that. I won't even consider why I'm doing this job. I think it's really the wrong thing to do for me to even entertain any thoughts in around that. I've got to knuckle down. My last 48 hours has been chaos, and I actually don't have the capacity to take that type of thought on at the moment. So that's where I sit with it, and that's where I'll sit with it for the rest of the season.
Why do you say that, Dean, in terms of you not being able to do it before?
Just with the responsibility I've got right now, the workload. my heart is with these players and these staff members. If I'm thinking about something else that's about me, potentially about me, it's just the wrong thing to be doing. And I just won't entertain that.
The Bombers play Sunday night against the Eagles. At least 5 outs for Essendon. All confirmed outs at this stage. McGrath, Redmond, Caldwell, Durham, Guelphy. No confirmed outs at West Coast. Sam Taylor's back for the Giants. Jake Lever misses for Melbourne after failing that concussion test post-game. English is back for the Bulldogs to take on the Pies. Tim Membry makes his return for Brisbane against Fremantle. Berry and Answorth both in. Alex Pearce comes back for the Dockers. There's no Hayden Young. Brodie Grundy's been rested from the game against Richmond on Saturday afternoon, the Swans and the Tigers. And tomorrow night, Wiedering back for the Blues and Bruin back for the Cats. Ray Chamberlain's on the boundary. Razor, what happened at half-time?
Well, I grabbed a pie, but just before half-time, Corb, in terms of the shot on goal, what was the umpire's decision or adjudication was that Nick Watson went off his line of kick. Now, if that was the case, he has to call play on, although what I would say was it didn't appear to be too egregious, and if he didn't gain an advantage. He actually made any angle harder, so felt like a bit of an overreach from what the replay showed me.
Thanks, Ray. St Kilda's lowest half-time score in 47 years, and the first time Ross Lyon in his coaching career has had a team goalless at half-time. Second half underway. A secondary re-stoppage, and Koning gets it down. Trying to wrestle his way clear. Hall. And scrapping with Nick Watson, and the umpire eventually, in fact it's Jai Newcombe I should say, and the umpire will come in and ball it up. So thrown up for the third time. Reeves into Koning. Reeves tries to knock it clear to Koning. Just the 2 touches to half-time. Tries to get a hand pass forward. Comes out the way of Darcy Wilson. A hand pass, a turnover. D'Ambrosio back towards. Sinclair tries to knock it clear. Carl Lehmann for the Hawks gets a hand pass away to Newcombe, who kicks it out to Blake Hardwick across half-back. Loose hand pass out in front of Sicily. Has enough time to regather. And the hand pass inboard to Cam McKenzie. Back to Sicily. Stationary players looking for Carl Lehmann. Taps it down to Ginnivan, tackled by Henry, holding the ball. Saints win it back on the far wing.
Fluffing around with it.
Yep, not that inspiring.
Henry just attempts a kick down the wing. Mark taken out there by Mateus Filippo. He, along with Caminiti, both had looks from inside 15 metres and missed. Set shots, gettable kicks in the first half. Long inside 50, Silvani.
There's the Magnet's been tussler out.
Big shove to battle, and Silvani up forward. Takes the mark at centre half forward. He'll have a look from about 45 out, just right of centre.
Maybe Murph might throw his hat in the ring for the Essendon job. Look at him go at half-time.
Well, it's not that hard just to flick him around sometimes, but it's not working. But Jack showed the ability when he played at Carlton to be able to go forward and back. So good to see Jack Sinclair in the middle of the ground as well. So when things aren't going your way, you've got to flick it around. That's exactly what Ross has done.
How was that any different to the Marby or Chol one, though? Let's be honest.
So 2 minutes into the second half, after a goalless first half, Jack Silvani shows them how it's done. And they rush to him. His second goal as a Saint. After they spotted Hawthorn the first 8 in the game. 2 minutes after half-time, Hawthorn's lead trimmed to 44. St Kilda 1-5-11, Hawthorn 8-7-55. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well done, Jack Silvani. It's always nice to kick your first goal. I'm sure you would have liked to have done it where you're a little bit closer in the game or putting your side in front, but he's always had that ability, hasn't he, Murph, to go forward and compete and give you that option.
Yeah, he's a clever footballer and uses the body well and just nudged Battle just a little bit out of the contest there at the right time before he was about to fly. So, yeah, he's got good forward craft and just gives him a bit of a different look.
Might have been a couple of free kicks in that one prior.
28 years of age, 128 games of the Blues. He tries to show the Saints how to do it. Back in the middle of the ground, Reeves ruins up the tap and down to Newcombe, who can't break clear. Tackle by Garcia. Umpire does it once more. De Koning slaps it down. Newcombe can't break away. Garcia lays the tackle. Hawks by 44 points. As Jai Newcombe gets back to his feet. De Koning tries to win down the tap. McKenzie's trying to break clear. De Koning's over the footy. Reeves is over him. Umpire circles and will ball it up. You ever go, Corby?
Barely out of stoppage in the first half. Multiples here, 3 minutes into the third. And a goal for St Kilda. They're on the board now after a goalless first half. Hall got a handball out, but it's picked off. Ward feeds it to Ginnivan, kicks straight up the pipe. Gunston hitting up to meet it. Wilkie worries him out of it. Hill had it, lost it. Coughs it up to Watson. Handball away to Chol. Chol goals. The Hawks get it straight back. And the margin's back to 50, as it was at the half, 4 minutes into Q3. 9-7-61 now, Hawthorn. St Kilda 1-5-11. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Joel with a couple.
Yeah, just zipping around. Nick Watson doesn't even saw it last week down in Tassie. Just that ability to put on pressure and referred pressure too. But he just doesn't give up on plays here, and just very smart, just reading the play from Bradley Hill, who just tried to dish it off, almost a bit too lazy in the end. Just didn't really see Nick Watson whatsoever. But
flashed
when he's
didn't he?
just zipping around, you just love to play with a bloke like that who just is always in the contest, always in the game.
Well, you did.
Brings in others.
Bets.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. So St Kilda kick their first goal of the game. The Hawks answer straight back. McKenzie gets it out of the middle from the Reeves tap. Joel comes leading out. Caminiti makes the spoil. Getting back O'Connell for the Saints. Kicks out to Hall at right half back. He plays on and runs away from Ward. Takes a bounce as he runs to the centre of the wing. Gestures for someone to lead up. Eventually, Cooper Sharman does so. Reaches up. Battle makes the spoil. Chopping the arms, says the umpire. And the Saints will get the free kick at right half forward. As Cooper Sharman pushes back behind his mark. He looks into the pocket, sends it in the Tom DeConey direction, and he takes the mark in front of Reeves. Hemmed in against the boundary. He's about 5 metres in. Kick from about 35 metres out.
It's a perfect side for a left footer here, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes back for the drop punt or
can't imagine
decide just to kick it around the corner. So he's setting up for that one around the corner at the moment.
Just 2 disposals in the first half of their big signing as he opens up the angle, tries to curl it around his body, and that's how you do it. TDK puts through their second. Inside 6 minutes of the third quarter, they were held goalless in the opening half. The first time in Ross Lyon's 387 games as senior coach. His side failed to score a goal. They're 2-5-17 to Hawthorn 9-7-61. Something to build on.
Yeah, it is, and that's what you want to see from your marquee signing, your big man. You know, you expect it to be one of your better players, and that's what you should be looking to do, is test out young Ned Reeves. I know he's been in the system for a while, but he's inexperienced. You know, Tom DeConning's so much more mobile than what Ned is.
Yeah, well, that's what he's got to do.
You've got to test him out.
You've got to compete in the ruck and then get hard forward or back and support your defenders if you're going back. And if it's a ball going towards your goal, well, make him accountable. Get hard forward and present an option. That's exactly what he did then.
Half a dozen minutes into the third, and already we've had 3 goals. 2 to the Saints, 1 to the Hawks. 44 the spread. Hawthorn trying to get it out of the middle, and a big tackle laid there by Sinclair. It was a little high. It's a good idea, Murph, having Sinclair in the middle.
Not if he tackles like that.
On Will Day. Day gets the free. Goes laterally with the kick to D'Ambrosio. Chips it down to half forward for Connor McDonald. Pokes it into the leading lane of Gunston, who hits up and marks. Left half forward. Man on the mark, about 52 out.
I don't think he's got this in his old legs now, but he might have once upon a time.
He'll be looking for another hit up here.
Yeah.
He's probably going to have to kick this from about 55, 60.
Oh.
He's going to pass it off. It's a dangerous kick, trying to hit up Mitch Lewis. Not to be, intercepted by Hall. Handball away to Hill. Saints back with it. O'Connell. Hand pass out towards Windhager. He moves it on further afield to Hall. Handball to Sinclair. Sinclair to Banfield. Ran out of room. Out of play it goes, and a throw in on that City wing. 44 points the margin. Hawthorn kicked 8 goals to 0. That's right, 0 in the first half. Not a single goal for St Kilda. First time we've seen that since 1987. A goalless first half for the Saints. They've kicked 2 of the first 3, though, to start the third.
Thrown back in. Reeves over the back to Koning. Tries to go to work. Can't gather. Windhager. He now lays the tackle on Ward. Ball spills clear. McRae with a quick hand pass away to Sinclair. Away to Max Hall, who looks up inside 50. Silvani on the lead. Down low, takes the mark. Weddle tried to lunge back and get a fingertip to it. He couldn't do so. And Silvani did well to make up a couple of millimetres late. 2 marks inside 50. This will take his best out to the right, just inside 50.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's got this in his leg. This is probably the hardest kick here at Dockland Stadium. From Adam Romanascus reckons it's the dead pocket, isn't it?
That's right.
But he's going to probably keep this from just outside 50 and in a tough spot for a right footer.
Ross Lyons throw the magnets around at half-time. Jack Silvani finds himself in the forward 50. He shoots on goal. It's right all the way. And through for a minor score. It's a 43-point lead Hawthorn's way. The work the Hawks do in their forward 50. Brad Hill was on Dylan Moore. He put a block on for Jack Gunston. Next minute, Hill's chasing Jack Gunston. Hawthorn do that so well.
Sicily with the kick-out duties, out to Hardwick. He's back in defence today after his 4-goal effort last week with Gunston's return. Kicks down the wing and Henry picks it off. St Kilda trap it in their front half. And now 50.
Yeah, still over the mark.
Okay.
Straight over it.
He's told to come back. Weddle is going to have to come back now with his opposing number, Liam Henry, who'll be marched inside the forward 50. He's right in front of you, Ray Chamberlain. What do you reckon?
Yeah, Weddle not in the contest. 3 metres over. Didn't even try and pull up. Umpire got no choice in that one.
Henry's going to lay it off to Darcy Wilson, who loads up on the run, and he's knocked that through. No goals in a half. 3 goals in 9 minutes. And St Kilda with a jump start at half-time. The problem is they're still 37 behind. 3-6-24 the Saints. Hawthorn 9-7-61. We're 10 minutes into the third, and this is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, at least they're showing some energy, though, Lids. Like they're kicking these goals and they're actually celebrating them hard. So the one thing you don't want to see from teams when you're a long way off it is that you kick a goal and you just walk back and show no emotion. So there's still plenty of time left in this game to get something out of it. So they've kicked 3 to start this third term, and they've celebrated like they're right in the game, which is good. It's a spark. You can provide a spark for your teammates and actually start to lift one another. So there's certainly enough time here to get something out of this game.
3 of the first 4 goals of the second half the way of the Saints. There's Marshall in the ruck up against Reeves. Reeves wins down the tap over the back to Connor McDonald. Non-officiating umpire says a hold and a free kick going the way of Hawthorn in the middle of the ground. And Will Day is going to take it. It's played around 18 minutes of each of the first 2 quarters as he looks to drive Hawthorn inside 50. Out towards Mitch Lewis. Got underneath it. Clears Wilkie. At the back, Watson's on it. Lost his footing. Gets back up. Got around O'Connell. Hand pass to Lewis in the pocket. Yeah. Back to Watson. Opens up the angle. That's the Wizard at work. The 1-2. And Nick Watson creates his own energy inside the forward 50 for the Hawks. Back to a 43-point lead. 10-7-67. To St Kilda 3-6-24. He's a hard man to stop as he's bouncing around in the forward 50 as Nick Watson puts through his first of the game.
Well, it just goes to show how quick this bloke is. He was over onto that loose ball in a flash, put O'Connell into a spin, and he was still on the ground when Nick Watson's then going to kick the goal. It was amazing. Geez, he's good too. I mean, the kick wasn't to anyone's advantage really, but he just read that was going over the top, swoops on it. I love that Mitch Lewis just fended off, gives it back to him and allows him to get to work.
Just keeps going. Doesn't just release the handball or the kick. He's worried about, well, what's next? Where do I need to be? Whether to put pressure on or be another option. And on that occasion, just too clever and too quick.
Hawks by 43. Early stages third term. Going nowhere in a hurry is Newcombe held up by Garcia. 43 points. The margin at 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the third, as McRae got a handball out towards Windhager. Handball to Hill. Hill gets a hurried kick to centre half forward. Henry trying to whack it on. Didn't get full purchase on it, and Sicily picks it off for the Hawks. Handball to Amon. Handball back to Battle. Kicks a high bomb up to the wing. Day the target. Broken up, though, mid-air by the Saints. The man who touched it first, Wood, knocks it down to Henry. Back to Wood. Handball to Hill. Was he legged in the tackle? Ump says play on. Handball a turnover. Sicily hand pass back the other way. Windhager breaks that up. Turnover City at the moment. Wood turns back onto his right peg boundary line. Kicks down to half forward, and Newcombe settles it down. Takes the intercept mark at half back. 43-point lead for the Hawks. Dozen minutes into the third.
Cuts back boundary side. Kicks to Hardwick, who chips it up the wing, and Will Day takes the mark. Hawthorn fans happy with his return as he dances around the man on the mark and gains a few extra metres. Kicks up to half forward. Lewis comes across and takes a good contested mark in front of Rowan Marshall.
Pump the brakes, knock this one through. He's definitely got this in his leg. The way he's been kicking him, he's just been chipping him through, hasn't he? Really keeping him really low and controlled. He's a beautiful kick of the footy.
Kicked 2 goals in the second quarter, Mitch Lewis, and you can just see his confidence is starting to return after a couple of years of injury.
Will Day just looked at Jack McRae and was like, seriously, I'm just going to dance around you. Made him look a little bit silly, didn't he?
St Kilda with 3 goals to 2 so far in this third quarter. Mitch Lewis from the edge of the centre square. Off a few steps, it's offline to the right. And through for a minor score. Got the distance comfortably. It's a 44-point lead Hawthorn's way. 13 minutes gone. Third term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
If they're still 7 goals plus up, Lids at three-quarter time. Is Will Day playing the last quarter?
Minimal.
Wilkie He's on a bit of a run from the kick out, close to the boundary line. Hardwick picks it off to Nairn. He's got a hand pass away and all of that. Back to Newcombe. Handball to Connor McDonald. He dishes it off to Lewis. That is effortless. Just knocks it through on the run from 48 out. Lewis with his third of the night. And Hawthorn back on top by 50. As it was at the half, 11-8 to 3-6. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, that was just great hands from the Hawks all there, just incorporating one another, involving one another. There's probably 5 or 6 handballs from the boundary line to the forward 50, and Mitch Lewis just kicked that like Tex Walker the way that ball came off his boot.
All right, Leeds,
he's flush.
Out of contract at season's end.
Yes. He's had a 2-year offer table to him, I think, hasn't he? Or a 4-year offer? What one was it? I can't remember.
You tell me. 2 or 4, do you reckon, would be what you'd be offering him?
Oh, I think you'd be offering him
27 years of age.
A 2-year deal, potentially, with the ability to maybe a trigger, get him through to 30.
Will there be other clubs offering more than that?
Maybe. I mean, a lot of clubs out there that need a big forward.
Lloyd Meek reaches up, wins down the tap. Free kick going St Kilda's way. McRae was being held with non-possession. Hand pass away to the runner, Brad Hill from half-back. Sends them inside 50. Sicily in from the side. Can't take the mark. Weddle tries to knock it clear. Cooper Sharman picks it up. Tackled by Weddle immediately. And the ball up 40 metres out from St Kilda's goal. The Hawks by 50 points.
Meek palms it down. Back into dispute. Marshall got a kick going forward. Silvani, who's been moved forward, hooks it down behind. Garcia bursts onto it in the forward pocket. Got a hand pass out. Nairn's there to take it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. Did you know much about Cam Nairn in his draft year, Lids? They picked 20 out of the Central Districts?
Yeah, watched him in the national championships and also a little bit for Central Districts, but it's always good to see young players come in and settle in pretty quickly.
Kicked 7 goals for the Croaters against WA in the under-18s carnival. On the boundary throwing off a set of hands, it spills down to Sharma. He just blows his lines and puts it out on the full. Considered a little bit of a bolter. Is that fair to go at pick 20?
Yeah, potentially. But it wasn't the strongest draft last year, Corb. So, I mean, if you like to play, you just grabbed him.
He and Nathan Schubert, both from Central Districts, come across in the same year. The kick up towards Mitch Lewis. Can't take the mark. Taru's hand pass to Sharman. Close against the boundary line. Able to take the mark, Ryan Burns, as it goes out of play. Left forward pocket for the Saints. Hawthorn by 50 points. The Hawks with 3 goals to St Kilda's 3 goals in this third quarter, after it was 8 goals to none in the first half. Ball spinning back into play. Lloyd Meek and Roll Marshall. Marshall makes his way to the front, wins down the tap. McRae over the top to Burns in the left forward pocket. Tries to get around Jarman empty. Dribbles it towards the teeth of goal. Weddle getting back. Decides not to rush it through. Kept it alive. Hand pass to the pocket. Left a bit still to be done. Perez up for the challenge, although now he's tackled. Has to get a hand pass away. Door opens for St Kilda. Marshall gathers in front of Ginnivan. Hand pass to Silvani. Loose hand pass to Garcia. Connor McDonald pressures him. Spills out to Hill. Outside 50 now. Hand pass to Filippo. Tries to break the tackle. Banfield. Tackle brought down by Weddle. Desperation from Hawthorn. Perez tries to knock it clear. In comes Connor McDonald. Lays the tackle and it spills out. McKenzie dodging and weaving in the back 50.
And then just kicks laterally out to Carl Amon, who marks at half-back, the runner-up in last year's B&F. Mentioned earlier his mum Katrina, a staffer at St Kilda, and against mum's team tonight. The centre half-back for Impey. Handball away towards Day, who kicks out to the wing, and here's Cam Nairn, who takes the mark, looks back inside with it. Weddle, hand pass over to Impey, hits it at speed, runs around one. Wilson came and got him. Big-time chase-down tackle from Darcy Wilson.
I just had Castaway come into my head where Tom Hanks lost his ball. Wilson!
Short to Burns. Burns goes down the wing for Garcia, who marks for St Kilda. It's a 50-point lead for the Hawks.
Hand pass inboard for Winhager. They turn it over and lose it. Connor McDonald, hand pass away to Day. Inboard to Dylan Moore. Dribbles a kick looking for Jack Gunston. Off balance, has 4 already. Kicks to the goal square and Wilkie denies him. He was offline to the left regardless and knocks it over. I wonder if Ross Lyons shouting Wilson in the box. I hope it's soundproof. Hawthorn by 51 points.
That was a positive, though, Wilson yelling.
Yeah, it was. But it was Corby's Wilson that just, just got me thinking.
He's in a walk here too, obviously, which is an interesting conundrum for the St Kilda with the money that they've spent for their guys that naturally improve. As he's won, long kick down to half forward. Keeler competes, spills down to Sinclair. Long kick to full forward. Silvani all alone. They get caught napping there, the Hawks, on the counter-attack. Silvani marks 12 metres out, just right of centre.
It was a good contest in the end from Banfield.
Yeah.
He took a good grab earlier in the night, and that occasion too, he has a nice little J mark about him in the way in which he approaches the contest and just force the ball to ground and gets it front and centre, and that's where good footballers are. Jack Sinclair was, and Jack Silvani finds himself out the back.
Should knock this through, and he does. So 2 in the quarter for Silvani. The Saints have kicked 4 after a goalless first half. They're winning the turn. Hawthorn by 45, 11-9 leads 4-6. We're about to tick into time on in Q3. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, our number 1 picks on ABC Sport.
Well, they've looked better in this third quarter, haven't they, Murph? But their inability to, they kick one, but then they give up 1 or 2 back the other way.
This is the test now. They've had, on I think their first 3 goals, the Hawthorn footy team, they answered straight back by a centre square clearance and then a quick goal. So here's the challenge to try and get 2, 3 in a row, try and build some pressure.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Saints with 4 goals to 3 so far in this third quarter after being goalless for the first time in 47 years to half-time. Back in the middle of the ground. Chance for McKenzie. Tries to slap it forward to the advantage of Newcomb. Out past to Meek. Pressured by DeConey. Umpire gets in the way as Connor McDonald tries to gather. Hawks take it back. Out past to McKenzie. Floats a hand pass out to Perez on the wing. He's run down. Great chase from Darcy Wilson. Holding the ball. And he takes it on the broadcast wing in front of the 2 benches. Hawthorn by 45 points. With some call to play on. Comes inboard to Brad Hill. Marks at the back edge of the centre square. Hill looks to take Nick Watson on as he veers out to the right and then sends a high ball up to half forward. Have a fly that. Clears Garcia. And Carl Amon on the back. Josh Battle gathers for the Hawks. Hand pass away to Impey. Kick smothered by DeConey. Spills out. Chance for Hall. Gets a hand pass to Garcia. Chips it into the pocket. It's over the head of Mateus Filippo. Although Impey has to get a hand pass away to Nan. Hemmed in against the boundary line. Battle keeps it in. Over the right side of the line and then kicks up towards the wing. Connor McDonald in a 2-on-1. Hill brings it down. And Hall's going to chip it back to Wilkie. Some 25 metres back up the wing.
4 goals to 3 in the quarter. St Kilda's way after they were goalless in the first half. First time the Saints have had a goalless first half since 1987. They'd scored only 5 behinds. It was their lowest half-time score since 1979. All new lows for St Kilda tonight. The kick comes wide to Burns, long into the forward pocket. No mark, off hand, spills close to the boundary line. Keeler hangs it in, keeps it alive. From left half forward, kicks back to the teeth of goal. Taru! Now don't call him
Flying Viking.
No, don't call him that for nothing.
No,
there he is, right on cue.
And his name all over that a long way out, didn't he? It was a great centering ball.
Was that Keeler? Well done.
Yeah, that was just keeping the ball alive and then just putting it into a good area, but not just hitting and hoping. He saw 2 St Kilda players, first one. And, yeah, as I said, he had his name all over this a long way out and good leap, and it's a good finish.
This would make it a 5-goal term. The teenager pops it through. The Flying Viking with the trademark grab and the goal to match. 39 points, Hawthorn's lead. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we call for a Murph to be able to put the pressure on and maybe get 2 goals in a row. And they've been able to do that. And it's off the back of our man Wilson. And he's running
2 big tackles, run-down tackles. Stay involved.
Exactly right. And it's not give up on the chase. I mean, you've got speed. That's exactly what your coach and your teammates want to see. And that's turned the momentum in terms of Hawthorn going forward, potentially going inside forward 50. Big tackles.
Just get the little things right.
If you were Darcy Wilson's agent, the Saints came back to you and said, look, sorry, I know he's improving, but we haven't got the cash.
You're waiting.
Yeah, we'll just wait.
That's fine. We'll just wait.
We spoke to him a couple of weeks ago after that Richmond game.
Yeah. Wasn't convincing.
Wasn't that convincing, was he?
Which he's got every right to do.
That'll be the challenge to Kilda after giving up free money. Out of the middle, superb as Watson's breaking away. Kicks inside 50. Connor McDonald dropped the mark. They did all the hard work. And Caminiti out of defence. Crashed into by Nick Watson. The kick will be a turnover. And Bailey McDonald hugs it to his chest on the wing. Hawthorn sent it up to half forward. It's over the head of Cam Nan and goes out on the full. Mason Wood will take it at half back. So Caminiti behind the ball. Silvani inside the forward 50. Taru has looked dangerous as well as Brad Hill switches inside the defensive 50 to Wilkie. Out to Taru, who marks it right half back. Hawthorn leading by 39 points. The Saints with 5 goals to 3 so far in this quarter. Kicks out towards O'Connell. Spoiled away by D'Ambrosio. Hawks at half forward. Moore over around the foot. He has to tap it forward looking for D'Ambrosio. It came off the boot of Taru, so he's going to be out on the full and a Hawthorn free kick at half forward.
Hucks around to his right, takes some extra metres and then kicks a long inside 50. 3 Saints go up, spills down to Watson, shoots a handball out to Ward. Ward shakes the O'Connell tackle, snaps off the left, hit the belly of the ball. Floats very high to the behind line and through for a minor score.
Had too much time, didn't he?
Yep. 40-point lead, Hawthorn on top, 25 gone in the third. Oh, dangerous kick out. Perez intercepts in the pocket, gives it to Gunston. He's got his 5th. And we got a new Coleman medal leader. Jack Gunston back to the top of the tree. 35 and counting on the year. 12 goals, 10 to 5-6. 25 gone in the third term, and the errant kick out costly from the Saints. It's Hawthorn by 46, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and from a veteran too, Brad Hill, he just tried to put it into the path of, I think it was Henry, wasn't it, running back with the flight.
Should just keep on just taking yardage.
Had to draw in. Flynn Perez has just read that like a book, hasn't he? And he just come forward. Great intercept, and then to share it with Gunston to give him his 5th. Well, that's where they've just been so disciplined all night defensively, haven't they? Yes, they've given up a couple of goals, but they've been sound.
8 goals to 4, Hawthorn's way from turnovers tonight. And they seized on the Saints' errors. To Koning rises, wins down the tap. Garcia tries to soccer it forward, got it up to Hall at half forward. Out past to McRae, kicks inside 50. Marshall on the lead, can't take the mark. Was there a push in the back from Battle? I think there was. Marshall at right half forward. Did enough in the end to claim the mark with the right arm, I should say. Blindsided running away from us.
It was good work by the Saints, just keeping the ball in front, just keep on getting yardage, and then they'll clean. And McRae just not usually known for his good right leg, but just,
it's usually for balance, isn't it, that thing?
That's right, as most good left footers do.
Yeah.
But just kicked out a nice little 20-metre kick, just waved that out perfectly for big Rowan Marshall.
So the Konings kicked one in this third quarter. Rowan Marshall outside 50, starts with some high kicks to get in rhythm. He comes in and bangs it through. Arms in the air in celebration. That's how you do it. And their 2 rucks have hit the scoreboard in this third quarter, and they answer back after the Gunston goal at the other end. The margin sits at 40 points once more. 12-10-82 the Hawks to St Kilda 6-6-42. The Saints with 6 goals to 4 so far in this third quarter after they were goalless in the first half.
Yeah, you're right, Murph. They did well just to keep that ball and the momentum going forward, didn't they? It was an attempted soccer probably from Garcia. They ended up with a little handball up to Jack McRae from Max Hall. Nice little touch kick on the right shoe. But what you said earlier is that they are celebrating their goals. And you can see even there, Rowan Marshall, he was pumped. He's like, boys, let's not give up on this game.
You sort of feel that they must have been challenged with a bit of their spirit at half-time. Because we've certainly seen a noticeable shift. They obviously didn't get a chance to celebrate goals in the first half, but they've certainly celebrated them in this third term.
Koning scoops it up after winning the hit-out, gives it to Hall, away to McRae. Saints going forward again. Handball to the skipper. Sinclair to the goal line. He's just off target. Misses to the right. Behind, Hawks by 39. Saints have kicked 6 goals in this third quarter after a goalless first half. 27.5 gone in the third. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Had Cooper Sharman on, but Sinclair went for home. Sicily out of defence, up to the wing. Cal Wilkie takes the mark. Good contested mark from the co-captain. Turns and comes inboard. The mark is taken by Jack Sinclair. He's got Wilson free at half forward. Had to get it over Kinnaman, who goes racing back. And Darcy Wilson marks at left half forward. Where to now? He's got Rowan Marshall in the pocket. Just pulls his kick at the last moment, looking for Filippo down low, spoiled away, comes to Banfield, kick smothered, great desperation by Perez, spills out to Sicily.
Oh, no.
Out past to Carl Amon, who puts it out on the full.
There's a left footer on their right shoe.
So Rowan Marshall dobbed one from the right forward pocket, now he's in the left forward pocket, wants to give it off, kicks over the top to Henry, getting back Will Day, spoils it out of play. Just a little too casual, the Saints there, as Day spoils it out of play for a throw-in in the left forward pocket. Hawthorn by 39 points. 29 minutes gone, third term.
Six-goal quarter for the Saints.
It's a
Oh, the Rucks wrestle one another. They both hit the deck. Which way the umpire is going to point here? It's a free kick for Reeves. What'd you make of that, Ray? Both ruckmen ended up hitting the deck. The umpire had to pick it out, and it went Hawthorn's way.
I'm still trying to figure out why Will Day's allowed to spike the ball out of bounds after he spoiled it on a secondary punch away.
Good call, Ray. I thought the same thing.
Absolutely mind-boggling.
Yep.
Should have been deliberate.
Yep.
Insufficient intent.
Reeves goes long to the wing, and offhands is knocked out of play while they're boundary throwing. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. That's 0437 774 774.
Razor's gone back to medieval times there.
Did we get your worst three in the end, Razor, in terms of umpires' rooms? We got Carrara.
Oh, we got Carrara as the worst, and we got the G as the best.
G is the best.
I think the SCGs got an honourable mention.
Koning wins down the tap. Taru. Newcomb down low, wins it. Hand pass chopped off, though, by McRae. Hand pass away to Carroll. To Hall, who's hemmed in against the boundary by Ginnivan. Cut back boundary side. What do you reckon, Ray?
Insufficient intent.
No, yeah. To be fair to the umpire, if Guinea's got a hand on him, he's not allowed to pay it for him running over.
And that's why we have Ray Chamberlain to educate our listeners. So we in the outer are better understanding the rules of the game. Hawthorn by 39 points.
Ray, is that the case on the behind line, though, for a rush behind?
Exactly the same.
Wow. Okay.
Reeves palms it down, looking for Newcomb. Hall hit it with pace. Got a hand pass forward to Koning. Hand pass a little too heavy for Darcy Wilson. Sicily, set water challenge, knocks it on to Ginnivan. Did that well. Hand pass to Newcomb. Wants to give it back to Ginnivan. They wax it around Max Hall. And Newcomb now right half forward. Looks up inside 50. Pulls his kick superbly. Connor McDonald takes the mark.
How good's that in terms of just IQ? You knowing your limitations with your leg speed.
Newcomb and Ginnivan.
But then both being able to just slow the game down, assess your options, and just wait for the game to unfold. You see so many players in that situation there of Newcomb running towards 50. They rush and they turn, they bomb it away to nothing. He just slows right down. Connor McDonald, there you are. Pop it in front of you. Here's a set shot.
Well, Max Hall was the picky in the middle, offering chase as Connor McDonald looks to put it through for the Hawks. As it comes in from just inside 50 and puts through their 13th goal of the match and celebrates with the Hawthorn fans. 13-10-88 to St Kilda 6-7-43. The Saints with 6 goals to Hawthorn's 5 in this third quarter. Connor McDonald with his first of the match. Mark Murphy and Brett Delia, experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, as good as St Kilda have been in this third term, the Hawks have just had the responses every time, haven't they? So, as we just saw then, just the composure and just the ability just to let the game just play itself out and make the right decisions going ahead with ball in hand is just so crucial in football. But this day and age, even more so with the way in which the ground opens up. You can just exploit opposition.
What was the big shush for? Did you get a bit of feedback over the fence, you reckon? Croc.
Who's Croc? Is that Newcomb, is it?
No, that's Connor McDonald.
Connor McDonald.
Apologies.
Back in the middle. McRae, first possession, bangs a kick forward in the opposite direction, though. Sicily hits up, meets it, tumbles a kick out to half-back. This is D'Ambrosio, works his way through traffic, the 1-2 with Newcomb, and he's away. Massimo has a bounce, sends a kick down to half-forward over the head of Meek. Coming up to meet it, Wilkie sweeps a hand pass for the Saints out to Jack McRae. He's got to deal with Ward. He got the hand pass away to Windhager. Sweeping hand pass down the wing to Keeler. Handball on to Hall. Hall up to half forward for the Saints over the head of his intended target. And Battle will be able to cover across. And he's still copping the jeers despite his team well in front. And second time he's played against the old mob as Newcomb retrieves the ball at half back. Got it to Sicily. 1-2 with Impey. Back to Sicily. Back to Newcomb. Hawks off the back flank. Sends it down the wing. And a neat mark taken in all of that. And the big man in Meek. City wing. Waning moments here of the third term, a high-scoring quarter, 6-5. The Saints winning the term, but Hawthorn by 45 in the game.
Lloyd drives it up towards half forward. Lloyd Meek. Mitch Lewis presents, knocks it down, spills out the way of Liam O'Connell. He looks to send the Saints up the wing. It's over the head of Filippo, and in the end, off hands, goes out of play. So Hawthorn 13-10-88 to St Kilda 6-7-43. The Saints have put it 6-5 in this third quarter after being goalless in the first half. One of the questions for Sam Mitchell will be how much game time does he want for Jack Gunston and for Will Day in the final term with his side leading by 45 points. Meek in front of De Koning. Down to the front where Hall's onto it, trying to get it back to De Koning. Just hacks a kick up towards half forward. D'Ambrosio sends a high ball up the wing. O'Connor trying to race back, got an awkward bounce. Watson put the pressure on, then wins the footy. He darts inboard, hand pass to Connor McDonald, who gives it back over the top to Watson. Once more he makes him look foolish from 45 on the three-quarter time siren. He misses to the right-hand side and bounces through a behind. He has added some action in this third quarter. And really, it's the reason for fans to stay here in the second half, but it's Hawthorn who lead by 46 points at three-quarter time. 13-11-89 to the Saints 6-7-43. As we mentioned, St Kilda goalless in the first half, booted 6 goals to 5 in that third term. For the Hawks, 5 goals to Jack Gunston in his return after missing 2 games with a foot injury, 2 goals to Mitch Lewis, 3 goals to Mitch Lewis, 2 goals to Marbiel Chol, individuals to Watson and Connor McDonald alongside Jack Ginnivan. While for the Saints, 6 goals in that third quarter, 2 to Jack Silvani, individuals to Marshall, to Koning, Wilson and Taru.
Matt Clinch alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, our number 1 picks. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Don't forget, by the way, the home of your footy content is ABC AFL Daily. 5 episodes a week, ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcast. You get Mark Murphy on a Monday, which you love, Murph.
I do love.
So you get Mad Mondays with Murph. Brett Delidio's there every Thursday night. Into Friday, full preview of the round. Ordinarily, Ben Cameron's alongside me. He won't be there tonight, but we'll hold it down without him, Lids.
We'll try our best.
You also get AFL Saturday with Mick and Bawley. On Sunday nights, you get Ben and Daniel Harford. And then on Tuesdays, Bob Murphy picks apart all the footy shows that set the landscape in the footy agenda for the week ahead. So ABC AFL Daily, the place to find it, wherever you get your podcasts. All right, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 46 points the margin as we turn for home. Thoughts of Lids and Murph coming up next.
A young man vanishes, and something about it doesn't sit right.
It made no sense.
I'm Rob Bergen. Join me for What Became of Jack, the new season of Unravel.
You know where my son is.
Search for the Unravel podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Long inside 50, Silvani.
There's a magnet being tossed around.
Big shove to battle, and Silvani up forward. Takes the mark at centre half forward. He'll have a look from about 45 out, just right of centre. So 2 minutes into the second half, after a goalless first half, Jack Silvani shows them how it's done. And they rush to him. His second goal as a Saint. After they spotted Hawthorn the first 8 in the game. 2 minutes after half-time.
Cooper Sharman pushes back behind his mark. He looks into the pocket, sends it in the top Koning direction, and he takes the mark in front of Reeves. Hemmed in against the boundary. He's about 5 metres in. Kick from about 35 metres out. Just 2 disposals in the first half of their big signing as he opens up the angle, tries to curl it around his body, and that's how you do it. TDK puts through their second. Out towards Mitch Lewis, got underneath it, clears Wilkie. At the back, Watson's on it, lost his footing, gets back up, got around O'Connell, hand pass to Lewis in the pocket, back to Watson, opens up the angle, that's the Wizard at work. The 1-2, and Nick Watson creates his own energy inside the forward 50 for the Hawks.
Dangerous kick out, Perez intercepts in the pocket, gives it to Gunston, he's got his 5th. And we got a new Coleman medal leader. Jack Gunston back to the top of the tree. 35 and counting on the year.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
6-goal third quarter for the Saints, but really it's all a little, too late, as the expression goes. It was Hawthorn with the only 8 goals of the first half. St Kilda goalless to half-time for the first time since 1987. It was our lowest scoring first half since 1979. They're all new lows for the Saints. They came out and kicked 6 goals in the third, but after Hawthorn led by 50 at half-time, they still lead by 46 after 3. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, what do we make of it? Three-quarter time here at Docklands.
It was a better quarter, Murph, from the Saints. Obviously, 6 goals to 5, but they couldn't get a run on where they were able to kick 6, or not 6, but kick 2 goals in a row and be able to hold Hawthorn goalless for a period of time.
They still got opened up, didn't they?
Just 1 for 1, and in the ease at which Hawthorn got some of their goals, it has been the tale of the night, really, hasn't it? But, you know, young Max Hall, he got to work in that quarter. He had the 11 disposals. really got to work around clearances, as did Jack McRae. He had 5 clearances that quarter alone, Jack McRae, and one really nice little right foot dab kick that we've made mention of, to big Rowan Marshall. But ultimately,
Jack Savani kicked a couple.
Well, it's at the I know the Magnet's got spun. He starts back, in this game, but then they look listless going forward. Do you go with that again, do you think? Not this quarter, but next week. He's like, well, you haven't got your mainstay in King down there. He's like, well, at least his bloke's going to...
Mitch Owens.
Or Machito Owens, yeah. Well, it's an interesting concept.
It is, because you need something that's going to straighten you up ahead of the contest. So if you've got forwards who don't necessarily lead the leg, or they're not attractive to the eye when you've got ball in hand,
or create a contest.
It does cause confusion when you've got the ball, when you're looking forward and you're not seeing someone just coming at the leg, or the running patterns are where they need to be. The first half they just looked all over the shop, so maybe it's just hard to get an indication. When your pressure's down and your work rate's not there, then everything else sort of is a byproduct and falls apart, doesn't it? So I thought, to their credit, they came out in that third term and actually pressured the Hawks better and got busy around the contest and started to move the ball a bit quicker and started to put the Hawks under a little bit of pressure. But unfortunately, from their side of things too, they couldn't halt that momentum that the Hawks got on various occasions in that third term. But certainly a much better performance by the Saints then.
I'll tell you what, that would have been a bit of a flat quarter if not for Nick Watson, though. He had the 8 disposals, 113 metres game, 4 score involvements, could have kicked probably 3 or 4 goals, really, in terms of...
Wasn't similar to Sirioli on that forward 50 where he got the handball over the top. But I remember Cyril's little just shift and just a little bit of byproduct. Get that goal. Little shimmy. Docklands, little shimmy that we all love seeing. But Nick wasn't. He's lighting us up.
Will Day started every quarter on the bench, and so he's again here to start the last. Meek grabs it out of the ruck. Handball going forward. Intercepted by Garcia. Got it out to DeConing. His hand pass back in dispute, and Ward wrestles it free. Got it to Newcomb. Handball away to McKenzie for the Hawks. High up and under inside 50. Ball hits the deck. Watson buzzing around. Picked off, though, by O'Connell. Gives it to Caminiti, who's back to Taru. Handball away towards McRae, and that's just a get-out-of-here kick. Up to the wing. Weddle picks it off for the Hawks. His handball went straight to Wood, who he tackles. Back into the ruck. Taken away by Silvani, and he's held up by Perez. We'll have a ball up. Logo broadcast wing or on the dock side. It's a 46-point lead for the Hawks. We got 1 quarter to play. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774.
DeConing slaps it down. Newcomb gets the hand pass away, though. Quick 1-2 with D'Ambrosio. He kicks it up the wing towards Marbiel Joel. Space is there for him to lead up to, and he takes the mark. As Hawthorn players streaming by. A little hesitant to get the ball moving all that quickly, and then dances around Brad Hill on the mark. They try to come racing at him. Marbiel Joel sends it inside 50. Lewis gets rid of Taru, and leaning back takes the mark.
No, push.
Oh, the umpire's called a push there, so it is going to be a free kick going Caminiti's way, who wasn't a direct contact with Mitch Lewis, the opponent. Caminiti goes short to O'Connell. Sends the Saints out of defence to Cal Wilkie, who's running onto the loose footy. Doesn't have it yet. Now hand passes to Wilson. Gets the hand pass away to Sinclair. Sends it up the wing, and Filippo takes the mark at left half back. Trying to move it quickly to Cooper Sharman. Tried to take the chest mark. Dropped it at the last moment. Carl Amon did enough just to spoil it. Spills down to Ward of the Hawks. Cuts back one way, then the other boundary side. Hand pass back to Sicily. The Hawthorn co-captain looking to poke it back to Ward. Kick chopped off by Cooper Sharman. Draws the opponent. Hand pass to Wilson. On the wing, he chips it up to Henry. Little shove on. Carl Amon has waved away, and Henry just ricochets a kick inside 50. Bounces away from Marshall. Getting back. Taken down with Sicily. In the end, Marshall's hand pass up to Mason Wood. Kick goes straight up in the air. Marshall tries to gather it. Not 15. Now he's tackled immediately by Josh Battle, and the umpire will ball it up. 30 metres out from St Kilda's goal.
Saints to the Coventry end. DeConing grabs it out of the ruck. Meek tackles him. Oh, and a dumping tackle. Free kick to DeConing. And now 50. As James Sicily is asked to be a little more constructive with his feedback. And so DeConing is going to march to the top of the goal square. And this is going to be pretty elementary.
I think Tom DeConing made the most of that, and I think it was the head flick with the long hair that went with it that forced the umpire to go, oh, hang on, that must have been a sling. But I don't think he could have looked after him more in that tackle.
2 for Tom. Knocks it through. It's a 40-point game.
It's be good.
3 minutes gone in the last. Early stages, final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain.
Give it to us, Ray.
Yeah, no, I'm in favour of your analysis of that, boys. There's a couple of things that are really important. So one is it is excessive rotation? No. Is his head placed in a vulnerable position? No.
Yep.
Does he have his hands free and has the ability to brace the fall?
Yes.
Play on.
Oh, I agree with you, Ray. I think it's tried to accentuate it, and which is the danger now with some of these players where, I mean, the umpires are trying to umpire the rule to protect the player, but when you're accentuating that to try and get a free kick, hopefully, yeah. Can you find that for staging? I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Sorry, jump in, Ray.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call it a stage. He certainly turns him and tackles him from behind, but I don't think it's a free.
Meek tries to take it to the ruck against De Koning. Sockers it to half forward. McRae's hand pass for the Saints. Away to O'Connell. Now to Sinclair. Links up with Brad Hill, who kicks it up the wing. And Max Hall takes the mark. So De Koning with 2 goals. Jack Silvani with 2 goals for the Saints. As Hall kicks inside 50. Sharman West his way to the front. Spills off hands. Marshall to the goal square. Henry's outnumbered 2-on-1. And Nan coming from the side. Supports his teammate Bailey McDonald and rushes it through for a minor score. So Hawthorn by 39 points. 4 minutes gone in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He's Impey. There's a bit of a run from the kick out. Takes some ground and then long to the wing. To Conan in the pack. Off hands though. Spills down towards Moore. Trying to wrestle free from Hill. Got it to Meek. Away to Ward. Handball to Chol. Chol runs into trouble. Windhager caught him. Says keep going. Ball comes out to Watson. Handball down the wing for Ward. Handball to McKenzie. Takes some ground. Runs through traffic. Gives it to D'Ambrosio. Handball to Moore. Extra handball into the pocket. Slick hands there from Hardwick, who's now inside 50. He's going to get a second look at it. Hardwick hooks it through off the left. Oh, Blake Hardwick. How do they ever let him leave the forward 50? He kicks one tonight. 14-11 to 7-8. 5 minutes into the final term. He had one hand pass which ended up back towards him. Picked it up. Hooked it through off the left peg. And after 4 last week, Hardwick's got one tonight. It's a 45-point lead for Hawthorn.
Leave the man forward.
Oh, yeah. That was an incredible goal, wasn't it?
Just great goal sense, but we get an indication whether or not Jack Hunston's going to come back on at the moment. He's been sitting on the bench for most of this final term. But, geez, that's just a bit of class, isn't it? Blake Hardwick.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, pretty interesting exchange down here on the Hawthorn bench. Sam, after Blake Hardwick kicked that goal, Sam Mitchell turned to Jack Gunston and said, sit back down, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit with you, Ray. I think Jack Gunston's night might be done and Blake Hardwick might be a forward for the final term. 45 points as the margin. Back in the middle, Meek wins down the tap, but it's Garcia who got it from Hall. Kicks St Kilda inside 50. Leading in front was Banfield, who got a hold in the marking contest. I'll take the free kick directly in front.
Is that because he got dragged down?
Yeah,
I can
dragged
only
down
assume,
by Bailey McDonald, I think.
With the left arm around, I can only assume that's what it was because it was paid by the umpire behind. But, yeah, I mean, that's what it pays to be in front, doesn't it?
He's a good height, Charlie Banfield, 191 centimetres, one of 3 teenagers out there.
Great
Alex
size.
Taru and Cameron Nan. The son of Drew Banfield. 165 games, the Premiership Eagle. Looking to knock it through from just inside 50. He's got underneath it, Banfield. It's across the face, and in the end, the juggling effort unsuccessful from Tom De Koning. He goes through for a minor score. Hawthorn by 44 points.
Seen a bit of timing off by Tom De Koning at the moment. He's sort of just had a few opportunities tonight to really grab it at the highest point and take a big grab that he's usually so good at, but just not quite there.
Sicily long to a contest. It's half back for the Hawks. Windhager had it, lost it in the tackle from D'Ambrosio. Ball spills to McKenzie. McKenzie had a handball away to Perez. Back down the wing. Taru, handball away in all of that towards Windhager, and he's caught in a flash. Nice bit of work again, Flynn Perez. The defensive act. Late inclusion for Connor Nash, who's out with neck soreness. From the restart, Hawks came away with it. Picked up, though, by Hall. Handball away to Hill. He goes to Filippo, spins out of a would-be tackle, kicks into the pocket, ugly kick, out on the full.
Did all the hard stuff then, just didn't quite sell himself. That's where you spin out and you get some space. That's where you need that composure. That's his next step.
44-point lead for Hawthorn, where it's 8 minutes into the final term.
Josh Weddle runs around Cooper Sharman, who is the man on the mark in the back pocket. Gains an extra 10 metres, kicks up towards Mitch Lewis. Tom de Koning got hands to it, can't complete the mark. Ginnivan tries to sock it off the ground. De Koning flicked it out to Windhager, but it was a high contact before that. And TDK will get the free kick. Out past to Brad Hill, who runs through the middle of Docklands. Got it to Carroll. Tries to chip a kick over the top, where it's marked by Ryan Burns. In the centre square. Tries to send it long towards Cooper Sharman, who flies from behind. Weddle brings it down. Silvani tries to slap it clear. Over the top of the footy was Weddle. It's worked away, and now Sicily can't knock it clear. The umpire will ball it up. Right forward pocket for the Saints. 35 metres out from their goal. It's Hawthorn who lead by 44 points. A goal apiece in this final term.
De Koning grabs it out of the ruck. Handball away to Windhager. Windhager on the left peg. Snaps goalward. Floats very high. Wrong side of the post. Behind 43 points, the lead for the Hawks. 9 gone, final term. A little bit of news coming through, by the way. Last weekend was all about Scott Pendlebury in game 4-3-3. The auction has just concluded for his golden number 10, the jumper which was put up for auction.
1 of 12.
1 of 12, but the only one that was out there for auction. 87 bids.
Yes.
The winning bid comes in at $101,075.
Oh, so someone's missed out by $75.
101,075 decimal 00.
Oh, maybe. I'm assuming that it might have been.
E. Maguire.
He would have been bidding, surely.
Yeah, I think so.
Saints
put one bid in.
Taking back possession. You haven't missed anything while that was taking place. Burn up towards half forward. Mason Wood. Hand pass looking for Darcy Wilson. He squares it up at the top of the 50, and Ryan Burns has it once more. This is beyond his range. He tries to send it in the pocket because Windhager's all on his own. Good vision to find him 35 metres out from goal in the right forward pocket.
Well, it's safe to say the sting's gone out of this game, hasn't it? We're talking jumper auctions, and the defensive structures have probably just started to lapse a little bit from Hawthorn. It's more about trying to get through it and make sure that you're ready and right for next week. Gunston we will not see again, I don't think, this quarter.
Marcus Windhager trying to put through St Kilda's 8th goal of the match, and a bit of credibility as he steers it the right side of the left goal post and through for a goal for St Kilda. So 2 goals to 1 in this final term. The margin back to 37 points. Hawthorn 14-11-95 to St Kilda 8-10-58. 11 minutes gone in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
I dare say probably Will Day's night's probably going to come to an end here. They'll probably just put some ice on, and
he played
done enough.
22 minutes, Murph, in that third quarter. So 17 minutes in the first quarter, 18 minutes in the second, 22 in the third. Started on the bench, but he is out there. Oh, no, he's not out there yet. He's on the bench.
No,
so
he just came off.
Just came off. So, if I was Hawthorn, and I'm not a high-performance specialist, but I'd be looking after him, and there's not much to gain by putting him back out there tonight.
So stout line of 14, 7 and 7, 4 contested possessions, 2 clearances, 3 tackles for Will Day in the time that he's had out there. Spent most of his night in the midfield, as Rob McCartney told us pre-game. Out of the middle, Connor McDonald hands it to Cam Nan. Gets a high up and under inside the middle of the ground. Hawks win it back. Connor McDonald kicks inside 50. Chol trying to hold out his direct opponent. Wilkie bends down, picks up the footy. His hand pass picked off by Moore. Moore off his knees. Hand pass looking for Lewis, trying to tap it out of there. Hill got it. Tackled by Lewis. Ball comes out the Saints' way, though. Darting away with it is Windhager. He kicks out to the wing. And mark's going to be taken in the end, but after all that by Wood. Looks back inboard with the kick. Finds Silvani. Silvani turns, sends it down to high half forward. This is Henry. Henry looks inside the forward 50 and an easy pick off for Sicily. Covers across and takes the intercept mark. Goes back to Cam Nan, who marks in the back pocket. The second gamer out of Central Districts goes short to Connor McDonald. Sting well and truly out of this one. It was a bizarre first half of footy where Hawthorn kicked the only 8 goals in the first half. Goalless to half-time. St Kilda for the first time since 1987. Their lowest scoring first half since 1979. String of handballs. Hawthorn work it over halfway. Moore's got support inside. Hands it to Ginnivan. Ginnivan kicks inside 50. Hardwick. What a little pep in his step. Moving inside the forward 50 after 3 quarters in defence. Gunston cooling his heels in the last, and Hardwick's got a chance to double up from right half forward.
Oh, why not? What did he kick last week? 4 leads. So
he was beautiful on the set shot last week.
Been waiting for Jack to get off tonight so he can get back down there.
This is right half forward in Rammer's dead pocket. Tough kick from out there. Hardwick misses the whole set. Out of bounds on the full.
I just looked up Corbin if Cam Nan's actual name was Cam, or was it Cameron? It's Cameron.
Cameron.
Cam Nan would have been aggressive by appearance, wouldn't it?
It's good from you, Murph. Had 8 shots on goal, Blake Hardwick last week. Couldn't capitalise there. The Saints try and work it here at half-back as Windhager's tackled and brought down. Joel tries to knock it on to Impey. Taken by Cal Wilkie. Good composure. Out pass to the dash of Wilson. Draws an opponent. Gives it away to Max Hall. Has Keeler at half-forward. The kick is over him. He runs back onto it and takes the mark. He's at right half-forward in front of Weddle. Marshall has the arms outstretched as he leads in the pocket. Keeler looks to the lead of Silvani. Up front, he takes the mark with good hands. There wasn't too much in the end that the defender, Cameron Nan, could do.
What do you reckon the origins of it are? It's like air, but with an N at the start and the end. So it's Nairn. Nan.
Yeah, it sounds Aussie though, doesn't it? Nan.
Cameron Nan. It's a tricky one to say. It's a tricky one as a
commentator. You might have to go with Cameron Nan to make sure that you actually don't just...
Air Nan.
So you wondered what we talk about sometimes when the game's weren't truly over. We're getting an insight. Jack Silvani has 2 goals next to his name. This is be for a third in the second half. He comes in out to the right from 45 and misses to the left-hand side. A 36-point lead Hawthorn's way. 14 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Good thing is we're going right through to 11 p.m. Eastern, so we've got plenty of time to pick it all apart in the post-game. As Haymont goes long up to the wing, comes off the hands of Reeves, gives it to Meek, handball out in front of Ward. Ward just whacks it forward. Trying to intercept Carroll's, got an awkward bouncing footy to deal with, coughs it up, Moore wins it at half forward, handball to Hardwick, Hardwick the forward, never looks like missing. He's got a couple, and Hawthorn cracked the ton. 15-11, 101, St Kilda 8-11, 59, 16 gone final term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks by 7 goals.
As soon as Jack Carroll overran that footy there, it was real concern.
Just got a bad bounce, didn't he? But just didn't stay low on the ball. That's just got to cop the head and be as low as possible there and come up with the ball. But that's one he'd like to have back, and the Hawks just made him just sweat on that.
He lifted his head, didn't he, Murph? And unfortunately, when there's pressure coming at you, that'll usually that gets replayed on a Monday, which is not something you're that keen to go in and watch again.
No.
Just missed his opportunity. Good pressure from Connor McDonald, and then unselfish Dylan Moore, and the goal kicker Blake Hardwick. Sam Mitchell got smiling like a Cheshire cat down there on the bench.
It's not a bad roll, is it? Go to full forward for the final term. He's kicked 2 goals. Free kick St Kilda's way in the middle of the ground. McRae gets the hand pass away to Garcia. To Sinclair, who's got Ryan Burns on his own on the outer wing. He takes the mark between wing and half forward. Looks up into the pocket. Kicks looking for Silvani, who has made an impression in this final term with his attack on the ball and his work in the air. So we know St Kilda have been missing Jack Higgins and Mitch Owens tonight. They're 2 leading goal scorers. Maybe structurally they look a little bit better with someone like Jack Silvani who can at least fly and present.
Well, he certainly did that. He's come from the clouds there. That's a really strong grab from Jack. He just provides an option, and he's got good hands. So just a smart footballer.
He's taken 9 marks tonight, Jack Silvani. Looking for his third from the left forward pocket. This time he makes the most of it. And 3 goals in the second half for Jack Silvani to put some credibility back onto the scoreboard. St Kilda's 9 goals after being held goalless in the opening half. The first time in 47 years for the Saints that they didn't kick a goal in the first half, and for Ross Lyon, the first time in his coaching career that the side he coached didn't kick a goal in the first half. Hawthorn 15-11, 101 to the Saints 9-11, 65. Brett Delivio and Mark Murphy with you.
It's a hard one for Ross to try and brush aside, isn't it? Is this the look that you might want to have with, especially with a few of their key forwards who aren't out there at the moment for the Saints? Do you just go to a Jack Silvani and play him deep? We've seen enough in this second half to say, well, not a bad option, really. He's taking some good grabs.
Goal and sticky hands. It's like he's going to present. When he gets his hands to him, more often than not, they stay stuck.
4 of their best 6 forwards on the injury list for St Kilda. Socket forward out of the middle by Newcomb. Picked up by McKenzie. Hits it with a bit of speed. Handball out to D'Ambrosio. Great smother Wilson and all of that with a 1%er. D'Ambrosio gets a mulligan. Puts it back inside 50. And Taru floats through. Takes the intercept mark half back for the Saints. So that injury list includes Machado Owens, Liam Ryan, Jack Higgins. So that's 3. And then you can count Max King if you want to as the 4th. I think Max King, unfortunately, is almost in that Will Day, Hayden Young territory where you've almost got a plan that he's not there, and if he is, it's a bonus. He's missed more than he's played in the last couple of years. Off the back flank, the Saints send it down the wing, and of course, Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller are their best player, period, and they're only All-Australian from last year, also absent. That handball missed Filippo, went through his hands, picked up by Moore on the wing. Is he shoved in the back? No, he's held up. Ball up, City wing. We are, 19 minutes into this final term. It's Hawthorn by 6 goals. And they really had it won at half-time with a 50-point lead and a goalless opponent.
Now the Rucks can get a hand to it. It's socket forward by Filippo. Dylan Moore spinning out of traffic. Did well. Gets the hand pass away to Cam McKenzie. Boundary side on the wing. Sends it up towards Marbiel Chol. One-on-one with Taru. He just bounces him out of the way. And Chol takes the mark. Looks up into the pocket. Watson's on the move. He marks. Runs into the open goal. And bangs through another one for the Hawks. A second for Nick Watson after he was denied the goal after the half-time siren. And Hawthorn by 42 points. 16-11-107 to St Kilda 9-11-65. 20 minutes gone in the final term. 3 goals apiece in this final quarter.
It was a great ground ball get by Dylan Moore on the far side, and then Marbiel Chol was just too big and too strong to the grab. And then Nick Watson, nice little celebration too to the St Kilda cheer squad. Just let them know about it as he just strode through.
Sort of, it reminded me a little bit of your celebration, Murph, but only a different finger.
Just let them know. Just gave him the thumbs up on the way through.
Which that was.
Or just the index finger.
The Collingwood cheer squad, of course. Nick Watson was just waving the index finger.
Yeah, a bit smarter than me.
Yes.
You're making too much money, that's why. Give it back.
Back in the middle, taken away by Newcomb for the Hawks. He roved the hit out from De Koning. Gives it to Day. Day Kevin Bartlett tries a handball out in front. Picked off, though, by Wilson in the other direction. His hand pass stolen by McKenzie. Handball back to Amon. Fumbles. Lost it. Loose ball on the wing. Dockside. Wilson keeps it in front of him. Soccer's down to half forward and sliding out with the footy. Silvani will have a boundary throw in half forward for the Saints.
So football in the schoolyard at recess. That one handball underground. Try and run it onto yourself.
Was that a bit of red and blue, Lids, in terms of don't need to do that in the last quarter?
Nah, not so much that one. That's just trying to take the game on. I like that.
Boundary throw in. De Koning palms it down. McKenzie tackled, lost it. Garcia shot a hand pass inside. Hill needs it to sit for him. He's got Watson bearing down. Hand pass back inboard. Filippo has his pocket picked. Taken by Day. Handball to Wimpy. He's got to move it. McKenzie onto it.
Gets a hand pass over the top to Mitch Lewis. Fires it forward. It's wide of Watson. Bounces off Taru. Socket forward by Dylan Moore up towards left half forward. Impey goes racing after it. He won't get there. This will be a lasso for a kick in. St Kilda will take it through Brad Hill at right half back. The Hawks 16-11-107 to St Kilda 9-11-65. The margin is 42 points. Crowd posted at 33,476. As the Saints through Ryan Burns, sends it up to Marshall. He marks it left half forward. Looks at the options, goes along to the goal square. That's where Silvani is. In from the side. Banfield. Silvani takes the mark. He has got his hands on a few in this second half. 10 marks for the match. A chance to go back and put through his 4th all after half time.
Pretty impressive second half he's put together here. Jack he's been strong in the air. Just 1v1s and
just one grab, haven't they? They've all just stuck. Been great to watch. Old school.
To equal his career best, Jack Silvani with a 4th goal. 10 metres out of Mosdin. He misses to the left-hand side. He can join Filippo and Caminiti as those players who miss goals at Ross Lyon. Maybe that would be, what would be the first question to ask Ross Lyon in the press conference? Hawthorn by 41 points.
Why didn't you turn up in the first half? Remember the Mick Moldhouse response to that years ago?
Was it Mitchell who asked that question?
I can't remember who it was.
I think it was Is it Mark Stevens?
Yeah, I reckon it was too.
Oh, no, sorry. You're right. Richo was the one about the...
At half-time, was it?
Yeah.
I think it was Jay
You
Clark.
could see Richo just sort of creep away like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Well, you tell me, Richo.
Boundary throw in. Reeves palms it down today. Hurried kick forward down the wing. Chol turns his man Caminiti inside out. Pops it inside 50. Guess who's all alone? Hardwick marks in the corridor. 25 out straight in front.
That is so good. How good's that for a guy who's, what would you say, 6'7", Harvey or Chol? 6'6", 6'7"?
Yeah. Turned on a dime, didn't he then?
Thanks, Corp.
But great kick, wasn't it?
But the kick is what I'm like. The ability to pick it up and lose your opponent, fantastic. But just to angle that kick and pull it off the line, fantastic.
He's kicked 2 in the term already. Blake Hardwick makes it 3. Footy's new swingman. 4 last week, 3 this week. And that's 7 goals for him in essentially 5 quarters of footy in the front 50. 47-point lead for the Hawks. Hawthorn 17-11-113. St Kilda 9-12-66. 24 gone final term. This game was a wrap at halftime. The Hawks led by 50. They kicked the first 8 goals of the game. And everything after that is really just play out time.
Play out time, exactly.
You think Jack Silvani and Blake Hardwick both walk in to review them? Boys, seriously, it's not that hard.
Yeah, exactly.
How you keep complaining, you forwards? It's not that hard.
Both struck past the forward line chat and go, boys, just get me down there more often.
Is there a better swingman in the game at the moment than Blake Hardwick?
Oh, he's making a good case, isn't he, after the last 2 weeks?
How many do it currently? If you look at the field, it feels like once upon a time there we had a really good emerging field. The centre-half backs going forward.
Sinclair gets it off the centre clearance inside 50. Silvani lunging forward, can't take the mark. Gaiman with a hand pass to Weddle, to Impey at half back, and now to D'Ambrosio with that left boot up towards Hardwick, who's wrestling with Wilkie. Ricochets off Wilkie's backside. McKenzie has an arm pinned, and he gets across the boundary line as Carroll lays the tackle. So they'll throw in just wide of the 2 benches. Hawthorn by 47 points. So at halftime it was 8 goals to none. The way of the Hawks, it's been 9 goals apiece in the second half. So that'll be the challenge for Ross Lyon as to why his side came out so lacklustre. Free kick in the ruck battle going the way.
Will Day.
No, it's going to Will Day. So Rowan Marshall just trying to work out who to give the footy back to. So came on, spent 5 minutes in the final quarter, and you wondered whether he'd come back on, but he has returned. He kicks up to Blake Hardwick, who marks it left half forward. Chip it over the top to D'Ambrosio, just inside 50 out to the left. Massimo D'Ambrosio is going back with the intent that he's going to have a crack here.
Looks like he's been on the colour run.
Yeah, he's not having a shot from here. This will be a late little pull, you'd reckon, to probably 20 or 30 out, someone coming up the leg.
The set play, as you said, Murphy kicks it towards the teeth of goal in the direction of John Newcomb flying. Can't take the mark. Wilkie gets it back to Cooper Sharman, back to Brad Hill in the defensive goal square. That's a terrible kick that's going to work out okay. Darcy Wilson read the spiralling ball well. Takes 2 bounces as he runs away from Carl Amon. Now a third, arches the back, gets up to the wing. Hand pass misses Winhager and he turns it over. MP sockers it back to battle. Carl Amon wins it in the end, gets the footy at half back, kicks into Ward.
We'll see the Hawks next Friday night against the Western Bulldogs. The MCG, short kick to Ginnivan. Interesting game that. Dogs obviously still to play. They got Saturday night, so then they'll be on the 6-day break. The Hawks have 8 days off before then. Friday night footy back at the G. Long kick out to my man Cameron Nairn, who sends it down to centre half forward, and Ward marks true centre half forward for the Hawks.
There you go. That's easier. Cameron Nairn. Or is it not?
Cam Nairn. Cameron Nairn.
Nairn. So N-A-I-R-N. So air in the middle, N at the start, and at the end.
At the end.
At the end. Here's Ward. He's going to have to kick it about 51 metres out, kicks it in the mount of the mark. Ball deflects further inside 50. Connor McDonald got a hand pass away, but it's picked off. Filippo and way to Carroll. Hand pass to Sinclair. Dabs a kick out to half back, and Sharman takes the mark. Meanwhile, we'll see the Saints. Doesn't get any easier for them. Sydney Swans Sunday next week at the SCG, so still a little bit before the bye. As the Saints work it from half back to half forward. Long diagonal kick from Hill. Finds Windhager. Handball away to Wilson. Centering kick. And that'll be marked. Taken low down by Garcia inside the forward 50, right half forward.
He's kept running hard, Wilson, hasn't he? Yeah, he's tried his best. He didn't finish off his work before with that handball.
He's just a powerful runner.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's not only has he got speed, but he wins their time trials as well.
Yeah, right.
He can really move. What's he had today in the end? Wilson.
Just distracted at the other
25.
end. Corby as Nick Watson and Jack McRae were wrestling. About 4 or 5 players came in to join in, so maybe a little financial donation to the AFL.
Here we go, the lefty, Hugo Garcia, on his way in. The drop punt is close to the left-hand goalpost, the wrong side of it. Behind. 17-11 to 9-13. We're 28.5 gone, final term. Hot minute left in the game and a 46-point lead for the Hawks.
Cole Lamont brings the ball back into play to Impey, who veers out to the right-hand side. Kicks long up the wing. Meet the target. 2-on-1 in from the side. Newcomb brings it down. Windhager gets it to Brad Hill for St Kilda. Out pass forward to Filippo. So time for one more. Tries to jag back on his right. Kick to Hill on the bounce. Hand pass up looking for Garcia over around the footy. Watson scoops out a hand pass. Trying to look for Perez, who has to lay the tackle. Did well in the end. Spills out to Jarman Impey. And now the hand pass to Watson across half back. Draws an opponent. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Beautiful left foot up the wing and finds Lloyd Meek. Watson's on the run. He gathers on the wing. Dodges round one opponent. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Looks up inside 50. Hardwick the deepest target. Kicks looking for him. And in the end, he takes an impressive mark in front of Sinclair.
That's extension.
He didn't know whether to play in front of him or behind him. In the end, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, it looked like he'd run underneath it, didn't he? And he got just some hang time.
And Blake Hardwick is looking for a 4th goal in the final term, and it's going to be after the full-time siren. So Hawthorn record their 8th win of the season, and Blake Hardwick a chance to apply his craft as a forward. He's going to kick across his body and curl it through for his 4th goal. It's not a bad cameo from the 4th quarter full forward. 4 goals in the last term. And the Hawks romp in by 52 points to show the gap between they and St Kilda.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for once, the way we play at Hawthorn.
Hawthorn 18-11, 119 defeats St Kilda 9-13, 67 in front of 33,476 fans. The storyline was all in the first half. St Kilda held to their lowest score in 47 years, just 5 behinds to the Hawks 8-7-55. And for Rossline, the first time in his 387 games as coach, his side failed to kick a goal. The Hawks by 46 points at 3-quarter time. Some credibility in the second half with the Saints booting 9 goals, but Hawthorn win by 52 points.
Hawthorn, we're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for once, the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
The Hawks make it 3 on the bounce against St Kilda, prevailing by 52 points, and they've now won their last 8 at Docklands. The Hawks move to 8 wins, 3 losses and a draw. They're inside the top 4 at the moment and show the sizable gap between they and St Kilda. The Saints have failed to beat a side in the top 10 so far. They're 0 wins and 7 losses. For the winners, Corby, 5 goals to Jack Gunston, 4 goals to Blake Hardwick. They all came in the final term. 3 goals to Mitch Lewis, 2 goals to Nick Watson and to Marpior Chol. Individuals to Connor McDonald and to Jack Giddevan. While St Kilda's 9 goals all came in the second half. 3 to Jack Silvani, 2 to Tom de Koning. Individuals to Windhager, Marshall, Wilson and Taru.
It was a first half game, wasn't it? After a shutout in the first half for Hawthorn, 8 goals to zip. They led by 50 points at the half. They win by 52 with a goal after the siren. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks big winners. They make it back-to-back victories, while for the Saints they're they are who they are. They sit 11th on the table. They've got 5 wins against sides below them. They've got 7 losses now against sides above them. Michael off the SMS says Sicily's been replaced by Hardwick as the #1 Hawthorn swingman. They're just setting up for the presentation too. Ollie Gill's going to take you through that. The MC 27th Annual Blue Ribbon Cup, which basically is a game to acknowledge the role of Victoria Police and really in particular the Silk and Miller medal, which was why this game was first coined way back in 1998 after their tragic death after they were both killed in duty, 16th of August 1998. So Sergeant Gary Silk and also Senior Constable Rodney Miller in memorial of both of them. There's a Best of Field award that's given out. The presidents actually vote for the best player in the opposing team. So the president of Hawthorn will pick the best Saint and the president of St Kilda will pick the best Hawk. So that's how that's awarded. Lloyd Meek actually won last year for whatever that's worth, the Silk Miller medal. And Rowan Marshall's had success. So the Ruckman have been popular. Marshall's a 3-time winner of the award.
I think Sinclair wins it.
I was about to say, quick thoughts, who wins?
I think Sinclair for St Kilda, maybe Sicily for Hawthorn.
Yeah, it's probably the way it'll go. Unless they go with Gunston for kicking 5 early in the game.
Let's have a listen. Here's Ollie.
Line of duty. Congratulations to Hawthorn on winning tonight's trophy. You're unbelievable. To honour the lives of Sergeant Gary Silk and Senior Constable Rodney Miller, who were both killed in the line of duty, senior leaders from St Kilda and Hawthorn have voted for the best on ground for the opposition. I'd now like to welcome Jonathan Silk to present St Kilda's Best on Ground award as voted by Hawthorn, and tonight's winner is Jack Sinclair. I'd now like to welcome Jimmy Miller, son of Rodney Miller, to present Hawthorn's Best on Ground award tonight. And congratulations to James Sicily.
Not bad by you, Lids.
Yeah.
Seen it pretty well?
Well, too. After last week too, Clinchy, you probably, yeah.
And now I'd like to welcome the Victorian Police Chief Commissioner Michael Bush to present the Blue Ribbon Cup to this year's winning captain in John Newcomb.
So a few photo opportunities for John Newcomb.
Thank you once again for your
We won't hear from John Newcomb in that moment, but all the players too get blue ribbon medals as a result. So they've got the checks that we're used to, of course, of the police checks, the navy and white checkered ribbons that are going the way of the victorious team, which turns out to be the Hawks. 52-point final margin. Sum it all up for us, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy. Felt like it was a first half game.
It was. Yeah, it was, Hawthorn, I mean, it was an interesting start, wasn't it? That first quarter was really like a bit of circle work and hardly a tackle laid, hardly a stoppage. It was really a game of keepings off and see how good your skills are. But, you know, I think the Hawks ultimately controlled the game. They were defensively so sound. Their ability to stop and thwart any of St Kilda's, forward attacks. Albeit they had a few opportunities, Murph, that they left on the table. Their inability to put them through the big sticks from a couple of easy chances probably cost them a little bit of momentum, and therefore that can go through the whole group and you start missing more targets. You start questioning what they're actually doing. But ultimately, it's pretty clinical, I think, from the Hawks, from go to woe.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when you look back to that first half, they just pressured better. They wanted the football more. They used the ball better than what the Saints did. And the Saints really, when you look back at it, I think when they will go to review it, it's almost you can't review when you're that far off it in terms of your pressure and your effort. So we saw a completely different side after half time from the Saints that came out with a bit of energy and tried to move the ball quicker. It's in that first half is just a half that they love to forget and move on from that. But that game was well and truly done probably halfway through the second, to be honest with you, the way in which Hawthorn were moving the football and doing it with real ease. It was a real tough watch if you're a St Kilda fan here tonight.
Hawks kicked the first 8 goals. St Kilda were goalless at half-time. Their lowest scoring first half since 1979. It's incredible numbers. 50 points was the margin at half-time. It was 46 at three-quarter time and 52 in the finish. So 10 goals to 9 after half-time tells you everything you need to know that this game was decided in the first half. Hawthorn do 8.5 wins on the season, so they solidify their place in the top 4. And for St Kilda, they're sitting 11th on the table with 5 wins and 7 losses. So that's how it is situated. Will Day got through the game, which is good news, and finished with 18 disposals, 9 and 9. Also had 5 clearances and 3 tackles to go along with that, so that'll be the good news. Really, the only injury concern, and it's a big one, is Sam Flanders, who's got an Achilles injury. You saw it on the replays reverberate up his calf, and when you think about their high-profile recruits over the off-season, that's as big as it gets to lose Sam Flanders for an Achilles injury, which you think is going to be long-term on the sidelines, unfortunately. So
10 to 12 months, you think?
That's a significant blow for the Saints. We'll go celebrate with the Hawks. Ray Chamberlain's down there off the SMS. Michael says Sicily's been replaced as the Hawks' number 1 swingman. I'm not sure if I read that before, but that is interesting given Hardwick's been the guy that's been going forward and kicking goals. I was trying to work my way through the competitions. I threw it out there about best swingmen that are in the game currently. Mac Andrew does it. He's been playing a bit more in the ruck, but he goes from full back to full forward.
Is that through necessity or because of frustration from the coach, where he's just like, he's not giving us anything, so let's see if we can get him going?
I'm sort of thinking more in the old mould of, your Kale Hooker, Adam Hunter type.
Adam Hunter was probably the best exponent.
Wasn't he?
Yeah.
But I'm sort of thinking, even in the modern game, like Max Michaelani does it a little bit from the Crows, not a heap.
Little bit.
But it's not a... I'm just sort of thinking across the competition.
There's not many that
There's
do
not many, is there?
On a regular basis, no one really does it. It's more just who are the key backs who sometimes go forward.
Alex Pearce, with the game on the line's gone forward, taking a few grabs, kicked some big goals. Tom McCartan did it for a period of time with the Swans. We would love to say Aaron Norton do it, but that never happens. Darcy Moore, early in his career.
He was a forward early, wasn't he?
Mitch McGovern can do it. He's not a bad back, and he's done pretty well going forward this year.
Yep, I don't mind that. If you've got any more for us, let us know. 0437 774 774 0437 774.
But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Blake Hardwick does it when Jack Gunston's down there as well, because he plays that role of more the deep forward who plays genuine full forward, starting at the goal umpire.
All right, the Hawks win by 52. We're on air for another 40 minutes. Plenty of time to pull it all apart here on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy, the Hawks big winners. They had this game taken care of at the half. Ray Chamberlain's down there with the winners. How is it down there, Ray?
Yeah, really full room down here, mate, and they're pretty buoyant. As you said, back-to-back victories, and they're into it now. They're going to sing the song, so let's have a listen.
Team at Hawthorn, we're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come on, may you find striving. Team who gives a finger talk. 4, 3, 2, 1 for all and all for one. The way we are at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
I'd love to know who you're in front of there, Ray. Whose voice could we hear prominently in all of that?
Some of these blokes, I think they're auditioning for Idol, Corbin. You've got to be multi-talented to be able to run the water and do the medical stuff for the Hawthorn Football Club. Golden tonsils.
That's excellent. Are we going to get some reaction from someone?
Yeah, we've got Blake Hardwick. He's just grabbing a drink, and then we'll grab hold of him. Here he comes. I'll go and have a say good over him now.
We'll check in with you in just a moment. Thanks, Ray. So that's good news. We had a little late change on the boundary tonight. Our man Benny Cameron is unavailable on late notice, so...
Text me a picture, an emoji of a mouse.
Yeah. Sniffles. so what we do
Sniffles
miss,
Cameron.
What we do miss without Ben is just a little bit of organisation sometimes that we probably don't give him enough credit for. And Ray just texted me moments ago saying, have we teed it up with the Hawks that we're going to get an interview post-game? And I thought, you know what, that's probably one on me that I probably should have done in advance. But Ben usually covers for us in that area. The good news is...
Ray doesn't need a text.
Ray's all over
runs the show.
Ray's all over it. He doesn't need any kind of text ahead of time.
He's done well. He's gone straight to the top and got Blake Hardwick, hasn't he?
That's the goal we want to chat to. Yeah, absolutely. On the back of his 4-goal final quarter. He's kicked 8 in the last 2 weeks. Blake Hardwick, amazing. 113th consecutive game.
What I love is when he was drafted as that, obviously, but his ability one-on-one, and we heard John Newcombe talk to us last week about, I'll tell you who I would want fighting for me if there's a ball on the line and I need to have that one. Blake Hardwick's the man that I want fighting for him. But he just used his smarts, his forward craft, his ability to shift the body, but then to go vertical as well, as we saw that last
Hang
one.
time.
Hang time.
ABC, AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcast. Brett Delitti, I'll be there tomorrow with a key question from each of the games to come in round 12 and a full deep dive on what we saw on Thursday night footy, so you can get that wherever you get your podcasts in the morning. Let's go back into the Hawks rooms. Hawthorn by 52 points. Razor.
Hey, Corbin, thanks very much. We're really fortunate enough. We get a little bit of time here in the winning Hawthorn rooms with Blake Hardwick. Blake, congratulations on tonight's victory, mate. Back-to-back wins. First time in over a month. Tell us how that felt tonight.
Yeah, it was nice. We obviously had a down patch. We hadn't won for a month a couple of weeks ago, so it's nice to get a couple in a row again and get some momentum leading into the bye in a couple of weeks.
Couple of familiar faces came back tonight. We'll come back to Jack Gunston in a minute. Yeah, obviously, just a lazy 5 in 3/4 for Jack. Will Day back. Talk us through Will's rehabilitation and what he means for this team.
Yeah, he's massive. He's such a big presence in our squad, and he's been pretty frustrated for a while now. He's had some unlucky incidents, obviously coming back and then hurting the shoulder. So, yeah, it's amazing. It's a good feeling to see him back out there because he's a bloody star. He's one of the better players I've played with when he can stay out in the park. So it's amazing to see him back, and I'm pretty sure I struggle to see if people play well, but I'm pretty sure he ran all right tonight.
No, my brother's a mad Hawthorn fan. He texts, he reckoned he ran all right, so that means everything. Hey, listen, last quarter, obviously, you swing forward, start banging a few through. Jack actually tried to wrestle Sam and come onto the ground. Do you let him just know that you took a couple tonight off his?
Yeah, we do have a laugh about it. I think he's up there in the Coleman, isn't he? But he's obviously had that niggle to his foot, so I think with the lead we had, the coaches just wanted to maybe give him a little bit of rest on the sideline because he's not the youngest guy getting around anymore. So, to put him on the sidelines, I was happy with that because I got a gig up forward.
Well, actually, my last question I'll throw to the boys upstairs. You talk about you were happy because you got an opportunity to play up forward. You obviously, I watched you last week. You played up forward and did that with aplomb. You know, most of your career's been down back where you do that too with, as much dash and impact. Where do you prefer to play, mate?
Honest answer is I actually don't mind. I just like sometimes changing it up is just refreshing and it's good fun. But everyone thinks I'm lying when I say I don't actually care. But both roles have their pros and cons, and sometimes the forward line isn't fun. So the back line can be better. But yeah, honest answer is I don't mind at all.
Corb?
Blake, it's Mark Murphy up here, mate. Well done on your game tonight.
Thanks, mate.
Is the role to play as deep as you possibly can? Is there room for both of you to go up there? Because we're just discussing then, just up here, is you've been sort of nominated by Corbin Middlemass up here as the best swing man in the game at the moment. So is there room for you and Jack to play out of the goal square, or is there only room for one of you?
You're probably asking the wrong bloke. Probably have to ask Sam that. But Gunners has played that role so well for us for a few years now, since coming back from his little stint in Brisbane. But so he's dominated it, and that's his role in the team. And I'm happy just when he's having a rest or he's injured or anything like that, I'm happy to swing up there and do it for the team.
Blake, we were talking about some of the greats, the late great Adam Hunter and Cale Hooker, that were defenders that went forward and were able to swing games and play that role to perfection. Can you think of many others in the competition currently? I was just throwing forward, Mac Andrew and Max Michaelani does it from time to time, but it feels like it's a bit of a dying art, the defender that can go forward and impact games.
Well, it was actually Jack Silvani did that tonight, yes. And I think, did he kick 3?
He kicked 3?
Yeah, 3. So, it's interesting. It's good fun having that role, and I think there's even a few in our team, like Jarman Impey's done it before and kicked a few last year. I remember in that last quarter in Tassie, I think it was.
That's right.
And James Sicily obviously has done it a lot in his career, so there's actually, there's a few guys in our team that can do it, and I was the same draft, and I know Jack Silvani as well, so I think he's done that for a while too.
Tim, it's Lids, mate. Well done tonight. It's a luxury that we have so many options. I think where we're seeing the best footy for all of your key forwards at the moment, with Gunners back in the side, is even Marvior Chol and Mitchy Lewis are really starting to fire as well, mate. They don't know who to actually lock down on. It's such a luxury for you guys to have so many options in your forward half.
Yeah, definitely. That contest before it gets that deep one by Choley and Mitch Lewis is that we wouldn't get on the end of them without those big contests. So that's the harder role, I reckon. And to have them doing that, it's amazing. They crash the packs and they can fly at the footy. So it's so good to watch.
And to take your forward hat off for a minute, to go back into the defensive half where you started, Josh Weddle, mate, he looks more settled when he plays down back. Would you agree with that? He looks like he's flying at the footy, but he gives you that real dash off half back.
Yeah, definitely. Weds can play most roles, really. We've seen him play good footy in the forward line. We've seen him play good footy on the wing. So, it's nice for him to get back there and get into some form. And he's flying the last few weeks.
Blake Hardwick with us from the Hawthorn Rooms. I know you're sick of talking about it, Blake, but you were a leading goal kicker with Box Hill. So how much work do you actually do on your forward craft? Is it something you have been working on during the week in preparation for game day?
Yeah, I do a little bit. I do a fair bit of goal kicking still, even when I'm playing the back line. Me, Wiz, Guinea and Impey have a little competition every training session, so I do a fair bit of goal kicking, but for the other craft stuff, it's mainly back line and then maybe a main training session here and there if Gunners is not playing.
And a somewhat unusual game scenario at half-time. It's sort of 8 goals to 5 behinds. Is it hard in that set of situations to keep your mind focused on the task, or is the motivation relatively good from your point of view to be a top 4 side? You need to make sure you win these games and just put it in the book.
Yeah, definitely. It's still, the game today has so much momentum, so any lead really, you saw last week with I think it was North Melbourne, any lead really isn't safe because there's just so much momentum and it's hard to stop when good teams get on a roll. So definitely didn't feel comfortable, but it was nice to get a big lead because we haven't done that much this year. It was nice to put a team away.
8 days off, Blake. What do you do for the weekend?
I've got a little 15-month-old at home now, Zoe, so fair bit of time with her, and then we got the bye after Bulldogs, I think it is, so maybe head away somewhere, but yeah, it'll be nice.
Good on you, Blake. Well done on the win. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Blake Hardwick with Ray Chamberlain down there in the Hawks rooms. They did it in the first half. It was a shutout, 8 goals to zip, and they led by 50 points. They ended up winning by 52 as Hardwick hooked to his 4th. 4 goals in the final quarter for him, 5 for Gunston. He was put on ice in the last. He's okay, just purely precautionary. Sam Flanders not so lucky. He did his Achilles. What was a pretty dirty night for the Saints. They had their a goalless first half for the first time since 1987. So that's a pretty miserable stat for St Kilda. 5 behinds to half-time, and they got going after that. They kicked 6 goals in the third and 3 goals in the last, but they were playing catch-up really from that point on.
Yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity at Thursday night footy for the Saints, isn't it? And you turn up and you don't really fire a shot in that first half. It's a disappointing one for their footy club tonight, and yeah, they fought it out, but the damage was certainly well and truly done in that first quarter and a half.
They're not in that weight class, are they? When you look at sides like Hawthorn and how organised they are in their attack, their forward 50, the role in which Blake Hardwick's playing, effectively putting Jack Gunston out of a job in that 4th quarter as he's able to just come in and seamlessly play the role. You can just tell the difference between the two sides and their approach.
I think the biggest difference for me, Clinchy, was that you see the sides that are instantaneous with their roll forward to put pressure on the handball receiver, and St Kilda were just a little bit off, and they constantly had the overlap, didn't they, the Hawks? Their ability to get over towards and then get an open forward 50. No wonder, Gunston got so many looks. Blake Hardwick in the last quarter. As a result of that, like their ability to, Hawthorn was sharp, weren't they? In the contest initially, their handball game, like little hands, quick, sharp hands, which is what gets them to the outside. But then if you just off a little bit defensively, it just creates the overlap so quickly.
That's probably the difference between a top 4 or 5 side compared to a side that's going to, probably just scrape into maybe a wild card sort of space if they get there, the Saints. So that's probably where they're at. I think they probably had a pretty difficult month in terms of being up in the Northern Territory playing the Suns and then over to Perth and then back here off a shorter break. So missing a few of their key players doesn't help things. It sort of compounds, doesn't it, when you really look at that as the entirety of the last month.
Thoughts on Will Day's night? What do we reckon on return?
Solid. Yeah, I thought he just complements our midfield so well. He made some really good decisions by hand. He'll just get better and better the more games and minutes that he plays.
Didn't look scratchy, just did what he needed to do and take confidence from getting through that and just getting the ball in his hands at AFL level and stepping up his game time from next week.
What did he finish with? 18 disposals, 7 score involvements. Yeah, pretty good balance, I think, given that he spent a large portion of that on the bench as well.
Good on him. Nice to have him back. Will Day. He's got 8 days off now before they play the Bulldogs at the MCG on Friday. 52 points. Hawks winners over the Saints. You were just touching on St Kilda and the way they're going to pick it apart. The Sam Flanders one's something they don't need at all. So one of their big high-profile recruits, seemingly with an Achilles tear, it reverberated up his leg, and he was limping off the ground after what was a non-contact incident in the first half. So that's the end of his day. Connor Nash was laid out with neck soreness, so they're the only two on the injury front as such coming out of the game. And the Saints, as we said, that the guys are already unavailable. So King, Higgins, Owens and Ryan all out of the forward line. They lost Howard as a defender last week with a calf injury. He's not going to be back until post the round 16 bye. And Nasiah Wangane Miller is the big one. He's listed as one away with coming back from a calf. Of course, they're only All-Australian from last year.
What's he missed now?
He has missed
the last 3 or the last 4?
I reckon 3.
Yeah, they said 3, didn't they? So he must be back next week.
Hang on, I've got the sheet here. He missed Darwin, didn't he? Because he travelled to Darwin and didn't play. So he's missed. This was his 4th game he's missed. So he's laid out up in Darwin.
They said 3 when he first was out, didn't they?
Missed Richmond, Fremantle, and now Hawthorn. He'll be back. And they got an extended break, so they play Thursday night. They don't play again until Sunday against the Sydney Swans when we'll next see them at the SCG. They're going to have to take a few scalps at some point, the Saints, aren't they? So if you want to be better than 11th, obviously 10 teams qualify for the postseason now. They've 5 wins against all the sides below them. There's 7 losses against all the sides above them. They've got this little tricky stretch of the draw where they play Sydney at the SCG. Loss. Yep, they'll be underdogs there. Giants at Docklands. Giants sort of put everyone on notice last week. And then the Bulldogs back here at Docklands, which is an interesting game before their bye. Then it opens up a little bit post-bye. So Essendon, Port Adelaide, Geelong at Cardinia Park, tough gig. North Melbourne, who knows where they'll be at come round 20.
Yep.
Sydney back here at Docklands. Carlton, a winnable game. Richmond at the MCG, and the Suns to finish. So that's the run home for the Saints on their quest to try and get to... But they probably need to get at least even. So in a 23-game season, they need to get to about 11.5.
I think you touched on it, Corby. Their biggest loss before tonight had been 33 points for the Brisbane Lions back in round 3. They beat 2 top 8 sides last year in Geelong and Fremantle. Sort of feels like they're going to be flat out to try and beat a top 8 side unless they get that cavalry back.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's against the better sides. They struggle to be able to consistently do it, and then they need greater input from their bottom half of their side, don't they? And that's what they don't get. It's always left to Sinclair Hill, Nasiah when he plays, Mitch Owens potentially, but then Cal Wilkie, but the rest are sort of...
When are they back, Clinchy? A few of these players that they're missing at the moment. So
the majority of them hopefully in the next week or two. So Nasiah is meant to be a week or so, Liam Ryan a week or so with a calf, Mitch Owen a week or so with a calf, Max King's listed at 3 to 4. Who would know Dougal Howard had a TBC with a calf, and Jack Higgins is 3 weeks with a knee injury. So the majority in the next 2 weeks, but Jack Higgins a little bit longer than that. And I suppose the other question for that is, with the players missing from their forward 50, you look at the inclusion of Caminiti as a forward, Isaac Keeler as a forward. They got good return out of Mason Wood last week. He kicked 2 goals, 3. Did they miss a trick by not starting Jack Silvani as a forward? Does that forward line...
Well, they would have thought Caminiti would be able to fire a shot forward, and he didn't. So they moved him back, and then said, well, if you can't do it...
He's only kicked 3 goals this season, Caminiti. He sort of
they couldn't really get the ball in there in the first half. What they have in the first half in terms of inside 50s, maybe 15 or 16, I reckon. So, you starved off opportunities. The ball wasn't coming in that well either.
Yeah.
So you got to take all that into account. But the one thing you look back at hindsight and say, well, maybe
16.
We need someone like a Jack Silvani to stiffen us up, get Mason Wood more up on a wing, get him up around the contest. Is probably a little bit of a better look. But I think that first half, I don't think who you had playing forward was going to impact too much. The ball wasn't coming in quick, wasn't coming in much at all. So tough work for the St Kilda forwards.
And in Brunswick off the SMS, do you think Ross should have swapped with Wilkie off Gunston sooner? We've seen Gunston do that before, and it really stuffs up the defence from Anne in Brunswick.
Well, I think sometimes you've got to back in your best defender. He's an all-Australian defender, Wilkie. He's just got to get that right. But I talked about the lack of opportunities for the St Kilda forward line, but the way in which the ball was coming out of the midfield for the Hawks, it was pretty hard to stop many of those forward thrusts. I think the first one was a mix. The matchup was lost in sort of translation with the way in which the ball was moving forward. But I think Gunston he's been putting anyone to task, really, the way in which Hawthorn sometimes move the football.
But everyone plays him from front. And as soon as you turn your head on Jack Gunston, he's going the other way. You know, and that's where it's like, well, you need to play someone on him with speed and that can just close that down, because he's not a wrestler, Jack Gunston. Yeah. He's a mover, and he beats you with his short, sharp stuff off the mark. But, yeah,
he's not that quick. I would have maybe tried a Jack Silvani on him at the start, who's just a pure full-back and can somehow just find a way. Because Gunston's not that quick. He's quick in mind.
Yeah.
And goes before the defender thinks he's going to go. That's where he gets his separation.
I think your call, though, was right. Like, to see Hawthorn's improvement in their forward 50 is that if there's not pressure up the ground, they just leave so much space that there's always options to kick inside 50. And there's a couple of examples, one where Brad Hill was on Dylan Moore, and Moore came back, put a block on Jack Gunston's opponent. Next minute, Brad Hill's chasing Jack Gunston.
Yeah.
And they just do that so well that Nick Watson and these small forwards all play roles to try and free up space for their various forwards.
Chemistry as a forward line is so important. So just continuity of the same players going through there and working together. And that's just something that I think the Hawks are doing really well at. They always seem to be able to find that bit of space and get just the opposition off guard from time to time, just by subtle little changes, which then change the matchups.
I think the prerequisite to play half forward for Hawthorn is you've got to have a huge work rate. Connor McDonald, Dylan Moore, Jack Ginnivan. Watson's probably a little bit closer to goal, but you've got to be able to get up, which then creates all that space for Gunston, Mabior and Mitch Lewis to work into, because they get up and then they get back.
They're constantly their outlets, aren't they, for their T50, and then they're always the ones then putting pressure up here. So it's exactly the blueprint that Sam Mitchell requires for those higher forwards. You named all four of them then. Nick Watson's the outlier who... He's the buzz, and he's the real forward 50 pressure, and doesn't need a lot of opportunities to really cut you up. And they've got a pretty good balance down there at the moment, the Hawks.
Hawks kicked the only 8 goals of the first half. They pitched a shutout. It was amazing, 8 goals to zip at half-time. And really, excuse me, sorry, they only got within 36 points. Was as close as they got St Kilda in the second half. Hawthorn ended up kicking the last 3 goals of the game to win up by 52. So... really, this game was decided in the first half. 5 goals for Jack Gunston, and he's the new leader in the Coleman medal. Anything else to take out of tonight?
My only last question on probably St Kilda is: are they getting enough out of their 2 rucks?
Well, for what their rucks are taking of their slice of the pie of the salary, no. You can't have your 2. You can't have 2 ruckmen, I think, in this day and age. Who what do you reckon they're taking? So. He's taking, what's Tom DeConning taking of the pie, and what's Rowan Marshall taking of the pie? So you can have 2 rucks as long as they're not taking too much cash.
Yeah.
So you see it work well with Hawthorn, but I mean, you put up both of those Hawthorn ruckmen, they'll be taking one of the, probably nowhere near one of what Tom DeConning's getting.
But it feels like they only swap with each other, don't they? Like they pretty much play 4 on the bench, and then 1 ruck's on, 1 ruck's off. Like, is it almost to the point that the Saints there to do that, rather than pretending that Marshall's a forward or that someone can, like... Yeah. DeConning can probably play somewhere else.
They both kick goals tonight, which is a bonus. They don't always do that, but I find that they're just not getting bang for buck out of, and take the salary out of it. Like, I think Marshall...
You can't take it out of it, but yeah...
I get that, but Marshall on his own last year was...
doing what they're probably both doing at the moment.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And then I don't think Tom's added to it or helped that become... a real weapon for him. What clearance is 32 to 31 in favour of Hawthorn. They've broken even.
And the other part is Tom DeConing's numbers are down. Yep, sure, he's come to a new club and he's trying to learn the way in which they want to play, but from last year where he was averaging 17.3 disposals and 23 hit-outs alongside 4 clearances, this season averaging 12.7, 3.6 marks, 19 hit-outs, 2.5 clearances. So Roll Marshall still has another year to run his contract. He's contracted to 2027.
Yeah.
So the question will be, after 12 months, do we agree that it's not working and what can we get for him?
I think if it keeps on going the way it's going now, that a club's going to be after Rowan Marshall and will try and trade and
well, he tried to get the Cats, didn't he, last year?
Yeah, so I think that's going to...
Would you get a first-round pick for him?
If I was another team?
Yeah, would you give up a first-round pick for Rowan Marshall at the moment?
Well, if it's Geelong, they're looking like finishing top 4. Yeah. You'd think by the end of the year, maybe.
I think
that's the end of first round.
Yeah. That was that thing last year, wasn't it, though? That they weren't willing to offer that.
They weren't willing to. So it might be worth a second rounder, but would St Kilda take that?
I don't know. I don't think they do.
St Kilda wouldn't take that.
No.
Hawks outclassed the Saints. They win by 52 points. They led by 50 at half-time, and really that was all she wrote. 5 for Gunston, 4 for Blake Hardwick, 3 for Mitch Lewis. Meanwhile, on the St Kilda side of things, Jack Silvani kicked 3 after he was swung forward in the second half after a goalless first half from St Kilda, their first goalless opening half since 1987. Jack Sinclair had it 33 times. He was named the Silk Miller medalist, the St Kilda player. The Hawthorn player was James Sicily. Sicily had it 33 times. Took 10 marks. So nice night for James Sicily, 600 metres gained. They were the two best players on the ground as judged by the two presidents. The rest of the weekend, we might just look ahead before we come back to the votes and wrap it all up. We'll hopefully get some reaction from the coaches too, with Sam Mitchell and Ross Lyon to do their press commitments shortly.
Who's asking the first question of Ross tonight, do you reckon? The host broadcasters take the honour in the losing coach?
It's a good question, isn't it? I mean, he's been
more step up.
He's been more straight down the line, Ross, in recent times, hasn't he? He hasn't sort of gone back at the journos, and he's reformed. And
tonight might test that.
Yeah, we'll see how he goes this evening. It'd be an interesting press conference if we can bring you some of that. I'm sure the one answer to the question that he would be asking is, when's he getting Naz back? That's I'm sure front of mind at the moment, returning from a calf complaint. All right. Friday night footy, Carlton up against Geelong. Teams are in. Wiedering and Acres, the two inclusions for your baggers, Murph. Dirksen and Carroll go out. Unfortunately, young Matt Carroll has done his ACL, so he's going to miss a chunk of footy. Tanner Bruin's back for the Cats. Jack Martin is the guy that has been managed, so he's not playing tomorrow night at the MCG. It's incredibly, in more recent times, the Blues have actually had a really good record against the Cats. So they've won 3 of their last 4, including back-to-back wins. I actually did this exercise during the week. The Blues, the Giants, the Suns, Hawks and Power are the only 5 teams in the competition that actually won their last meeting against Geelong. And of those teams, only 2 have multiple wins in recent times. So the Giants have actually won their last 4 games with Geelong, and Carlton have won their last 2. So they have the second best winning run in the league against Geelong.
Murph, you remember back, I reckon, 2010s, 2011s, you guys actually used to touch them up quite regularly.
Yeah, we're too quick for them.
Out in the G?
At the G. No, we
were. Every time you'd be like, no, the Blues will win this.
So what is it about it that some teams just seem to have a good run, and even in more recent times they've had a good record?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah, some teams just match up better than what others can do for some other teams, but I don't think they'll challenge them too much tomorrow. I think the Cats are purring beautifully at the moment after me declaring that they were no good 3 weeks ago. It's just gone bang, bang, bang.
All right, we've all
Did you say that? Seriously?
Look, I said they weren't going to win it this year.
Wow. Yeah. They are primed, aren't they?
Well, they are, yeah. So
they must have heard that.
Got them in the gear.
Scotty heard that.
Yeah, Scotty.
The other disappointing news to come through tonight is that Rob Priestley, the Carlton president, issued a letter saying that the selection panel for their next coach will be their CEO, Graham Wright, their general manager of footy, Chris Davies, alongside Adam Simpson, who will round out the selection coaching group. So the CEO, the general manager of footy, the president, and Adam Simpson, and they will undertake a thorough assessment of potential coaching candidates and consultation with football director Greg Williams.
Cool. Well, they appointed Adam Simpson. It's interesting when you think about the appointment to have him there as a part-time
leadership consultant.
Leadership consultant, when they were probably thinking they might have been going down this path from last year.
When's that man Murph going to be on a selection committee?
That's an interesting panel, though. Like, you don't ordinarily see that. The president, the CEO, and the footy boss all on the
president's
panel.
not on there, is he?
He was listed on it.
Okay.
I thought
he said CEO, head of football, Adam Simpson,
and Greg Williams. I didn't hear you say.
Rob Priestley serving as a conduit with the board.
Yeah, so he won't be on it.
He won't be on it, but basically he'll be negotiating as part of it.
So essentially it'd be Adam Simpson, Graham Wright and Chris Davies.
Yep.
Gotcha. It's only a small panel. Usually we see panels of 6-7 people and people external and everything else. They're essentially just employees of the footy club, like Adam Simpson's on the books.
Yeah.
So they haven't really got any external voices on that.
Sometimes too many noises, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty experienced, aren't they, in the...
Graham Wright would just be like, well, I've got Craig McRae there, got a flag for you, so I reckon I've got a few runs on the board.
I would have thought so, yeah.
Sam Mitchell, was he the one who employed or got Sam Mitchell on over Clarko? Or had he left by then and gone to Collingwood? Graham Wright.
I'm not sure. I think you're right. No, you are right. Yeah, he was the one that made sure, that Sam was staying and not going to get pinched and go to another club.
And then he went on the walk with Nathan Buckley.
He did, and then helped appoint Craig McRae, of which our man Luke Ball was on the panel there. So that was a bit more of an extended group. Yeah. So he was the external figure, which is what I was anticipating this time, that they would do something similar. And Greg Williams is a fascinating figure, that he's still on the board at Carlton after all this period of time. But that's interesting. So the chief executive, the footy boss, and essentially Adam Simpson, who's like in some kind of broad overseeing director of coaching type position at Carlton to pick the next coach.
I'm still bamboozled by the president. So the president's going to sit in there and report into the board, but he's not one of the three members.
And then the line about Greg Williams was interesting. So he's the footy director, but essentially he's not part of this. The conduit's going to be Priestley. Anyway,
that's confusing.
Do you know what else is confusing about it? You think essentially all they've done is recruit Adam Simpson, and you kind of think, why wasn't this announced the day after Michael Voss left? Like, how's it taken 3 weeks or whatever to get that panel together? That's essentially the guys that were in the room at the start. Anyway, process begins from here. Blues up against the Cats tomorrow night at the MCG. You can hear it all from 6:30 Eastern, available on ABC Radio. And, of course, if it's not on at that time in your market, you can always find it streamed through ABC Listen from the jump. Just look out for the AFL button. All right, Sydney up against Richmond. So this is Saturday afternoon footy. There's no overlapping games. There's only 7 of them this weekend. Mills out injured. Roses injured. Papley injured. Papley's going to miss 2 months. Grundy managed. So a few have been put on ice for the Swans up against the Tigs. Prestia and Banks both come back for Richmond. Falls out. He got injured last week, and Lynch with that larynx issue.
Been on a talking band.
Amazing. Been to hospital. How would you go with that in the talking band?
I'd have absolutely no problems with it. So especially at home.
Just the bell.
That'd actually be terrific.
Oh, mate. Trying to talk to my
Ed Kerno had a larynx injury back in the day. And was told he wasn't allowed to speak.
How'd he go?
Well, if you hear him speak now, you can understand he didn't shut up. So it does affect you. And then blokes would sort of wind him up a bit and keep on asking him questions. But that doesn't help things. But
Max Gawn as well. Max Gawn had the same thing.
He got an elbow to the throat, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
From Tommy Campbell, I think. Might have been.
I'd struggle with that. Swans have been
in your job. You would,
yes.
It would be difficult for you.
The Swans have been denied the corridor in recent times, and teams have seemingly got this blueprint to try and counteract the forward handball game. Have they been worked out a bit? Do they need a little counter?
A little tinker, maybe. Yeah.
Counter.
I think also it's very hard to stay up for such a long period of time as well. So you can understand that sides go through little dips and lulls, and then there's injuries and blokes are probably managing a few things here and there. And you haven't always got your best 22 playing together for the whole time. So or 23, I should say. So yeah, I understand they'll be dipping a few things, and when you are at the top of the ladder, teams they're working themselves up to try and knock you off.
Brisbane up against Fremantle. So this is a fun game. I must admit, I don't think anyone thought that the Lions would be coming in off such a defeat after getting completely blown away in that third quarter against the Giants last Sunday. They get Jared Berry back, who they really value as that sort of defensive runner in their midfield, and Noah Answorth also returns, another premiership player. Alex Pearce, he comes into the lineup for Oscar McDonald, so that's the only change for Fremantle. There's no Hayden Young, so his return's been delayed. He won't make the trip. It's a fun game of footy. It feels like at the right time for both teams. The Dockers on a club record win streak, 10 in a row. And all of a sudden there's questions of the Lions, who have been the hunted every single week. They get a chance to try and flip the dynamic a little bit with the red-hot Dockers and the number one team in the competition coming to town.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to go into the mindset of both camps really coming into tonight or on that afternoon's game, because Brisbane have just conquered everything over the last 2 years and been
the benchmark
for the competition. Freo at the moment, what are they, 10 on the road, Corbin, and is the Brisbane Lions, are they faltering a bit at the moment? That's the question marks that everyone's got on them at the moment. So
who are you tipping?
I think Brisbane respond.
I got the Dockers
up the Gabba.
If they don't respond, is that?
I don't think it's the end of the world. You're coming up against a team who's gone 10 on the trot. So
you can also see a reason or a day where Fremantle don't get it done because of that. They've been up for so long.
That's right.
But what better way to go up there and prove where you're at, and just be like, yeah, righto, we are the real deal here. But they're missing 2 of their best mids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saturday night footy, the Western Bulldogs are up against Collingwood, so we'll see that at Docklands. You'll be able to catch all those games, of course, on Saturday right here on ABC Sport. Tim English back for the Bulldogs, Membry's back for the Pies. No more, no Elliott, as we know. To Sunday footy, Melbourne up against GWS. Brody Myercheck comes back in for the Ds. Levers out of that game. He was concussed, actually failed a concussion test as the game was ending against the Western Bulldogs, so he'll miss the next week. Sam Taylor comes back in for the Giants, along with Lockie Whitfield, so big ins there for GWS. And then the nightcap, it's a true Sunday nighter. Starts after 7 o'clock Eastern Time, West Coast and Essendon. So the perfect end to your footy weekend ahead of the public holiday over in Perth. At least 5 changes for the Bombers. Redmond is the new name on the confirmed outs. We already knew McGrath, Caldwell, Durham and Guelphy were unlikely, the 4 injured in last week's Dreamtime fixture. There's no confirmed outs at this stage for the West Coast Eagles in the jacket match. This will be fun. Let's see what Ross the boss has to say. We can take you to the press conference of the St Kilda coach. Hawthorn by 52 points. The Saints goalless in the first half. Let's pick it up with what he has to say downstairs.
Ross, what was the most concerning part of that first half for you?
Well, it's lots of elements. Yeah, we just, our ability to get to them and pressure them and equalise was at the low end, obviously. Minus 40 contested ball or something in the first quarter. So, we just... and their front half game was pretty good and they scored, so, it was disappointing.
How worrying is it, Ross, just the fumbling and the lack of pressure? I know you've got personnel issues, especially in the front half, but just the lack of pressure when it was there to be won.
Yeah, the pressure dives into the ability to set the field up properly and run good patterns to keep them accountable. And we didn't do that, so the fumble feeds into pressure, so that was strong. And then the ball use, we didn't, they're a really strong intercept team in LDL, so we wanted to spread the ball, but in saying that, we ran patterns when the pressure was good that they got back on us, and so we just fixed those patterns as the game went on. Our high forwards, sort of fixed their patterns and we equalised in front of the ball. Really, to be honest, we were going too quick with composed ball use in the conditions. So then, and centre square bounce was like in the second quarter, which is, we've had maybe 1 or 2 bad quarters for the year, but it was one of them. It was like 0-5, but I think the first 2 they kicked 2 goals, and then some terrible turnovers. There's a whole bunch of things in the mix, but look, I felt at half time we addressed it. We made some moves. Silvani forward, Wilkie higher, Sinclair midfield, Wilson to the wing, Hill to half back, and our composed ball use made them defend more than we had, and then we got the front half game. So if you want to go to attacking mid-possession games, first half 4-16, second half 12-4. So, so that was simply like entries first half 15-31, second half 28 our way to 24 or something. So, look, we righted the ship. It wasn't dominant, but we take that away and we learn some valuable lessons against absolute quality. There's not just one way. You've got to be composed and you've got to have a few gears.
Do you think turnovers can be contagious? It felt like one brought on a few.
Not really, to be honest. Like, all credit to them. There was different ones, wasn't it? Kick, and then fumbles and drop marks. But they were cleaner. We've been the best starting team in the AFL, and we didn't do that tonight. And we wanted to attack the game, but we probably went over the hill and it was not balanced and composed, and that sits with me. Once we balanced that back up, we were back in the game. So I think that's what we take out of it. And then just the competitive spirit. I thought Wilson really stood up and some chase downs. And like Taru, because of injury, he'd been suspended and we brought him in. I thought for a young player stood up in Banfield. And our young players competing. And then some others got going.
Let's expand on that a little bit more. Hall was terrific also through the midfield, even scoring involvements, 26 disposals. And then when you've got a player of that calibre in there, that's going to give you enormous growth, isn't it? And when you flip the magnets around to put Silvani down forward, it kicks you some goals. So you really were starting to get that representation and separation down forward.
Yeah, Hall was in there from the start. He didn't sort of jump out of the blocks that well, but then he persisted and moved on. So, and I think Silvani just shows the absence, what a competitive, AFL standard forward does. And if you haven't got enough of them, it gets hard.
Was it a little bit for Caminiti? Was it the fact that he was being pushed under the ball, misreading contest? Was that probably a bit frustrating for you? Was the consideration to probably make that move a little bit earlier in the game?
Yeah, I think you're right.
What do you feel is stopping you from getting the best out of Tom De Koning at the moment?
Look, I think he's had some really good football, and as a combination, they've been really good. I think they lowered their colours last week. I think anyone that sits there is a combination. I think the week before they had 6 goals between them, to be honest. So, and then we had the Head Start report over the last month that you mightn't get. He ranks 7th in the AFL, like 7th in the whole AFL, if I get this right, for score involvements or score assists, like the first column. So, over the last month. So that can get lost. I think he's kicked 2 tonight. I think he'll just continue to grow and grow. It takes a while to embed people into your program. I think we're seeing that around at other clubs. We've seen it last year. It's not always an immediate fix, but we've got absolute confidence.
So Ross Lyon speaking downstairs. The Saints, no goals in the first half for the first time since 1987, just 5 behinds to show for it. Hawthorn kicked 8 goals in the first half. They led by 50 at the long break, and that was the game. They ended up winning by 52 as Blake Hardwick hooked through a goal on the full-time siren. Gunston finished with 5. He moves outright top in the Coleman medal chase. So 1 clear of Ben King, who won't play this weekend as the Suns have the bye. The concern for St Kilda, not just the scoreline and the 52-point defeat, but Sam Flanders appeared to suffer an Achilles injury in the running. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year with Mark Murphy.
A few special mentions to a few blokes kicked a few goals tonight. I thought Gunston was very good, kicking the 5. Didn't come on in the last term. I thought he was very good though, Lids, but didn't quite sneak into my 1. Oh. I've given us a high half forward a vote tonight.
Okay.
Connor McDonald, I've given a vote. He's had the 26, 1 goal, 8 score involvements, had 3 clearances, 6 inside 50. So got to work up and down the ground. Thought he was really good. Jack Sinclair. The Croc. Yes, I learned that tonight.
Yep.
The Croc.
We've only done how many Hawthorn games we call him Croc every single time?
Well, anyway, 2 votes. Jack Sinclair. Jack Sinclair, I thought he was very good tonight. In a losing side. It's okay, mate. He can still be a very good player and not get the win on the night. And I thought he was easily St Kilda's best, and I thought James Sicily just patrolled the whole game.
He did.
From behind the contest and just set up his Hawthorn teammates. So 3 to James Sicily, 2 to Jack Sinclair, and 1 to Connor McDonald.
This will be an interesting watch come Monday.
I'm very nervous about the 1 vote.
Back yourself in, Murph.
The Croc, Connor McDonald, don't mind it. Mark Murphy's votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. You're not so sure, Lids?
Not completely, but I always back in my man.
Always backing you too, Lids.
Yeah,
the good thing is,
team.
Until Monday.
Murph will be with us on AFL Monday. You can catch that from 6:30 Eastern every Monday night. It's on 774 ABC Melbourne and across the state of Victoria. You can also find it streamed, by the way, through the ABC Listen app, as it is. 52-point win for the Hawks full-time here at Docklands. All right, Brett Delidio, he'll be on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. So when you wake up tomorrow and you want your full preview of the weekend of footy, no better place to go than ABC AFL Daily, which you can find in the podcast store. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Murph, what are you up to? What do you got the rest of the weekend playing? Are you going to watch the Blues tomorrow night?
No, I've got a 40th tomorrow, actually.
Ooh.
So,
go that age bracket, aren't we?
Yeah.
Not a former teammate, obviously.
40th, yeah, no, that's all right. But anyway, I got that tomorrow night, and watch the Baggers, no doubt, tomorrow go get beaten by 5-6 goals, probably.
VFL Clinchy?
Carlton and Geelong on Sunday, so 2 sides are up the pointy end, so from midday on ABC2 and via iView.
Love it. Thank you, Clinchy. Thank you, Lids.
Hey, pleasure.
Brett Delidio on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. Thanks to Stu Birchmore. Thanks to Jules Hay back in the studio. And big shout out to Razor Ray Chamberlain for the late inclusion.
Best on.
I agree. Top votes in our team for Ray Chamberlain tonight. The Hawks were dominant. A shutout in the first half. St Kilda goalless to the long break. They never recovered. Hawthorn by 52. We're into it.